the gap down on the bear case, and then shortly thereafter, after gapping down, shows its exhaustion by being filled right away. And in fact, a new trend typically starts from that. So this is the bear one, and this is the bull one right here. That's just kind of what we're talking about today. Yesterday, we were talking about gapping down. Now we're talking about gapping up. So exhaustion gaps, they are signs of weakness. Why? Well, because they're showing the trend maturity. Exhaustion gaps often occur near the end of a strong uptrend, indicating that buyers may be getting stretched thin and sellers are starting to emerge a little bit more. Okay? Raphael, no. The island reversal pattern, we're going to talk about that on a different day. So remember when we talked about it day one, we said there was island gaps that I didn't know about. We're going to talk about that soon. So hang on your hats there. Right now, we're doing day two of exhaustion gaps.
Keep those hats on.
Yeah, keep those hats on, says Adara. So yeah, just hang on hold on to your hats. We've got day two of exhaustion gaps. So three reasons so far here comes the third, why they show signs of weakness. And the other one, or the last one, sorry, is the psychological impact of the exhaustion gap. So exhaustion gaps can trigger profit taking among some investors, especially trend following traders, potentially leading to selling pressure and a reversal. So that is why we think about exhaustion gaps as very bearish signals. And there we go. So you can see it again. We're chugging along. I guess maybe what could really kind of give us maybe insight into what was going to happen subsequent to this gap getting made was this candle really closing as a candle of indecision, a doji candle. The one I showed you prior actually closed red. So that's probably something you're looking for there as well. Okay? So trading with upward exhaustion gaps, we're going to take a bit of a cautious approach. I'm going to show you two ways here to get involved. So upward exhaustion gaps can be tricky signals. So a cautious approach is crucial. Here's what to consider when making decisions about profit taking or entering short positions. So let's talk about what you would do, what you're looking for if you are already in the long, you've been in the trend, it's moving up, and then all of a sudden you get an exhaustion gap. What should you be on the lookout for? So number one, overall uptrend maturity. So what do I mean by that? Right, so you want to analyze the overall uptrend if it's been a long uptrend with multiple prior pullbacks. And I showed you an example of what that looked like yesterday. An exhaustion gap might indicate an uptrend is losing its momentum. So consider other technicals like, here we go. The first one, trend steepness or the steepness of the trend. A very steep trend, I'm going to show you an example in a second, a very steep trend on a price chart suggests possible overbought conditions, even without looking at the RSI, making an exhaustion gap more relevant. Now, when we have that trend steepness, it behooves us to look at the RSI to see what it's saying because we know it's a gauge for overbought and oversold conditions. So utilize things like the RSI. If the RSI is near or above 70, it indicates possibly an overbought territory, strengthening the profit-taking case. You can also look for price action RSI divergence. If the price action continues to make higher highs vis-a-vis the gap, but then you look and see where the RSI is relative to price and it's a lower high, that's something you need to be on the lookout for there. So you're looking at two things here on the RSI, where it is on the scale overbought or coming out of overbought, and RSI price action divergence. Moving average divergence, also very important here. So you're looking for a bearish divergence between the price and the moving averages. If the price makes new highs, but the moving averages fail to follow suit, it suggests weakening momentum. So if you're already in a long position and you see this sort of gap happen at the top there, and maybe it's all-time highs, maybe it's not, these are the things you should be looking for to see, is this an exhaustion gap or is it a continuation gap, okay? You should also be looking for volume analysis here. So what are you going to do? You're going to pay attention to volume around the exhaustion gap, but specifically, you want to see what the spike in buying volume is like. So a large spike in buying volume accompanying the upward exhaustion gap might be a sign of short covering. Who knew? Existing, which is essentially, for those who don't know, existing shorts buying to close their positions rather than essentially strong buying pressure for continued uptrend. Why is that important? because if people are covering short there, there's only going to be umpteen amount of people that are going to be looking to take their position off the table. Whereas if there was a real bullish signal here, you'd have much more money coming in than just short covering. So that's one thing to be on the lookout for with respect to volume. And it's a bit of a kind of tool that you can use to see whether it's short covering or a genuine trend. And there's also decreasing volume after the gap that we need to be on the lookout for. If buying volume dries up after the exhaustion gap, it suggests buying force might be waning, making profit taking a good idea. So those are the things you should be looking at if you're already in a long uptrend and you see what could be an exhaustion gap. Look to these different steps to check off your list to see whether any of them apply. But that's not the only thing we can do when we get to the exhaustion gaps. How about shorting, right? We could be getting into a shorting opportunity here because it's the top. So upward exhaustion gaps can be tempting entry point for short positions, but confirmation and cautious entry are essential here because sometimes it can be a bit bamboozling. Here is what to look for. Number one, confirmation of the trend reversal, right? We're seeing an exhaustion gap. So what is that telling us? It's telling us the trend could be coming to an end and we could get the new start of a new trend, a downward trend. So don't rely solely on exhaustion gaps. Look for a price rejection, for example, at a resistance level or a break below a key support level, for example, after the gap. Again, you're looking for the gap to take place, the exhaustion gap, at a key area of resistance, or wait for the gap to get filled below a key area of support, okay? This suggests a stronger likelihood for a sustained downturn. What's going on over there, Katina man? The market, the Katina man is amped about this market. And yeah, and now Nvidia's green, Apple's green, Tesla's green, Amazon's green. So yeah, we'll definitely keep looking at that once we're done the lesson du jour here. So keep going. So you're looking for, number one, confirmation of the trend reversal, right? And I gave you exactly what to look for there. You're also looking for volume confirmation. The upward exhaustion gap should be accompanied by a surge in buying volume, followed by a decrease in volume because we need to fill that gap, right? If it's an exhaustion gap, it's going to get filled. If it's a real exhaustion gap, the gap gets filled. And how does it get filled? By a decrease in buying volume, right? As the price fails to make new highs. This signifies to you weakening buying pressure and the potential selling pressure beginning to emerge. That's not the only thing we're looking for the shorts. You should also be looking for technical indicator confirmation. You're looking for bearish signals from other technical indicators alongside the exhaustion gap. This could include things like moving average crossover, for example, a bearish crossover where the short-term moving average falls below the long-term one, like the 50 and the 200, whatever two pairs you're using, if it's giving you the signal, something to be on the lookout for. And how about a rising RSI? If the RSI continues to rise despite the price failing to make new highs, right? It's a bearish divergence and a sign of weakening momentum. That's another thing to put there on your checklist for a possible short opportunity. And here's how it goes. Oh, this is really important. So here we go. So this is the move up. We're chugging along, higher highs, higher lows. You can see that this is the trend. We gap up here. Then, a few short days later, boom, that's as good as we can do for now. And we end up filling the gap. So here's the look. You're going to get in short once the gap has been breached and filled. And then you put your stop loss at the top end of the range, the crest. So because if we curl back up, and move up above this high over here, then your trade is no longer valid, right? Because your thesis is that the uptrend is over and we're beginning a new trend, downtrend vis-a-vis this exhaustion gap and some other technicals that you've looked for. So you're getting short basically upon filling the gap, and then your stop loss has to go at the top of the crest because that's where your trade is no longer valid. And obviously it's nice to get the bottom, but really, who can do that? So we've talked about what to do if you're in a long position and you see an exhaustion gap. We've talked about what to do if you're not in a position and you want to get short upon the initiation of exhaustion gap. But how about spotting false signals? Because this is the one where there can be plenty of false signals because you're trying to guess the top here, essentially, okay? So number one, identifying false signals when upward gaps don't signal exhaustion. What do you look for? Number one, limited follow through. If the price struggles to maintain momentum after the exhaustion gap and fails to make new highs, it could be a sign of a temporary pause in the uptrend, not necessarily an exhaustion. Okay? So one thing I would say is to look to see if the gap gets fully filled. Number two, lower volume after the exhaustion gap, right? A surge in buying volume typically accompanies the bullish exhaustion gap. If volume fills out after the exhaustion gap, it might indicate a lack of conviction behind the buying pressure. And last but not least, indicators remain bullish, right? So this is the thing. So you look for conflicting signals from other technical indicators. If the moving average, for example, is still pointing upwards, or the RSI and MACD remain in bullish territory, it's suggesting that the uptrend may still have legs, and that's something you need to be on the lookout for so that you don't get short or take the money or take your profits out too early if you're basically looking to cover a long position. And a little bonus tip here, guys, to leave you guys with: combine upward exhaustion gaps with other reversal patterns like we talked about yesterday. Look for that head and shoulders, that double top, that triple top, that bearish engulfing candle, whatever type of bearish basically indicator you're looking for. Make sure you're trying to look for it around the area where you see an exhaustion gap. It gives you a bit more credit, a bit more reliability there.
Thank you so much for going through that lesson. Shout out to Sharif there. He sometimes says to me, like you want to make sure always you want to see as much confluence as you can. Don't get involved too quickly in any move, and that's one thing I'm really trying to learn for myself as well today. I was putting this in the chat, semi-sarcastic, semi-happy. Took 8 cents on my Tesla scalp short. Woo. No, but in all seriousness, Sean, is Sean good? They just went to you, so I was confused. But yeah, so this Tesla 223, I like this area. Look at all these wicks we had into support. And then we had, a decent support area here. So it was kind of support resistance flip-flop, I thought could be. I was very intrigued. I ended up taking this short at 33s, got out at 25s when I realized at the time we weren't going to get as much of a move as I wanted. That ended up working out. Nvidia got profit on half the short scalp, lost in the second half. Should have taken everything out here. This was so clearly bouncing off view up. We had topping tail candles, but I was tempting fate. So that, ended up taking some profit in it. So I'm not going to cry over spilt shares, but NVDA, you want to bounce off the 9 EMA, I'm interested in you, but also we're going to bounce over to thank our lovely friends at Benzinga Pro.
Absolutely, Adara. Are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in this market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Well, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everybody else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself a free 14-day trial. Shout out to Benzinga. Absolutely doing the most in a good way. All right, so now let's close up everything here and get ready to trade. All right, so let me just get myself under control. I'm sorry. All right, so Apple absolutely continues to make higher highs and higher lows. So now I'm looking long at these levels. I think Dan, the man Emmons, tagged me in something here. Welcome to the brick wall I mentioned this morning, NQ 19,275 to 19,300. Okay, so this is what Dan, the man Emmons, is talking about. He's anticipating a brick wall of sellers between 19,275 and 19,300. Lo and behold, the overnight high or the day high on the NQ September contract, 19,304. And then look at this topping tail candle. Oh, Dan, come on. You didn't guess this, did you? 19,280, a whole 5 points ahead what Dan said, but essentially look at that closing print right back down below the 50-point level. So we are encountering some resistance, at least locally over here on the NQ September contract. So this 19,250 looks to be, what's really holding us up. We had a crest there at 5 a.m. We did it again at 9:30. So I'm going to keep my eye on this level. Shout out to Dan. The closing print yesterday on the NQ September contract was around 19.2. So we're going to keep an eye on that one because it's basically everything really is kind of moving in tandem today, again, except Tesla. You see topping tail candles on all the Mag 7 names at all the spots to kind of coincide with what we see here on the future. So if we hold up here on the future, I'm looking long, but I want to see exactly what we do around here because, as Dan said, I think this is an interesting area to find some resistance, Adara.
Yeah, I just got a little bit rinsed on this NVDA, which will apparently not let me out VDA. I'm like, come on, man. The orders are not getting filled. I am getting vaguely frustrated. Come on now, NVDA. Come on. So took a bit more of a hit on that than I necessarily would have wanted to. Basically, I should have gotten out of this earlier. I was seeing some stuff in the book I didn't like, and I was like, oh, wait till we see the bounce. What was that voice? I won 1430s. Then we fell below 11340s. Or 11430s. That was like a Dara. That was poorly executed. That is going on my aggressive journal tonight. It's all good though. That was one trade. Where's the next trade? As Obi says, that's what I'm really looking forward to. NVIDIA, I've been, like I said, I took profit in part of the first trade, but I don't think NVIDIA is a name I feel the strongest about right now. So I'm going to take a look at its, I don't want to say cousin, but I'll say like its family portrait, the Stocks L, because it gives you a portrait of all of those chip stocks, the chip stocks L together. Ooh. So Stocks L a bit rangy, but I do not want to trust an ETF with a range. Why do I say Stocks L is a bit rangy? Look at this base we have here around just shy of 41s. Every time we get there, bounce, 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 bounce. A bit, the rejection that was not as consistent, which is also why I hesitate to say range. The 41 bounce, though, I saw this in the book. This is crazy. This is what I should have been doing instead of NVIDIA. Or if I was going to take NVIDIA, like Adara, way better entry point. Please and thank you. But Tesla coming back to that 223 area, I found deeply fascinating. I tried to short this at I did take the 223.30 short. That was a planned scalp. I was trying to take the 223 even short. That I was not able to get filled on, but that's all good there. If we bounce, I'm kind of interested in taking this 223s, but I wouldn't get out right at 223s because I do not trust. I have no trustla in Tesla with regards to like a cool even area to get. Like I would probably give it 97s, 98s, right? I don't know if it's necessarily getting to that 223, but also watch to see if we come back here to 223, despite these bottoming tail candles, I have no qualms taking a brief scalp short if I see stuff on the book that I like. Right now, an area I'm finding interesting on the book is 222.50. Why do I find 222.50 interesting in the book? We're waffling. We'll hold it for half a second, then we'll break down below. Tesla, I think I want some of the smoke. I say I think because I need to wait to be a little bit more confident, but I do like the smoke. Also, if there's any smoke you're liking in any tickers, get involved right now. Get in that chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. You might be like, why am I doing this? Well, it's because it's part of our new audience participation segment brought to you by Real Trading. If you want to hear what the big kahunas, as Sharif calls them, we're looking at today, and if you want to see Sharif take you through the story, why these stocks were moving, you got to get in that chat. You got to participate. Tesla does not want me to participate. I was trying to get filled there in the 222.50 short, but it's all good there, Tesla. There are more opportunities. That's the best thing about this market is there's so many different stocks. You just have to wait to see what's moving you. Right now, though, speaking of spice and, heat, Chipotle. I said to Sharif, I love this range on Chipotle. Chipotle now just kind of whiffling and waffling. We broke out of that beautiful $51 to $50 area range. Right now, maybe some higher highs, higher lows. I'm keeping it on my side chart, but there's, we'll have to see if Chipotle gives me a little look to see if it wants me to get involved. If I can give it a little look and nod to see if it gives me any more. And if no one knows what I'm referring to there, the CEO of Chipotle, Brian Nichol, really did make a video 3 months ago being like, oh, if people want larger portion sizes, all they have to do is give a little, and then they'll give you more. So hopefully we can do that to Chipotle if we get involved. Give them a little nod and whatever facial expression this man did. Sharif knows I'm endlessly entertained by this man.
Yes.
We'll see if Chipotle can be the stock can be as entertaining for me as its CEO is.
Absolutely. I'm just putting in my stops. We're long on the dead one, as you can see right here, and the dead one is Apple because that's what I call it, and that's kind of how I live my life. So here we go. We're long 80s. I've got a couple of different things here. So I want to defend the closing print. The closing print's around the $0.50. I realize we're at a critical point right now in the future. We're doing the dance with no pants at around 19.2. We're neither taking it nor rejecting it. I realize that. I'm looking at Apple, though, and I'm seeing it bounce off the closing print from yesterday, which is around that $218.50. So if we hold that level and curl back up, a couple of bottoming tail candles right now, I will look to get long on this name. I'm also looking at DCA, as you can see at 51. My ultimate out is at the break of 40. So it's going to have to hold this particular level, and it looks like it's zigging and zagging right now as the Fuchs did give up 19.2 a little bit over here. So this could precipitate Apple to fall. But I've already got everything in place. We're going to get out if it does break this area trough over here at 41s, but I will look to add towards the bottom end of the range at around 50 to defend the $0.50 level. So that's my look on AAPL right now. I've also got a lot of different small cap gappers that I want to look at, but I don't want to leave this Apple trade at the moment because A lot's undecided at the moment over here. So keeping my eye on that. Hold my beer, says Big Spile. Are you? Oh, okay. What's going on over there, Big Spile? Who's holding your beer? All right, let's see what else is going on over here. Yeah, still watching Apple. Here comes 51. So now if we dip into 51s, I'm going to get filled on this bad boy. We're still zigging and zagging on the future, a little bit below 19.2 right now. So we dip into 50s. I don't get the fill on Apple. I'm looking to defend this general area too. You can kind of see that it crested there and now we're holding up there. It doesn't mean that we're going to hold up there forever, but it's something to be aware of, especially for intraday trading. This is kind of how support and resistance works. So trying to get a better price, already have some decent shareage here, but looking to move up on AAPL. So that's my look. I'll kind of just let that work for now. Maybe I can look at it on the side chart over here in case it really tanks and I need to have advanced notice of it. All right, let's look at the small cap gappers. POAI, sorry, I said that wrong. POAI, 69 and some odd change percent in the green at the moment over here, guys. It's broken down now below the volume weighted average price, so not tradable under my system for small cap gappers. As a breakout trade, we can possibly see if a range develops later on. This one, though, looks awfully dang good. Oh, baby, VK. TX. It ain't no small cap gapper, Adara. Nope. This is a monster. It's a $7.5 billion name. So this one obviously moved yesterday at 405. It looks like it's an earnings play. I'm not going to. Thank you. Yeah. Viking Therapeutics. Thank you, Adara. Adara does obviously the afternoon or the market recap show. So make sure to catch that with her and Neil today, I believe. Yes, it is Neil. Anyway, so this one did big boy moves yesterday. We closed out the day on Viking Therapeutics at 50 1/3. Now we're about $68. So this thing is in full state of pamp. And it's the high day right now, 67.88. It's been a love affair. Take your pick, either the 10 exponential or on the deeper retracements, the 20. The green is the 10 exponential. The yellow is the 20. Okay, so you can see the deeper ones over here. This one bounces right off the 20. So very directional, higher highs, higher lows, just printed high a day. Looks fabulous. Let's talk about the deets. 10 1/3 million shares. Oh, Apple just tanked. All right, here we go. And for some reason, I don't get my stop didn't trigger. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. All right, so I have to give that a bit more room. So how much am I down on Apple? Not bad. All right, so we just got stopped at Apple right there. Gonna keep my eye on this one as the market does come back down out. Is it time to flip short? I need to look at my chart over here, so just forgive me a moment. No, man, we still haven't even given way. Oh, that was just a push. I got pushed out of that. I'm getting back in. There we go. Let's see what we can get here. We'll put 218. All right. Sorry, guys, give me a moment over here just to get ready. Did I get in yet? Yes, I am. Okay, so why is it telling me? That's because it's a buy. I see. So 1 second. Oh, I'm going to have to get stopped out over here if it continues to go down because it's not holding up. Where's the 10 exponential at the $0.25? All right. So 218. We're going to have to put that. I'm going to put it at the 5th. Oh, boy. Okay. All right, can I send it to you?
Yeah, sorry for sure, no worries. Yeah, I didn't, sorry. So NVDA, I am done with you today. I tried to take this short as we had that whole move down in the market. The second I get involved, it pops back up. I clearly am either reading this wrong or playing it wrong or both, and know it's my only red name of the day. So NVDA, bye-bye to you. We need to make smarter life choices, and you are part of that. So I'm going to stop talking to the stock now and look at some other opportunities. Tesla, I said this 223 super interesting to me. Happy I didn't pull up in that short before I pulled up NVIDIA. The other level I liked was 223.30. We're approaching that now. If we reject 223.30, scalp short into 223s. If we bounce off 223.30, which chart-wise and book-wise looks a little unlikely, then I will take it long into 223.80s, which is another level I liked. So just keeping eyes on some stuff here for T to the S, the L to the A. Chipotle, that one's kind of still chipping away at me and at my soul, much like how its CEO lives in my brain rent-free, but I'm going to keep an eye on that one still. If I'm going to play a chip, it's not going to be NVIDIA. I need to look at some other options. I do like SOXL. I do like how we're bouncing off the 90 MA a bit, but also AMD is kind of interesting to me here. Now, why, you may ask? Maybe you didn't. But if you did, I like that we're below VWAP. We do have not one we have a couple bottoming tail candles. This green one we're forming right now, especially interesting. If we reject that VWAP, I do not mind that as a short, Sam. I don't know, I sound like I'm like Dr. Seuss here. But yeah, let's see if this is green candles here for AMD. Instead of green eggs and ham, green candles and AMD. Let's see what we do at 141, hold dollar level, VWAP, confluence, perhaps. We'll find out. This does look bullish, but I do want to see what we do at VWAP. That could be a bit of an area of support resistance flip-flop. Really disappointed in myself with NVIDIA, but the only way I can move on from that is just to find some other opportunities, push it out of my brain, shake it off, as a singer once said, whose name was Taylor Swift. So that, that's what you got to do sometimes. You just got to keep going.
To say that one, huh?
It hurts. But yeah, you know what? Like this SPY, let's see how this SPY, SPY. This SPY here, I like some levels here earlier, a little bit lower around that 540, 541 area. Doesn't look like we're going to be going back to that for a bit, but right now I'm spying a gorgeous bounce here off just shy of this 543 area. Now, chart levels aren't always going to matter. Oftentimes they don't for these ETFs, but I found there have been times where I've ignored them and it's bit me. It's bitten me. It's been like, Dara, you should have paid attention. So I'm going to be paying some attention to this chart as well. Let's figure out what's happening and find a plan here. Yep. And again, please vote for whatever stock you like. Get in that chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers you fancy. Tesla, come to me. How are you doing?
All right. So I'm back in the iPhone at the moment over here.
I like that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I fit in the iPhone. I think your Cybertruck reference was better because you can actually fit in a Cybertruck. Not that I've been in one, Adara, but it's okay.
I know that they won't let you.
So I'm looking to defend. We've got 4 red candles in a row over here, but we're still dancing at 19.2, and we're still above the 10 exponential on the 5. But we don't have to trend here. We can range, and that's the thing. That's what I'm worried about because we are at break even right now on Apple. So there doesn't have to be a continuation of the trend. It can just move back down. So I'm looking at defending this level. We'll see exactly what we get there. Now, I'm going to put my, so I had a planned DCA that I took off because it did leave that price. So where is my 10 exponential over here? At 35, so we'll put it at 37s, okay? And then we'll look to get the entire thing out at 9. So just allow me one more second over here. There we go. Now we're good. Okay, so let's see what we get now. Now let's go back to the small cap gappers, because we were doing that analysis before we got stopped out in Apple. Yeah, man, and VKTX is just going here, guys. Last time it was at 68.11, the high of day. Now it's 69.03. It's getting quite extended on the 5-minute chart, well above the 10 exponential on the 5 right now. Great move for it today, 36% and change. I was giving you the details on this, so 10.8 million shares traded. The float is 102.5 million shares. And the short float, let's find out using trade ideas. Shout out to Nos Boss and his crew. Large short float, 16%. So this can go. I mean, it's not the biggest, but it definitely absolutely can go. VKTX, it behooves us now to put this up on a trading screen over here and get a look at what the spread is. VKTX. Is this on the NQ? We'll find out. It is. So it's about a 21 penny spread as I'm looking at the moment right now. So it's a little wider, but I could have told you that it's tightened up for like a second there. It was 5 pennies. Now 13, 12 over here. Still moving up. This one, you're going to really need to look at the book to see where the buyers and sellers are because, quite frankly, it is you don't have too much in the way of support or, at this level. You're looking at support at 67. I mean, that's the last area crest that I see there. There's another one at 66.5. So it looks like this one's really headed up. I don't have moving averages off which it's shadowing. Let's look at the 1-minute chart over here. It was a little closer to the 10 exponential on the 1. Now it's a little bit above that. But look at this on the 1-minute chart now. 3 candles of indecision at this area. So keep an eye on that. All right, back to Apple over here because I just did get triggered on my dip down. So let me look exactly at what the future is doing or whether I'm going to get in trouble with this Apple trade. Again, it's still not below the 10 exponential on the 5. So I'm going to pack my patience here, Adara.
Yeah, this NVIDIA, I know I said I wasn't going to trade anymore, but I was like, Adara, you also can't not, like I was saying to Sean, we were saying this a while ago, a scared trader is a deficient trader. If I still like a look, I feel like I'm doing myself a disservice by not doing it. I go to short NVIDIA, and because we're below the 90 MA, we're below 114.20s. It looks great. It's giving you short opportunities, and I get involved in videos like, What do you mean? I only ended up losing like 9 pennies here, much smaller position. I'm happy I tried to take it because I still like the look of it. But yeah, NVD, no way for me. Let's put it that way. But yeah, Tesla, I did take a little bit of a hit on this TSLA, which of course now that's working out. No, I'm joking. Proud of how I managed this. I got involved here. Like I said, I like that 223 breakdown. If I had just scalped like 10 pennies on this, I would have been fine. But I was like, oh, maybe we'll get a bit more of a move. I realized I was like, we're probably not. Got my order ready for 90s. Then Tesla was like, oh, yeah, that's fine. I'm going to go back up to 223s. Like I said, I like that 223.30 area. The second we broke above it, I got out. Or like the second we broke and held above it, I got out. And now it looks like we're just like, you know, back to rejecting it. So that's cool. On T to the S, the L to the A. I think today, so far, I feel like the mental's in a much better place than it has been so far this week. Like I said, nice. I don't know if I said this, but it's been a bit of a rough little losing streak over the last few days here. But you know what that means? Streaks are meant to be broken, just like rules. Ooh. So unless they're winning streaks, I mean, in that case, let's not. But let's see what happens here in these markets. Ford I have on my side chart. And Ford is interesting to me because we're bouncing off the 90 MA, but there's some massive rejection here at VWAP, and not even just at VWAP. Look at these earlier wicks here into 45s. Ford does not want 45s. It cannot afford the $45 level. And I am like, Ford, if you don't want this, and if you prove you are going to make a lower high, I will short you. I will short you, Ford. Just watch out there.
Get it, Adara.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, we haven't gotten anything yet, but we have that, and I'm still
threatened Ford. I like that.
Thank you. And I'm still giving CMG the little, you know, the CEO approved nod to be like, hey, CMG, give me some opportunities, because look at these bounces here off the 90 MA.
Adara,
bit of a flat top high.
We're 50 pennies in the money now on Apple, so it's inching into about 219, guys. Keep your eye on this one. It was just squeezing. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You know, I'm happy, but please interrupt me with that.
Squeezing, yeah. That's
oh my gosh, Apple, I'm sure you're pleased as apple pie. That's a great look on that. CMG though, these higher lows with the flat top. You know what? I've been trying to build some more playbooks, and so one of my playbooks for like chart-based trades is where would you get out if it goes wrong, of course, because like I said, I prefer the tape scalping, so I need to have some other opportunities. I like that 50 area as an area of like, if this goes wrong, get out. I'm also okay with starting to build this if we see higher lows. We're gonna have order set for 21 for reasons. We're gonna set my order at 21 for you know
21 exactly
to see if this does something for me. I like this flat top. I'm gonna start with a smaller position, and then I'm willing to build into it. I'm also willing to take out some profit as we get to the top of that range into 40s, and then build in and out like slalom skiing over here on this chart. NVIDIA, I wish that you just like made sense, because I feel like I have reads in NVIDIA, I'm just not playing them correctly. If I get back involved in this, it's going to be like a scintilla of shares, the smallest amount of shares one can manage. But I also, you know, you want to take trades if you like the look, but there's sometimes where you just have to be like, Adara, you can't read the stock. You got to go find a book that is in a better font for you. But I want to hear about your awesome Apple trade.
It was good. We moved up. I got to tell you, I'm starting to feel very bearish about this market. Microsoft is leading the way down, but we're kind of getting into this area where you feel like we're kind of consolidating a little bit over here for another move back down. Now, you could make the argument that it's a bit of a cup and handle, right? We have this V shape, and then you kind of consolidate sideways for another move up. I don't think this is the day for it, and the future's kind of foreshadowing, right? Because we just gave up 19.2. So here we go. I think this is a down move here. Now it's just about what we take down. You can already see NVIDIA just went negative again. Amazon right back into flat. Meta has already been negative. The soft one is now negative again. Goggles is negative. Really the only ones that are, well, Apple was just positive. They're above 50. That's now down 0.1. So this looks like a move down on these here markets. It's just about what we take down. And Softy is absolutely dropping like it's dang hot right now. Let's load up the soft one over here, because it is doing its thing to the downside. No bid right now. It doesn't seem like there is for Microsoft. 421 incoming. Also VWAP on the future incoming as well. Keep your eye on that, because that could help stop the bleeding. 19.125 is the volume weighted average price on the NQ September contract. So I'm looking here to see exactly what we're doing at these levels. Yep, we just got into the 50-point level on the future and then held up there. So Softy bleeding, as we can see over here, but catching a bid at around 421. Is this a short the pops kind of situation? I'm looking also at Apple on the side chart, and is now at a fifth of a dollar, 50 pennies. below where I was at. Soft ones at 421. Oh, baby, the market's coming down. Big Spile must be amped about this already because now the market's coming down in the way that he likes. So I'm looking to see exactly what the move is here. Well, if I'm going to get short, I'm going to have to short the pops. But I'm not 100% sure that I want to short here. That's the thing. Oh boy, these markets are just a little bit more difficult these days. I feel like I should stay away from the Mag 7 and look to trade maybe something more Russell related. What the hell? The Russell's up 1.8, bruh. Yeah, this is not the time. I don't think I'm going to be looking at the NQ for much longer. The Russell's up 1.76, was just up 1.8. I'm looking at the RTY September contract over here. You can look at the IWM if you'd like as well. There's others that you can look at. There's the S&P 600, which a lot of people like better than the Russell because they say there's too much crap in the Russell, whereas the S&P 600 is a bit more discerning. Here is the future. There you go, 1.72. We just touched 2261. Getting a bit of a sell there, but still holding the 10 exponential on the 5 on the Russell. So good look for them. It was down yesterday, but only marginally. So yeah, man, definitely rotation here in these markets. No question about that. So I'm not sure exactly what to get into because the future's coming down and Apple's trying to move back up. So I don't have a read on the market, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, CMG, we're like a couple pennies out of the money on. I'm trying to be patient here. Emphasis on trying to see if we can make this guacamole. Like I said, I don't really have a reason to leave yet. I was watching to see what we did at 50s.
Wow, Apple.
I've been watching the book on my side chart, side book, whatever. I'm 2 pennies out of the money right now. If we can get back to 20s and hold 20s, I'm willing to add a little bit because I did sort of pretty small position. It's like, you know, it's not a whole burrito bowl yet. It's a side. But I don't like here that we're below. I want to see us retest 50, 20s. If we break below 50, 20s, I'll get out there basically flat. Or sorry, if we try to retest it, we fail it, I'll get out flat. I have no qualms. I am qualmless. But right now I am also, yeah, I agree with what you would say about it being a harder day to read the markets. I'm really disappointed with that NVIDIA short because I think I had the idea on it right. I just executed it really poorly. A lot of that in terms of levels, aggressive journaling time tonight. People were asking me what program, someone was asking me in the chat, what programs do you do your journals on? I do a little bit just on the notes app on my phone. I'm going to be really honest with you. But also some of what I'll do as well is just I have a Google document that I use called Tickers to Look At. And that's going to be like my pre-journaling. So stuff that I see when I sit down in the morning, stuff that I see when I'm at the big desk, levels that I like, things that I want to remind myself of. Anytime I hear anyone say anything wise, I'm like writing it down because I think you have to have multiple processes sometimes. But also, I am processing that there looks like there could be some opportunities here in this market for some little trades for myself, including the SPY waffling around that level. I like that 543 as I mentioned earlier. We are below the 90 MA. I don't want to get in the way of this bounce, but that's an interesting look to me. But the one that's maybe more enticing to me is SOXL. SOXL, if I am, for whatever reason, incapable of trading your pal NVIDIA, one of the members of your family, I will take you in a heartbeat. Why will I take you in a heartbeat, SOXL? To be fair, we are a little bit bull flaggish, but that 41 level, once we broke that down earlier, that was really, really spicy. So I want to get involved at 41s, and I'll add at 17s if we get there. Let's see if 41 can do something here for us. I'm going to try to get involved at 40.99s, and then if we get to 17s, I'll add a little bit. If we break decisively out of that 20s, that 20 level was one I was certainly watching. If we break into that, that's where things are going to get dicey for me. So maybe I won't add 17s, I'll add 11s. Okay, SOXL being like, oh yeah, Dara, we're just going to pop now. I'm like, okay. Might need to take a step back here, take a moment to breathe in these markets. It's really hard because you're like, if you have the confidence, you want to take a trade, but it's like, are you seeing it correctly? Are you moving it correctly? Are you following your process? I like so far what's going on with SOXL. Happy I added where I wanted to add. Happy we're rejecting that 20s. But if we break above 20s, which it looks like SOXL is going to try to test me in a second, these things might get a little bit dicier here and I might get socked in the face. But I see you're taking another bite of that here, Apple, and I do love all those bottoming tail candles. Yeah,
I mean, Dara, I don't have a read on the market. I got to tell you, it's zigging and zagging in a way that is not readable. Look at that. It just dropped off. Yeah, I don't have a read. I'm done trading the Mag 7 today. I don't have a read on them. I mean, I'm not working in my way, not bouncing off my level. So let's look for something else. I'm going to look at my watch list. Let's bring in the side chart over the side watch list over here and have a look at something different to trade because I'm not doing the Mag 7 no more. What's up with some of these names. Oh, baby, there's a lot of stuff moving. It doesn't just have to be the Mag 7. There we go. There's a lot in Greensville over here that we can get to, and Redsville as well. We can keep an eye on crypto. A lot of movement there. Have to look at some of these. All right, so what do we got down in Weedland? Yeah, not much outsized in Weedland. All right. You keep going over here. Anything afoot down here? Solar strong today. Not surprised there. Good strength on some of these names. We saw Enphase do really well yesterday. It looks like Solar edges today up 5 some odd %. Let's load up that bad boy and see what we can see with Solar Edge. Get out of here on the soft one, SDGE. Let's pull up, or is it SEDG? Oh God, I don't even know.
It's SEDG.
SEDG. Oh, it's on the NASDAQ. Yeah, there we go. So let's load up this bad boy, up about 5%, 4.89 or so. It's a bit of a range though. Look at this. Okay, so 26.20 to the downside, 26.50 to the upside. That's been in place for the last hour and a half or so. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Good look for it on the day though. It's at 26.50 right now. Let's see if we can get a little short here and then possibly look to take it out at 60s. What does the book tell us over here? So I'm not seeing a whole lot of size on the book at this level. So not really seeing a whole bunch of buyers at 60 to kind of, or anything above 60 to kind of, reinforce the range. So let's see if we can sit up at around maybe 55 or so to get short. Well, that may not fill us. We'll see. We'll give that the old college try. Shout out to Big Spile Burdette, $5 super chat. Sharif, no Big Kyle sent me this section on the watch list. Come on, bro. Oh, I like that. Hey, man, when you send it to me, I have a look at it. I just don't add it to the watch list. So shout out to Big Spile Burdette. All right, let's keep a look at SEDG. I'm looking to get short at around the top over here to play the range, or I could look to get long at 26.20. We'll keep an eye on both of these names. But yeah, I'm definitely done the Mag 7, so much so that I'm actually removing them from the side chart. We're going to keep up the small cap gappers. I definitely like what I see, though, on VKTX. Here we go again, looking to break that high a day at 69.70. Very spready, though. It's going to be hard to weasel in here, so try to use resting orders to get your higher in priority and get the price that you want. Otherwise, you're going to be like a schmuck like me and have to chase it. Here comes 70, though. Seeing 77 show up on the ask. Here we go. 64 is now printing on the tape. Good look for SEDG here, Adara, as it works, or sorry, for VKTX as it works its way up into 70.
Yeah, that stock sell I got out because it broke above 20s. Now it looks like it's kind of ranging between 41.20s and 41, so that might be a play. I pulled up Amazon here because I don't think I give Amazon enough love, and sometimes that one can give you some opportunities. We do have some lower highs, lower lows here, but again, nothing to give me enough confluence or conviction or whatever to get involved. But we also had some other super chats here I want to talk about. $10 super chat from Donnie Zimbabwe from earlier. Good morning, guys. I'm in Toronto tomorrow. I'm tired of boring take client to steak vibe. I was told Toronto can't do seafood. I don't believe it. I've never had a bad meal in the 6. Salute emoji, heart emoji. Got a fave sushi spot. I don't really eat sushi, so unfortunately, I don't really know if I can help you. There's a place near the Eden Center. I think it's like Kako or something. That's not bad. Oh, whoa, Ramin said no. Ramin, what's your recommendation for sushi? Okay. Ramin has a list, so she's going to send it to us. We're going to put that forward for you, Donnie Zimbabwe. Thank you very much for that $9.99 super chat. She's definitely going to be a better source than I am. I can't speak for Sharif, but definitely than myself for sushi.
I don't really have one.
Well, Ramin's going to send it over, so that's why I'm saying that's pretty good. Kyle Burdette, thank you for the $10 super chat from earlier. The Perma Bear may have missed the move down yesterday, but he is getting all the smoke long today. What's the opposite of Kudunking? I guess pamping.
Yes,
right? Wouldn't that be pamping?
It is.
Yeah, we've talked to Street Bets, some slightly different phrases for when things are like going up and when things are going down. Amazon, speaking of going down, look at what we do at 60s. We like brush with 60s and we flirt with 60s and then we break below 60s. I want to take a small position here on the Amazon short just based on what I'm seeing on the book, and I'm willing to add into it. I'm going to start, though, with a medium-ish amount of shares, enough shares that allows me to piece it out. If we break here decisively above 75s, I'm only giving this 15 pennies, then I will be getting out, but I'm also willing to, okay, Amazon, nice, get down. Yes, okay, 20 pennies here in the money. We're going to take some out, and then I'm going to add again if, you want to give me more? Okay, Amazon wants more smoke. That's really cool. I took 21 pennies to 20, or around 21 pennies. That did something for me. I don't want to get out of this trade quite yet. I want to give it an opportunity to go down a little bit more. This is what sometimes you have to have confidence or confidence. It's not always going to be on your plan. I wrote down quite a few levels today. AMZN was not on that list at all, but you see something, it works out, and all you have to do is say, which I think is pretty fitting in this circumstance, oh boy. So please just punch with that. And just as quickly as it went down, Amazon's retesting this area. If you want to give me lower highs, Amazon, you think I'm not going to add to the short? You are sadly mistaken. This is the Bezos that I need to be trading. Shout out to Jeff Bezos. Okay, we're breaking back above 60s. I have to watch here. I only have a third of this position left. It's a scintilla of shares. If we bounce off 60s, I'll get out here. If we break back below 60s, I'm a little bit enticed to add a bit to this position, see if we can keep this range going. Yes, Amazon, break back down. I'm going to add a little bit here. We'll add a few shares here at the 56, 57s, and we're going to keep adding and subtracting. I don't know how much longer this trade will give me, but I have confidence in it, and sometimes that's what you need to have. Always that's what you need to have if you're going to take a trade. Let's see how this goes. How are you doing?
Good. We're short on SEDG.
Nice.
Looking for it to hold this area, but it's already broken up a little bit above. So now we're going to get stopped out of this one too. So a bit of a tougher day. It's a tougher week. No question about that. Can't really see this market all that well. Yesterday was really about Tesla getting me in trouble. Today it's just me not really seeing the market all that well. So I'm going to have to take it a little bit easy over here because the trades are not working out on the day. Now, I've got the small cap gapper still in play. I see VKTX still doing its thing, but definitely stalling out a little bit at that 69, 87 or 82, whatever it was there, basically in front of 70. So looking to see whether this one is able to take that 70 level. At 60, didn't do much. So broke through 60 without a whole lot of trouble. So keeping an eye on that. What are you guys looking at though? Give me some ideas because I don't have a whole lot on the side charts today that are in play. Really, most of them are breaking back down, save and except for VKTX. I see SOUN, people talking about that. Looks like Soundhound's back in play. It's that high day at 477, but it's only up 4 3/4, but it's not a bad look for SOUN. This is what I'm looking at right here. A decent name for, this is the one that NVIDIA is in play on, right?
Yes.
They are invested in this one, and it's actually not a small cap gapper anymore, guys. This is a $1.5 billion name. So getting bigger there is this one. So keep an eye on both of these. I'm still keeping an eye on SEDG. Let me cancel that order there that I forgot to cancel. So keep an eye on this one. It's still heading higher. It's not really turning. Gorev says, while everything else is taking a breather, Palantir is still working its way higher. We'll keep an eye on that. Boeing is what Big Kyle is looking at. Let's see what BA is up to. Let's bring in the side chart over here and put BA on the board. We'll look at Palantir in a second as well. Boeing. All right, so breaking up a little bit over here. Interesting look on Boeing. Okay. Palantir. Let's see what this one is up to. Yeah, kind of the same look as Boeing. So really kind of up and to the right, and then a little bit of consolidation holding the 10 on the 5. Adam is looking at Tesla to VWAP for $1. I love that, Adam, but I don't really want to trade any of these Mag 7 names because I just don't feel like I have a read. Where are we at here? So VWAP is on my chart 2210 or so. Yeah. So essentially that would be a retracement. Lower highs, lower lows. Good call, Adam, on that. This one looks like it definitely is working its way down. It's just about getting the right price on this one. But shout out to Adam DeLuce. That is definitely a good call there with umpteen amounts of lower highs and lower lows working down into the volume weighted average price. We're at 22 and change. As I mentioned, the volume weighted average price is around 221.12. So that'd be $1.50 right now if you were able to get that. Yeah, so good look there. Let's load up possibly Tesla up on the side chart over here, TSLA, and have a look at what Tesla is doing. So the prior candle over here is the high there is 222.75. So where are we at? We are at 222. There we go. So at 43s, yeah. So we'll get short a little bit over here, and we'll put 222. 222.77. We'll look to cover there, and we'll put it at 85s or so. So we're short 30s. Let's see if we can weasel our way back down, possibly into the whole dollar. We'll look to cover in and around there. All right, so it's an interesting day today on these here markets. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I just took a Tesla short, was not successful. Tried to short the 222s because we were breaking down below that. Ended up bouncing. We got decisively above 30s. I got out. Happy with it. Not a profitable trade, but you got to keep moving. And I think that's the thing is I need to step back, just make sure I'm taking trades. That makes sense. And I want to clarify, none of the trades I've taken today have had me like, what am I doing with my life? Some of them, the idea is right, the execution is just wrong. And Chipotle, looks like Chipotle did give you the little nod to keep going further. Unfortunately, I was not in it while I was involved. I said I was going to risk into 50s. I didn't even risk into 50s. I got out early because I was like, well, Adara, it's breaking down. To be clear, this is when we're breaking down in the market, so I can't beat myself up too much for this. I clearly have the right read on this, that I would be 30 pennies in the money had I stayed, so that's a huge sobering lesson to me. Even if you don't stay, it's like, Adara, get back in. And if we do bounce here off 35s, I'm willing to get back into this trade. Why 35s? That was the previous top of that area I was looking for, that flat top break on. So keeping an eye on that for sure. Yeah, you don't want to give up. If you see stuff you like, I think you owe it to yourself to some extent within reason to take it. Now let's get back to my big old grumpy stock of the day, the stuff that has me. No, I'm joking. I'm trying to always be in a good mood. NVDA. I find for whatever reason, I get involved in NVIDIA will be doing a thing. It'll be moving beautifully. And I get involved and it immediately does the opposite of whatever it was doing when I went to get into it. So that's obviously like paranoia, that's bias, I'm gonna be really honest. But at a certain point, you're kind of like, what, you know what I mean? What's going on? Like, it's not you, it's me, do you know what I mean? You start having a weird grudge. I think NVIDIA, I like that bounce here off 114.30s, that was a level I liked previously, but I don't know if I wanna play it on NVDA. I don't know if I wanna play it in NVDL though either. So this thing, if I gotten involved right when I saw it, it would have been 30 pennies in the money, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. AMD, a little bit interesting to be here as well. I like what we're doing around that 141.50 area. I previously mentioned 141, but 141 kind of didn't matter to AMD. We had a bit of a base. Looked like we had this at lower high. Come back, break low, chop, turn. That's going to be the top of that range. Now we come back here. We have a little bit of a bounce. We bounce off 141.50s. I'm very interested in AMD here. I am interested in AMD. So let's see how that goes. I mean, I can't go anywhere. I haven't done it yet. Chipotle was giving you all the guacamole if you took that long. Happy I had the read right, but clearly did not play it correctly, so that is an L for me. Got to keep going, keep working, and keep finding new opportunities. Microsoft, though, Ash Sharif mentioned, was in a full state of khadunk. I don't know how to say it right. I had a quick little short on this earlier into VWAP that I was pretty proud of. But now Microsoft had that downtrend. What are we doing here at 90 MA, Microsoft? You want to bounce? If you want to bounce, that could be decent long, but what I'm more interested is seeing that breakdown below the 90 MA and taking it short. But it doesn't matter what I want to see, it's what the market wants to give me. If it doesn't want to give me that, I'll stay out. But I want to make sure I have a clear verdict before I get involved in the trade with all of my conviction. There we go. Yeah, got to use the low notice out. Microsoft, though, breaking below 423. Microsoft, are you giving me what I want to see? That never happens. Might take this with small size. I continue to see us break down here below. Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to get involved into Microsoft. I'm going to be risking here into this area around VWAP. So it's risking about 20 pennies. Let's see what we can do here on MSFT. What are you looking at?
Not a whole lot. Just looking at NVDA. Tried to take the 115 long, lost 5 pennies on this one, and it dropped aggressively. So it looks as if it's a kind of a short the pops. Got stopped at a Tesla as well. Surprise there, guys. And I had the completely wrong idea on SEDG as I got short, lost about 20 pennies, and now it's up about $1 from where I got in. So yeah, I just don't have a read. Simple as that. And you don't have to have a read every day. So I'm done trading. That's it. I know it's only 1 hour in, but I'm not trading anymore. So if you guys want me to look at anything for you, absolutely throw it my way. Otherwise, we'll just do the lesson and you guys can watch a Adara trade, but I'm not going to just take hits for the sake of taking hits. So throw whatever you guys want me to look at for you in the chat, but my trading is done for the day. So here we go. Let's have a look at what everything else is up to in small cap gap world. We were talking about OH, this one was moving up nicely. This is a $300 name, mind you, $347 up into the high a day around 348, moving back down into the volume weighted average price around 333. This was an absolute buy program initially, then someone shut it off there at 20 to 11, and we've been moving down into the right since then. We'll see if we find some support there at the volume weighted average price. But whoever mentioned Palantir to me earlier on absolutely had this right. You know, it did dip below the 10 exponential on occasion, but it is moving up nicely here up a little bit up into the right on the day. I don't know what exactly it's up because it's not showing me the percentage for some reason. MOH, for whoever's interested on this $300 very spready name, is now made its way back into the volume weighted average price. So that could be an interesting look there. SLRX, this one tried to take VWAP on a double top there, rejecting at 375 or so. But most notably, put in that higher low, and now it's trying to work its way right back into that volume weighted average price again. So we'll keep tabs on that. So that is a good look there. So there's lots going on in small cap world, but there's not too many that are above the volume weighted average price right now. So we'll pack our patience and look there. SERV, I saw somebody in the earlier time slot there talk about this one. This one has been on our watch list for some time, but not doing a whole lot in terms of percentage today. Definitely up nicely, 9.5%. Double topped here at 976 or so, looks like on the 5-minute chart, and drops all the way down to view up, then catches a bit super quick. So this one is respecting the volume weighted average price, it looks like, on the day, and it's a multi-day runner, SERV. Palantir blown through that high day on the way up to 27. I know a lot of interest on this desk for Palantir, so guys, keep your eye on that one.
Yeah, Tesla here. I'm looking for that 223, and I took a really small position. Why do I like this level? We are bouncing off the 90 MA, 223. I don't want to say flat top break because it's not really a flat top break, but it is an area that has been really interesting. And now we made these higher lows in the book. That's why I got involved. Definitely could have gotten a better price. Already doing some journaling here live on the show. Should have waited for 70s. Wanted 70s, couldn't get 70s. Was like, we'll take 84, so 14 pennies there. I want to see us break above 23. And we're seeing higher highs, higher lows here on the book to support that. The thing I don't love is that now we're kind of getting all weird and waffly with 70s. We got down to like 66 and 69s and we bounced, and I was like, okay, cool. Tesla, I see you, Tesla. Now, Tesla, I see that you are getting a little bit confused. So we'll have to see here. I did like this, though, because we did have that bottoming tail candle. We're bouncing off the 90 MA. That 223 area, the way we're pushing into this, I find to be pretty promising. These are the type of scalps I was taking yesterday in TSLA. TSLA is a name that if I trade, I really need to be exclusively scalping it. So let's see what happens here. If we break decisively, yeah, okay, can't do this here below 60s. So we're going to have to be getting out here of T to the S to the L to the A. Should have played that better. Definitely should have scalped a bit more. If we're back below the 90 MA, I'm interested in taking some short scalps. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm preserving the mental, preserving my risk, and making trades that make sense. So with that in mind, definitely staying away from NVIDIA, but I have no qualms about trading AMD or SOXL. I am happy I waited for the AMD, though. I was like, oh, 140, 150s. That would not have been the vibe. That would not have been the vibe. We could not hold 140, 160s. If we bounce, though, here off this 140, 130 level, which I'm now thinking might have been the actual level and not the 50s, here, which also happens to be in confluence with the 90 MA, that's the top of that previous range, support, resistance, flip-flop. So that'll certainly be worth noting, things to keep an eye on. But if there's any stocks you're keeping your eye on and you're like, hey, I wonder what Sean would have to say about that, or Neil. Well, guys, I have an answer for that question in the chat. Exclamation point, join space, $. Microsoft, AMC, Meta, Amazon, whatever tickers you're fancy, you get involved in there right now and you place your vote. Finch Jane having a suggestion that is making me laugh. Making me laugh. Adara should start a Stressla channel on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know if anyone wants to see me yell at Stressla. Basically, I already do that here on this YouTube channel. So shout out to Trader TV Live.
Yeah, that's already one.
Shout out as well to Real Trading, which is our sponsor, and they bring us that awesome audience participation or participation segment. So shout out to them. CMG coming into VWAP. Don't mind if I do. Let's see if I can give that a little like Brian Nichols CEO style nod to see if that can give me a couple extra toppings there on this CMG. I don't want to get involved in this as a revenge trade because obviously I did not risk enough on this first attempt, but I like how we're bouncing off VWAP. If I see that 50-40s hold, or 50-50s hold, I'm definitely interested in getting involved in this name, and I am seeing what I'm like. I'm going to risk it. We'll risk it into 40s. I'm going to risk 10 pennies on this. I want 51s, and I want a lot of smoke here at 51s. Let's see if CMG can give me some guacamole. All
right, we ran right into that area that we rejected off earlier on the NQ September contract. There we go. 19 to and 3/4 generally. So last time we had 19,279. This time is 277 or 75 or whatever. And then we get a nice little red candle there. Still positive on the NQ, up 0.17. To go red, we got to break through 19.2 or thereabouts. So another couple of rounds of red candles coming in on the Mag 7 right now. You can see Apple off the highs, Nvidia rejected 115, Tesla all the way back down into the general 222 areas. Amazon faring a little bit better, even though the chart looks very much like the future, still not really rejecting off those highs. And positive on the day is Amazon. As a result of that NBA contract, looks like they're going to basically steal the deal from under Warner Brother Discovery's eyes, even though Warner Brother Discovery said that they had the right to match the deal offered by Amazon. Not so, says the NBA. They said, no, you only have the right of first refusal or the right to match for certain broadcasting rights, not streaming rights. And now obviously all the money is not with linear television anymore, it's with streaming. So that's where they want to make the majority of the money. And then Amazon obviously outbid Warner Brothers Discovery because they're like 10 times the size. But Warner Brothers definitely wanted to be the opportunity to match it. So that's not going to happen. And as a result, they're going to go to court. So Amazon looking good today because, well, they're going to get that. They're going to get that deal. And I believe it includes the TNT crew, like Shaq and Charles and all those people.
Really?
Yeah. Hold on. He's not doing whatever TNT thing? Yeah, well, I was reading today and said the NBA on TNT, if this deal doesn't go through, is in question. So that's not what I read, but interesting. We'll definitely keep tabs on this headline as time goes along.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla, I'm just staring here at the book. I know, sorry, this is very exciting. I'm being sarcastic as much as I can muster. But I do like Tesla here. I want to take a Tesla trade here. I'm torn between the long and the short because that Tesla 222.30, for whatever reason, this 30-cent level for Tesla today has been spicy. It gave you a little bit of chop, a little bit of churn, a zig and zag, as Sharif sometimes says, here at 223.30. Now I'm seeing the same thing at 222.30. Happy I didn't hop into the short because, wow, Tesla coming in hot with aggression there and spice, bouncing off that level even as we were kind of coiling down here on the book. TSLA, a skosh bamboozling. I don't feel like I have a great read on it, so I'm going to wait and see with this one. But IWM, kind of interesting. Wow, Tesla now back to 223s. Nuts, Tesla, since I've begun talking, has moved a cool dollar. So Tesla doing Tesla things over here. IWM, though, higher highs and higher lows. And we're coming here, the previous, I do want some smoke on EUM. We're going to try to get involved here on at 20s. No, we're breaking back lower. Okay, let's see where we rest. 21s? Yeah, okay. I'm not choosing it just because of 21 Savage. I'm choosing it because I do like this level. But yeah, I want to basically get involved here on the IWM. I want to be adding if we get to 222.60s. Well, no, I want to be getting some out if I get to 222.60s. And before I can even get in, IWM pops up 20 pennies. I need to be more aggressive with some of these moves, that's for sure. I'm going to cancel my order because I don't want to get involved in some of that smoke. But I saw someone saying AMD drop more or get down. So I want to see what AM's doing because I said I was looking at AMD a bit. Oh, AMD back at that 141. AMD does have some bottoming tail candles. It's been a skosh rangy, but we do have lower highs. If I see stuff I like on the book and the tape at 141, I'm vaguely tempted to take a bit of a short on this. Small size, and you want to be more than vaguely tempted. You want to really like the look, but I want to see what we do here in AMD. I never got filled in Chipotle. It did, much like how the portion sizes are not always filled. My bowl was not filled here in Chipotle. These topping tail candles or bottoming tail candles were a bit too bamboozling. I had my order ready. I was sitting pretty in Chipotle. I was like, we don't care. We're busy. As Sharif said, sometimes these Chipotles are just too busy.
No.
They can't serve you. You cannot eat Chipotle. So let's see what we're going to do here in this market. Yeah, Tesla already back up to 223.50. Wow. Okay, but you know what? SOXL, like I said, I don't want to necessarily play NVIDIA because I feel like I have not had a great read on it. If I see something that really changes that, I don't want to be biased against NVIDIA either. But SOXL I like right here on these 90 EMA bounces, higher highs, higher lows. But right now, we're going to bounce over to our pal Neil with his lesson of the day.
Welcome, V as in victory. Your lesson of the day has to do with V-shaped recovery. Obviously. Like, what else are we going to talk about today? I mean, the way that the market moved, I missed out on yesterday's trade, but the way that the market moved yesterday was a steady decline heavy sell, short the pops, everyone run to the hills, all that kind of stuff was true of yesterday's trade. Today, from a lot of stocks, at least most of what we're looking at, did the same kind of move, but it all happened at the beginning. And the next thing you know, you blink, well, I mean, maybe not a blink, a succession of blinks, and then all of a sudden you're right back up to those tops. So, in a situation like this, it's very rare, unless, I mean, if you're really good, maybe you can have tops and bottoms here. It's very rare that you're going to find yourself short at the top and absolutely banking and bearish on a move, and then maybe not giving something back or somehow reversing it at the perfect time. You're not going to be perfect on daily today. The goal is to just be better, maybe get out of the way when it does the full V shape. So I'm going to give you a couple of scenarios here. Obviously, what you can do differently. I'm going to talk about ARM, but I want to start with NVIDIA, because when we talk about that steady selling, this is the thing that I think has the best example of it, where, from top to bottom, at the open, NVIDIA in yesterday's trade, about 119 change, and then you have a bottom all the way down here at 114. So you got a $5 move, and then from previous close, essentially like a $10 move. So it's overall, from close to bottom, going to be $10, but it's like a $5 steady downside. That $5 happened in the first push from 927 to 3 minutes after the open, and you were down at 11. Like, that was the entirety of the day's range in 5 minutes at the open on NVIDIA. Then it popped back in to 113 and then goes 7 more to the downside. And now you can see in hindsight it's going to be a crazier move. Now, where the hint, and I'm not here to tell you that it's a guarantee that it was going to come all the way back or anything like that, but the hint that it could be something different lies with steady, 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 fall off a cliff, panic move to the downside. And when this move broke down and I got out, when it extended this far, bigger than the actual range it had put in by some, when that starts reversing and climbs above VWAP, I wasn't long off of it, but this is the thing. When you have that big of a move that it is now reversing and it regains that low, so let's zoom it back in, and it regains this opening low and then consolidates there. That is an unbelievable reversal at that point. And I know it's easy to say, well, yeah, but it goes back into the high, you can short the high and all that good stuff, but there's not a red candle in sight in momentum. Sometimes you have to grit your teeth and say, does it matter what happened here? This looks like a volume liquidity grab underneath. It's now holding and consolidating under VWAP. Like, if I presented you with a bullish day and a bullish chart and said, long this breakout, 111.70 with this stop here, less than $1 on NVIDIA, on a bullish day, I don't think anybody would have any trouble taking that trade. It's like, yeah, bullish move on NVIDIA. But what is the tape telling you after that wipeout bottom? Nothing stopping it, and then it goes through VWAP. Clearly a lot of extension and panic. If it breaks that out, you've got room to the high of the day. That becomes a risk of less than $1, and then the high is like $3 away. So I'm not saying you got to flip in situations like that, but there's an opportunity there, no questions asked, on NVIDIA. And the best you can do if you're not flipping into some kind of a long is, hey, at least don't get cut up till it gets to the key price, which would be either the opening range top or maybe the double top here at the previous close. At least that would have worked out for you, and you could dig yourself into it. It's not the end of the day if the worst that happens is you miss the long, but stay out of the way of that screaming move short to the upside. Now, the other thing, and mea culpa for myself here, if the same thing happens and a whale buyer shows up, maybe have faith in the whale buyer. Because that exact same setup happened on ARM today. Now, ARM went down 10%. It was an SSR bounce play. Sometimes you're like catching a falling knife. The only reason I had 140 long was because ARM broke down 150, went 10%, and the first even dollar for an SSR bounce happened to be 140. So I took the 140 long because that's what I was going to do. It ended up working, but right about here. And this isn't going to happen every time. Sometimes it'll be subtle that there's a big time buyer or a whale buyer. Other times it'll be obvious. This time it was obvious. And I've never seen anything like it. It was at 142, and there was resistance here at that $2 level. and it just pushed into like 95. The sellers came in for the second time. That got me out of the trade. I'm like, okay, could be pulling back into 140. The market's tanking. It is what it is. Then a buyer came in with more than 100,000 shares, took it from here to here, that's 42 to 44, and was on the bid for the remainder of the 100,000. So it was over 100,000 shares. It essentially took all of that liquidity out. And the hint, again, it's not that you just jump into the buy. The hint is what happened after that you could be in a V-shaped recovery. Don't worry about catching the bottom. Something might tell you that it's a crazy move up. And you know what it ended up being? Look what happened. So they do it here. It comes right back, holds the bid at the previous resistance at 142, goes right back up into that top, and then look what happens when it tries to reverse at 145. You can talk about whatever candle formation. I don't care what candle formation that is. It's completely irrelevant to me. What it is a rejection of breaking back under 144 and immediately right back over 145. Like it tried to sell off, maybe trap some shorts in here, and then breaks out going into VWAP, and then nary a red candle till I tried to short it at 151. You can't be worried in a V-shaped recovery about getting the bottom, because the truth of the matter is, on the best ones, you're not going to be in at the low, and the best you can do is find a long on the way before it gets to the top. So in this case, there happened to be a whale buyer to 144. The second it tried to reverse back underneath that level after bouncing, look at the rejection. That is a rejection to get back underneath the 144. Somewhere in here is your chance. You don't even care about VWAP. You care about where the action was, and that was at that 44 level. And still plenty of room to resistance at 150. That's the thing. If it's a wide V down, you catch half the move, it's going to be big, especially on these chip names. And I'm sitting here as someone who sat there and waited for it to get to the top to go short and lost. Now, obviously, it's all going to be hindsight, but truth of the matter is you're going to learn from the action that day. You don't see V-shaped moves like this very often. I think you have to be very careful when they do. And I'll give you one last thought on this because we're in it right now. And that is, if you are going to like something and be bearish on it, take your profit where you can and have it out. That's the other part of the equation. Yeah, you would have heard me say, I like the weakness in Micron. As long as it's staying red, I'm going to take my shots at that stock. You heard me leave the morning show. So if you are still shorting tops, short the top, take profit, it stops out. Short the top, take profit, it stops out. Short the stop, take profit, it might stop out. And again, at the end of the day, it's a lot better than just sort of holding it, and then it just continues to break out and trends up. You can do better by being along or catching the bottom or whatever it might be. But as long as you don't lose it all, when you know it's a bit of an upward trend, that's what you can do. So it's not about trying to be perfect. It's about being the best that you can. And as I said, right there, it just hit that top, I'll get out. We flat on Micron today. But we are trending up. I think the biggest lesson is don't worry about catching the bottom. Where can you get into a trade that makes sense once you're into that crazy V shape? In NVIDIA's case, just to recap, opening range bottom, crazy extension that the big first move, the second move was bigger and bigger than the panic day yesterday. When it regains to that previous level, it tries to dip, holds it like a champion, and then breaks it out. That's your chance to join the long if you don't have it off the bottom. And in ARM, just another recap, it was when that buyer came in at 144 and it tried to dip under that 144 again. That's your chance to get in the long. Don't worry about catching the bottom or of a falling ship. If it's going to do a V-shaped recovery, there is lots of room to get into it. And if it's that explosive down, you just need a piece of the move to the upside to get a big win. So that's what you should shoot for. If you sit there saying, I could have had the bottom, well, then you're just not making a trade for the rest of the day. You got to take what's out in front of you and what you can get. And on a V-shaped recovery, any piece of it's going to be a good one. That's your lesson of the day. Good luck, everybody. This market can't be stopped, it seems.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and awesome as always, everybody. Neil Roberts around that noon hour every day. Make sure to catch Neil's lesson of the day. All right, guys, I am no longer trading on the day. I am done trading because I do not have a read on this market. But if you want anything looked at, throw it in the chat. I'd have more than happy to look at it for you. Otherwise, you guys are going to have to watch a Dara trade today. I'm keeping my eye on Apple, though, because it is at pivot point pivot points here as it goes green on the day, 0.75% as it goes through that 220 area. I was looking actually at this one to see if it would reject off the IB high at around that 219 and 4/5, give or take, and it just blew through 220 into that pivot point around the $0.50. So good strength coming in on Apple. I was about to say that I feel like Nvidia and Tesla have local areas of resistance, 115 for Nvidia and 224 for Tesla, but Nvidia just took 115 again. So, and it's putting in a bunch of higher lows and higher highs now. So good recovery as it looks to take out that $0.75. We're only like 20 pennies away from Nvidia's high a day. And you can see the future bamboozled everybody. So everybody was looking at Dan the Man Emmons' level, that 19.225 to 19.3, and now we're just blowing through that 19,338 now, the high of the day on the NQ September contract. And you see Nvidia at the high of day now, Tesla breaking through 224, Apple with a new high of day at the $0.50, Amazon with another half day, with another high of day, excuse me, not half day, it's not going to school. 461, maybe, yeah. 461 here on Meta as it also looks to go green, down marginally, 0.03%. So the market really fighting here to get some, to catch a bid really and catch a little bit of the shellacking that we got the last couple of days. Zion Lala, I missed it. Why aren't you trading? I just don't have a read on the market today, my man. So there's no point in just throwing more money and catching more L's. Palantir breaking, says Gorev, will be done taking profits at 27.21. We mentioned that one. Shout out to Adam, who was talking about that one earlier as well. PLTR having itself a day. Let's pull up PLTR on the side chart over here so we can see what it's up. It's up 2% through that $27 area. High of the day is 27.16. It's also at pivot points up here, so keep your eye on this one. Looking to go green after really getting shellacked yesterday. Still well below the previous day's high, though, Adira.
Yeah. Oh, you have to keep talking.
Sure, no problem. I got to keep talking. Says the Chilean nightmare. All right, let me put my headset in. All right, so let's look at what else is moving over here. So I just got to load this bad boy up. There we go. All right, let's keep having a look. So what do we got over here? So we were just talking about the market being strong, this, that, and the other. Okay, so goggles now just went green on the day as well. It did what I was talking about, what Meta wanted to do, which was that 172 and 2/3. It breaks through that. So it's above, well, still below the IB high. The IB high is around 173.42. This one is working through 173. It's definitely green on the day, but definitely having some trouble there. So keep your eye on that one. Meta just went green, although like barely, but it is really on the way up as well. So good strength coming in on these Mag 7 names. But as I see here, Tesla still having trouble with that 224 level, putting a bit of a doji candle there, showing that it's having trouble taking on the day. It's been up to 225, 224.99, but you can see, I mean, lately it's just had trouble breaking through that $224 level. So we'll keep tabs on that. What is VKTX up to? Okay, so this one retraced a little bit here. Now it's putting a bit of a dalliance with the 20 exponential on the 5 at around 67 1/5. 67 1/4, something like that. It's still lower highs, lower lows. Well, actually not lower lows because we got a bit of a flat bottom at the 20. So VKTX looking good. It's been, up and to the right all day. This is the most prolonged of the retracements and the longest we've been at the 20 exponential on the 5. This could break down. Keep your eye on this one. 67 is an interesting level owing to this area crest. So we rejected 67 initially, dropped to 64, and then really took off there at 69.82, almost 70 generally, that area. But right now, we're kind of really holding up at the 20 here. If we make another high, a new 5-minute candle to make a new high, that could be an interesting entry point. Otherwise, I'd be looking for possible dips here on VKTX.
Yeah, thank you so much for going over that. Thank you to Fabian and Nermeen for getting my mic already. If there's any stocks that have you excited, go in that chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers you fancy. Maybe it's Meta, maybe it's Amazon, maybe it's VKTX. Maybe you're like, hey, what's EW doing? Because I'll show you guys that chart in a minute. And it suits it pretty well. But whatever you're interested in, get involved in that chat and let us know. This is a new segment brought to you by Real Trading. And if you put the ticker that you like in that chat, you might have it analyzed. If it's one of the top 5 tickers, you might get Sean and Neil to take a look at it.
Bang.
Tesla, happy with what I did with this trade here. Lost I think 5 pennies basically. I was one of that 224 breakout, realized it wasn't going to get as high as I got, left, happy with what I did there. I think Tesla could be poised for a short here, but I'm not hopping into it because this is a little dojiest to me, and knowing Tesla, if it breaks that level, it's going to break that level, and I just don't like wildly. But I'm really happy with what I did with NVIDIA. Now, I know I said earlier, I'm not trading NVIDIA anymore today. I can't read it. I was like, oh, I'm stressing out with NVIDIA. I keep every time I get involved, it goes against me. And I was like, Adara, that's bias. Get rid of that bias. I will stop clapping like Nicole Kidman in that one Oscar meme. Thank you, I appreciate that. But took 50 pennies here in half the position, and the other half the position, I got out 10 pennies. I think the plan was to add a little bit, but basically started with a small position at 115s, added when we got to 114.90s when I realized we were breaking below that level. The plan was if we broke decisively out of that 114.90 range, I was going to get out, but I was like, I think if we keep bouncing, I think you have opportunities for this. Got out here, like I said, about 50 pennies in the money with half the position, so please just punch. If we bounce here off 115, thank you, I appreciate that. If we bounce here off that 115.50s, which is that resistance area previously, I'm very enticed, and I'd be very interested in getting back into that long. But again, I need to focus on ranges and scalps. CMG, I think I had the right read on CMG because it was having that upward trend, but it's if that's not the type of move you play, if you know you don't like those prolonged moves, try to play them differently or don't force your way into a trade that you know you're not going to be as comfortable playing. So CMG, I'm going to leave Chipotle chip away for now. It's trying to chip higher. But also, I mentioned Edward Life Sciences. EW, the ticker is EW, really describes this very well. This has been in a heck of a downtrend. Lower highs, lower lows. Now, I thought we might curl a little bit higher. It looks like this gave you an umbrella handle pattern because we were popping up above the 90 EMA. I was like, oh, Dare, that could be a nice long. It would not have been a nice long. This thing does not want to stop selling off. We are down 29% of the day. This was earnings and also a couple acquisition announcements during the earnings call. So 1-2 punch of ew for Edward Life Sciences. I'm interested in shorting the pops here. If we get to 61.90s, which is that previous base, I will start a short position and I will continue adding and subtracting as we go to the downside. I was looking at this at 62.20s, did not take the short there. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. It's not about the idea, it's about how you execute the idea. Also, one more trade that I want to talk about quickly that I was in while Neil did his lesson of the day. I took the stocks out long, and I was really proud of what we did there. Took 21 pennies on that. Basically, just took the bounce off the 90 EMA, got out half the position when we were at that 41.86 level that we had that previous resistance. Got out the rest when I was seeing stuff I didn't like in the book. Clearly, it could have stayed. The grid like for stocks out, but you have to know what type of trader you are. And one way you can do that is through learning.
Absolutely. These markets are on the way up, baby. So get ready. Hold on to your hats because we're talking about 2 types of exhaustion gaps this week. Yesterday, we talked about the downward exhaustion gap. Today, we're going to talk about the upward one. So let's get right to it. Traders, buckle up. Today, we're exploring exhaustion gaps that gap up. Potential signals that a strong uptrend might be nearing its exhaustion. So let's get right to it. So exhaustion gaps running out of steam. Why are we interested in these names and what do they tell us? So imagine a powerful trend that's been on fire for weeks, months, days, whatever time frame off which you're charting. Suddenly a gap appears, not downwards this time, but upwards. That's the exhaustion gap. The second type that we're talking about today, which is a significant jump in the price with no trading activity in between. It's potentially signifying to you a loss of momentum and a possible trend reversal towards the downside, and this is kind of what it looks like. We're putting in those higher highs, we're putting in those higher lows, then you wake up overnight, boom, we're up big. Now, there's stuff to look for here that we're going to be talking about later on, but you'll notice that this candle, even though it gapped up, it's red. That's interesting. So how come it gapped up, then sold off? That should be peculiar in and of itself, but the most notable part about this chart is that this gap gets filled shortly after. Now, it doesn't have to be 2 days, 3 days, or whatever, 2 candles, 3 candles, whatever time frame off which you're charting. It just should be filled shortly thereafter, okay? So that's kind of what the exhaustion gap looks like. Now, this works both ways. My language today in the lesson is going to be for the longs, but you can really just inverse everything, and it can be short friendly as well. And this is kind of what it looks like for the short. So you're chugging along, you've got lower lows, lower highs on the chart. You'll wake up, you gap down big, but look what happens after that. The next couple of days, that gap is filled pretty dang quick. So that's what the exhaustion gap would look for the shorts. And on the right, we already showed you, this is kind of how it looks for the longs. Same thing, right? All right, so exhaustion gaps. They are a sign of weakness. How come though? Well, because they're showing you the trend maturity here might be coming to an end. So exhaustion gaps often occur near the end of a strong uptrend, indicating that buyers may be getting stretched thin and sellers are starting to emerge. But there's also increased buying pressure that takes place before the gap gets filled. So the gap up suggests to you a surge in buying pressure, but it also might signify the final push before the correction. And that's really what we want to be on the lookout for, and that's what we're going to talk about in a few minutes here. And last but not least, they're important because they have a psychological impact on the market. Exhaustion gaps can trigger profit taking among some trend following investors, potentially leading to some selling pressure and a possible outright reversal. And so again, this is kind of what it looks like. We're chugging along to the high side, but then look what happens. We get filled pretty quickly. And again, I want to show you this candle over here. Even though it didn't close red, it definitely closed towards the lower end of the candle. So even though we had a lot of buying pressure moving up, the sellers really kind of were in control on this day, even though it gapped up. So, and look what happened subsequently, it got filled, all right? So we're gonna talk about two different trades today with respect to these exhaustion gaps. We're gonna talk about for those who are already in the trend, riding it up, and it's gapped up now. We want to see, is it time to take profits? If it's not, we're going to show you basically how to detect false signals. The other trade we're going to talk about is looking to get short at the exhaustion gap. So let's talk about the first one, which is profit taking on long positions. So the first thing you want to take note of here is the overall uptrend maturity. So you want to analyze the overall uptrend. If it's been a long uptrend, with multiple prior pullbacks, an exhaustion gap might indicate to you that the uptrend is losing its momentum and you should be considering other technical indicators. So the first one we're going to talk about is the steepness of the trend, right? A very steep trend, and I'm going to show you an example in a second. A very steep trend on a price chart suggests possibly overbought because of the steepness, but making an exhaustion gap more relevant. But here you shouldn't be really relying exclusively on the steepness of the price action. You should also be looking at the RSI to see, are we really, near that 70-point area on the RSI, which is, we know, overbought. If it's in that territory, it strengthens the case for profit taking. You should also be on the lookout for moving average divergence. By that I mean, you're looking for a bearish divergence between the price and the moving averages. So if the price is making new highs, but the moving averages fail to follow suit, it suggests to you that there's weakening momentum. But that's not the only thing you should be looking at. If you're looking at taking profit and you see an exhaustion gap, you should do a healthy amount of volume analysis. So in this particular case, you want to pay attention to volume around the exhaustion gap. So at the exhaustion gap and what happens subsequent. So you're looking here for a spike in buying volume for sure, right? Because we gapped up. There had to be a spike in buying volume. So a large spike in buying volume accompanying the upward exhaustion gap might be a sign of short covering here. And this is super interesting, okay? Which is essentially shorts exiting their position rather than strong buyer pressure for continued trend. So this is interesting. Why? Because when you cover short, right, it's people taking profits. But if you actually had a real catalyst which caused the gap and it continued to move up, then you'd have new money coming in. But when you're short covering, it's only people taking profits from their positions, and there's only a limited amount of those people. So usually that ends up fizzling out. That's how you can kind of tell whether or not it's short covering at that exhaustion gap, or it's just taking a break before it continues to the high side. So keep that in mind. But there's also the issue of decreasing volume after the gap. If buying volume dries up, guys, screen, after the exhaustion gap, it suggests the buying force may be waning, making profit taking a good idea, right? So keep that looking at the volume after the gap gets filled, or after the gap, gets or is manifested. You're looking for continued buying pressure after that. If you don't see it, if the volume starts fizzling out, you can kind of know, oh, yeah, the gap might get filled there. All right, so let's talk about shorting opportunities as well. So you see an exhaustion gap, is it time to get short? So let's talk about that. Upward exhaustion gaps can be tempting entry points for short positions, but confirmation and a cautious entry are absolutely essential. Here's what to look for. First things first, okay? Confirmation of the trend reversal. So you want to confirm, are we really heading down from here, or is this just a quick break on the uptrend? So don't rely solely on your observation of the exhaustion gap. Look for a price rejection, for example, at a key area of resistance. So you get that gap, it's a little bit below resistance, you weasel up a little bit, boom, you're met with that wall of selling, and then the gap gets filled. You should also be looking for a possible break below a key area of support. So if you up gapped and there was a very clear area of support there prior to that, and that gets filled super quick and you break down below support, that should also be an indicator for you. You should also be looking at volume confirmation. The upward exhaustion gap should be accompanied by a surge in buying volume, followed by a decrease in volume as the price fails to make new highs. And I'll show you what I mean by that in a second. This will signify to you weakening buying pressure and potential selling pressure emerging. And you've got to have an eye on these technical indicators. You should be looking for bearish signals from other technicals. For example, a moving average crossover. In this case, a bearish crossover where the short-term moving average falls below the long-term. So if you get that, the death cross between the 50 and the 200, that's one as well. You should also be looking at the RSI. If the RSI continues to rise despite failing to make new highs, it's a bearish divergence and a sign of weakening momentum. So be on the lookout for that. And here's kind of what I mean by this. So you're chugging along, you're making higher highs, higher lows, you get this gap up here, right? And then subsequent to that, about 4 or 5 candlesticks later, that initial gap gets filled. And you wait for the fill to come in. Now, you get short once it gets filled, and then what you're going to do is you're going to put your stop loss. Again, you can put your stop loss wherever you want, but I would personally put it on top of the crest, because if we move up and make a new high above that crest, well, then my trade is wrong, right? Because what I'm looking for is lower lows and lower highs, and what you ended up getting was a momentary pullback and a new high. So your thesis here would be wrong. So you wait for the gap to get filled, you enter the short position, and your stop loss goes on the top area of the crest. So these are all great. You can wet your beak with some profits we talked about. You can get short. But how about if what you think you see is not what's actually happening? False signals do happen, and they will continue to happen. So how do you spot them? First things first, you want to look for a limited follow-through. If the price struggles to maintain momentum after the exhaustion gap and fails to make new highs, it could be a sign of a temporary pause in the uptrend, not necessarily, though, an exhaustion. So you shouldn't get short here or take profit. You should also be looking for lower volume after the gap. For example, a surge in buying volume typically accompanies that bullish exhaustion gap, obviously, because there had to be buying for it to gap up like that. However, if the volume fizzles after the exhaustion gap, it might indicate a lack of conviction behind the buying pressure. You should be on the lookout for that as well. And last but not least, you should be looking at the indicators. What do the indicators tell you? So you think this is a bearish exhaustion gap. All right, great. So you saw what you want on the price chart. But what's the RSI telling you? What's the MACD telling you? So you need to do your research there. So look for conflicting signals from other technical indicators. If moving averages, for example, are still pointing up, or the RSI is still in oversold or neutral territory, if you still have a bullish crossover on the MACD, for example, it suggests that the uptrend might just be stalling and taking a break, and then it's going to continue. So be careful for that false signal there. And I just leave you with one idea. Combine these exhaustion gaps with trend reversal patterns like double tops, heads and shoulders, triple tops, bearish engulfing candles. Look for something bearish in and around the area where the exhaustion gap is formed for better confirmation. Adair, you're printing up a storm. Tell everybody about it.
Thank you. Yeah, I would really appreciate that. Thank you so much again, Shuri, for the lesson and for going over that. Because I think, the thing is, too, you want to make sure with all of these, you do have, again, all the other indicators working together. I am so happy, speaking of, indicators looking for other areas of confluence, I took 50 pennies on AMD and I want to talk about it. So basically, I've been talking about AMD all day. I have not taken a trade in AMD all day because I hadn't had levels all AM day right when I wanted to go into AMD. But here we go. We're talking about confluence. Whole dollar level. Previous resistance, 90 MA, that's what I call confluence. So I got involved, I don't know why the sounds were, but I got involved in AMD for that reason. I decided I was gonna get everything out here at this previous top. Now, part of me was like, I could hold a third of the position for the breakup, but I said, Dara, that's not your style at all. You gotta do what you gotta do, get out. Also, Edward Life Sciences, ew. I'm not saying ew to this trade. I'm very pleased to say I am still involved in this. I took out half the position here at 60s. And so that was like 20 pennies in the money. I was happy with that. I am cognizant of the fact we have these bottoming tail candles. So part of me is like, I could get out here, but I also don't know if this downtrend is done. There have been a couple times where EW has bamboozled you into thinking that this ridiculous 30% downside move is over. And then it's like, wait, I actually want to sell off more. And I'm like, okay, EW, I respect that. So for that reason, I don't want to say ew to this trade just yet. I'm still about, like 10 pennies in the money. I don't love that pop we just had here. I want to watch what we do near my point of entry. I'm willing to break even on the rest of this. I have some profit. I know this is kind of a different type of trade for me, but sometimes you do have to step outside of your comfort zone a skosh and figure out what works for you. Now, I still, of course, love my Mag 7 scalps. That is without a doubt the truth, but this EW is calling out my name. I had, much like AMD, this is a name I'd been watching all day, hadn't had the opportunity to take it in the way I wanted to take it until right now. Took it there, pleased as punch. Also, pleased as punch with what I did here with this Tesla. So I took a short here at 70. I got involved in 75s, 222.75s, or 223.75s, because I was like, we can range this into 50s. Got out at 83s. I didn't like what I was seeing in the book. Happy I got it where I did, because look at this big old green candle. I think this is about trusting yourself. Did not have a great start to the day, nor did I have the great start to the week, but man, we're trying to make a comeback over here at Trader, everyone at Trader TV Live, we're always trying to kill it every single day. But also this trade I was really happy with. SOXL doing something that I find to be a little bit bearish, a skosh bearish. So I want to show you guys. SOXL is giving you a bit of a moment here. We have a little bit of chop and a little bit of churn. We get to that 43.20 area. We get a red candle. Now we're trying to get a green candle. As I say that, it looks like we're trying to push higher. But if this wants to range a bit, SOXL can be a bamboozler, but I'm interested in playing a bit of a range. Should it give you one? NVIDIA popping higher, Tesla popping higher, Apple hanging out. It's been quite the day here for these stocks in general. And if we make a higher low here in EW at 50s, I'll get out here. I won't say ew to 30 cents in the money. Let me tell you. Again, if there's any tickers you're looking at here, guys, get involved in the chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers you're fancy. And you might be like, why am I doing this? Well, if your ticker's chosen, if you're one of the 5 lucky tickers chosen, like the 5 children in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, you could have your ticker reviewed by Sean and Neil at 2 p.m. during our new rundown segment brought to you by Real Trading. SOXL waffling with 43, or I was talking about range, but like, hey, SOXL, if you want to give me a very bearish candle, maybe one of the most bearish candles I've seen since I started trading here today, I am interested. I want to see if we get back below 43s and reject. Right now, it looks like SOXL does want to range. I don't want to get bamboozled, but SOXL certainly on watch, and EW continuing to grind lower. We do have an auction, guys, coming up here in a few minutes. It's going to be 15 minutes here, so in one 15-minute candle, we'll find out what the 7-year high yield is. Previous was our 7-year auction here, a 7-year note auction, 4.276 was the previous one. What else is happening here? I want to see what else people are looking at on this. Let's go Cybertruck. Lots of people really want to see that Cybertruck pump. Cyber pump, I guess, there. I think EW is trying to make a bit of a rounded bottom, so I'm going to be watching ew for a little bit here to figure out what type of move I want to get in this. Happy I didn't short SOXL, because now I think it's trying to curl higher. Trying to focus on names I have a good read on and just trusting myself, because if you don't believe in yourself, who's going to believe in you?
All right, let's have a look at these Mag 7 names. Good recovery here for AAPL as it really gets off that 215, moves up almost $6 into that 220.85. Tesla, no different, so much strength in TSLA today, now up 4 1/3, really breaking through that downward channel. It didn't quite make it down into VWAP, and then right up we go again. Good strength there off that 221.5 level, and now the high of day is exactly at 226. Good recovery there for TSLA. I found this one to be actually super interesting because when it dipped down and it held this 221 and 2/3 generally, there was, or half, it looks like it actually came into the half dollar there. There was really nothing there other than these 3 candles here at the IB high at around 945 to about 950. And then it did end up holding there. Not a level that I would have charted, but good for whoever did. Great look on TSLA. We were talking about this one as well. NVDA looked to have some resistance at 115. That feels like a very long time ago because there it is at 116.58. Every basically print since this 12:15 time slot, so the better part of half an hour now, has held up above the 10 exponential on the 5, looking to work its way into pivot point. So good recovery there for NVDA. It was negative on the day, believe it or not, right, for the majority of the day. 114.15, I believe, is the closing print. So we're not that much above it. We were far below the break-even point on NVIDIA today, but you can see V-shaped recoveries on everything, really, except Tesla. Microsoft, though, interesting. That's all I'm going to say about it, because it gets into this level at around 425. It shows you that there's a seller for whatever reason at 425 and 2/3, 425 and 3/4, and then basically continues to hold the 50-period moving average and making new highs. So even though this is not parabolic in the way that some of these others, other Mag 7 names are by completing the V, rather, this looks like a skewed W. Or maybe just some...
A double skew.
Yeah, it just looks like it's zigzagging a little bit over here. This one's a bit of a bamboozler. I feel like it's still one of the weaker ones on the day. In fact, it is. It's the most read Mag 7 name on the day. 0.78 in negatory land is Microsoft. Actually 0.82 as it comes down now. Meta, the other one, but Meta faring a little bit better over here. Still below the closing print from yesterday by about a couple of bucks at 459.5, 461 1/5. Is where we closed out on META. So this one kind of trying to get back into Greensville at 461 1/5, but you can see it's been met with a wall of sellers there over and over. The initial touch there at 1115 got rejected. Then we had a couple of rejections there at 1220 and 1225. However, even though the amount of rejections are, the fast and furious, we are still putting in higher lows. So if this market gets crazy, and it absolutely might, because I did not anticipate any of this happening here, we could absolutely break through this 461 1/5, no problem on META, especially with the amount of buying that we're seeing on the market today. So keeping an eye on all these names over here. Guys, I'm no longer trading. I'm not shut down, but I'm not trading because I don't feel like I have a good read on the market, and there's no point in just throwing money after bad trades. So keeping an eye on NVDA over here because it's coming into the 10 exponential. We were just singing this one's praise, but like, oh my God, it hasn't touched the 10 exponential or hasn't been below the 10 exponential, says 1210. Well, there you go. You just got to dip there super quick into that 115 and 3/4 and right back up into 116 we go. So good strength there, but we'll have to see if there's continuity. It's definitely coming in to that pivot point at 116 and 3/4, excuse me. So yeah, we're not, I guess maybe we shouldn't really expect up and to the right on all these names, but definitely giving you the feeling that this is going to be a green afternoon. Just watch. Now everything is going to tank. Looking at the future over here, trying to stay above 19,300. It just dipped there into tens. So we'll have to see if that 300-point level ends up being a level of support. Certainly was resistance earlier when we got into it around 11:15. That general 19,280 area that Dan the Man Emmons was talking about absolutely tanked. And we dropped back down almost into VWAP here on the future. But that was as bad as we could do because, yeah, that wall of sellers got taken over. So now we are continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows on the future, and as well as most of these Mag 7 names, quite frankly, right? All of them really are in an uptrend, even Microsoft, which is faring the worst of the 7. Let's look at the small cap gappers, see what they're up to. MOH, I was telling you about this one possibly holding at VWAP. Good thing nobody took that, or I hope nobody took that, because it did not hold. And seems to have a dalliance here with the 50 exponential, but that's not what everybody wants to hear about. BKTX is the one that's really presenting us with an opportunity for, I don't want to call this a small cap, because it's not. It's $1.5 billion, $1.8 billion, right here, but definitely giving you those levels, like the higher highs and higher lows, and a bit more respectful, I think, of the levels than some of the Mag 7 names, or at least I feel like I have a better read on it. I'm actually green on this one, but we're as red on everything else. So keeping an eye on that. Palantir, shout out to everybody there in Palantir world, continuing to take this one up. High a day just got printed at 21s, trying to hold 27s. It had a bit of a candle of indecision there, aggressively dipped down into 27, but you can see it just got bought up immediately. Still holding the 10 exponential on the 5. So good look for Palantir today as it's almost up in 2% land. This one, yeah, sold off a little bit yesterday, but what didn't on the market? Still good strength today. What are you guys looking at? Huge day for SMCI, says Chef Joe. Look how this thing moved from the morning. Let's have a look at SMCI for Mr. Chef Joe, who looks like he's cooking up a storm on that side of the screen. Chef Joe, what do you cook? Or do you actually cook stuff?
I think he has a restaurant. Yeah, we shouted it out yesterday on the recap.
We did, eh? Well, I wasn't here, but yeah. So what do you cook, Chef Joe? What's your specialty there? Let us know, because I'm getting hungry on this side of the desk. All right, here we go. SMCI, you're absolutely right. Look at that, 663 and a fifth LOD. And yeah, we're up at 720 here, high a day. We're there, about 719.86. Still holding those moving averages, though. You can tell this one's not giving up the ghost. I think the best trade on this one would have been probably that VWAP dip. It held it to a dang P. I was going to say a dang glove, but that didn't make any sense. Yeah, this one double bottomed at VWAP and then up into the right, Adara.
Yeah, it's been what a move there on those ones. Yeah, there's so many stocks to talk about here. I am in a long, took some profit on my long on EW. Dang. I did switch the style up on that, but I have to babysit NVIDIA right now. I apologize, guys. So basically, I was like, hey, we look like we're going to flip short here in NVIDIA. We ducked below the 90 EMA. We ducked decisively below the 116. But as I've said, my read on NVIDIA has been a little bit shaky today. We had one really nice trade on it. We had a lot of really not nice trades on it. So I said, Adara, make sure with NVDA, you are being a little bit more patient, starting with smaller size. If we decisively reject 116 here, I will be adding to the position. Again, not a huge position, but I just want to, build it up. If we break above 116, I'm getting out. This is going to be the decision point. This is a trade I'm making on a combination of what I'm seeing in the chart and what I am seeing on the book. I like the 88s because we kind of were at one point rejecting off that. I don't want this to flip from support to resistance on me on the book. That is not going to be a vibe. Edward Life Science, please keep printing. Sincerely, Adara. But yeah, Edward Life Sciences, I will talk about in a second. I just want to make sure that we are appropriately looking after our little Meg 7 child, our little Meg 7 Hellion before I move on to that. But yeah, we'll take a quick peek at EW because NVIDIA is just kind of chilling. Oh my gosh, EW. Okay, we got a pushback here. So I got out of the long because I still made money on this because I got out basically flat of the rest of the long, and I said, Adara, this could flip. I'm trading this off the 3-minute because these bottoming tail candles. Also, we broke down here in NVIDIA, so I'm pleased to punch with that. But basically, why I liked the EW long was I was like, if we can break above 62s and hold it, that's going to be a long for me. Took 20 pennies out already. Nice. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe it. We are about almost 50 pennies in the money with the rest of the position. I want to hold this. It's not a huge position. I want to hold it. I want to add. If we come and bounce, the area I'd be looking for a bounce would be about 22s. But NVIDIA, let's see what happens because you can be out of profit so quickly. Let's take 18 pennies here in NVIDIA if it'll have me. Woo. So happy with this. I need it sometimes, and it's like, I can be like, oh, I needed this or whatever. It's like, no, Adara, you're taking trades that make sense. That's why it's working, right? Sometimes you get into a rut, things are not going according to plan. You got to refocus, recenter yourself, and get going. EW, I want to be cognizant because this has been a huge area of resistance lately on this one for whatever reason. It's going to be this 50 area. And weirdly with lower highs, it's like a reverse flat bottom break. I don't know what it's doing. But if we bounce here off these 20s or 30s, I am interested in adding a little bit to this position because I want to see if Edwards Life Sciences can go from ew to woo to the upside. In terms of other areas of resistance I'm seeing beyond this one we're currently waffling with, I would love to see what we do here at, oh my gosh, 63.30s, which would be wild. That'd be crazy if we got there. I have no idea if we'll get there, but I do like that area here, a little bit of resistance and support, flippity floppity on Edward Life Sciences. If we go, I'm going to try to get a fill here at 31s. If it will have me at 31s, I'm aware that's going to, tinker with my average a little bit, but I'm trying to take it more for the principle of the trade and less here about the P and the L. The P and L, I don't know why I said it like that. Also, Tesla here, I'm a little disappointed. Tesla pointed in the last trade I took on this. I saw stuff I didn't like in the book, should have gotten out of the long the second I got in. It's all good though, baby. Tesla, you want to reject 50s or bounce off 50s. I like the half and whole dollar levels here. And honestly, seeing that this is previous resistance, this could be a nice, meaty little long, perhaps my chance. We've got 5 minutes until that reauction, Sharif. So let's see what we do there.
And the IPO opened, LINE open, guys. Here it is, up 5%. It did down, I believe, into 81.33 at 82 now. Not like I know anything about this, by the way. I just see you guys talking about it in the chat. This is what Benzinga has to say about it. Lineage shares open for trade at $82 a share. The IPO, though, was priced at 78, so we are already trading above the IPO price issued to initial investors there. So we'll keep an eye on this one, doing a little bit of a dance with 82. I don't have any details on this because it's too new. So right now, keep your eye on LINE. It trades on the NQ. It's up about 4% right now. IPO just opened now. Nunya Biz says he's playing that one as well, so keep tabs on that. Apple's been holding at 220 for a nice long time over here. It did dip down off that 220.85, so it looks like there is some support right now at the whole dollar level for Apple, and the Fuge did dip down into 19.3 and held. So that's a good look for some longs, I guess, on the Mag 7, and I'm seeing green candles right now mostly on all these names, and you can see right now 225 and a quarter on Tesla as it wants to weasel its way back into 226. So I'm keeping tabs on all the Mag 7s. Let's flip now and look at what else is moving on. Okay, so VKTX coming in to the 20 exponential on the 5 for the second time now in so many minutes. So I'm going to keep tabs on this one, because if this one gives away that, usually you don't get too many 20 exponential retracements over here. So if this one gives up at 67, this could be an interesting look here, because you know you have price action support at 67. That's the crest from around 1030, right? And then once we dip down below our around 1205, again at 1225 and 1230, we held 67. But now it looks like we're possibly double topping here at 70 bucks, 69 and change. And if we give way at 67, this will be interesting. Possibly a nice retracement, maybe into 65 at the volume weighted average price. I mean, it hasn't touched VWAP since 10:15 this morning. So good look for VKTX, continuing to trade well here. And, you know, I feel like a bit better of a read on this name because it's respecting the moving averages, whereas some of the other names you feel, not so much, at least the way that I see them. So good look right now. Still finding support, though, at the 20. So maybe we shouldn't write this one's obituary too quickly. It just dipped into 68, found 50 pennies just like that, right to the high side. VKTX, Viking Therapeutics, not really a small cap gapper, guys, but definitely in play on the day, no question about it. I'm keeping an eye on my scanner to see if any new small cap gappers have come in. I'm seeing CMAX is doing things. Okay, so that just up halted and then came right back down. So let's take off. We're going to take off TIRX because it's done bupkis. So CMAX, let's load up this bad boy. There we go. So there you go. If this one was zigging and zagging with VWAP all day long. Look at this. The initial 830 spike. We move up to 530, tank right back down, break that $4 like it doesn't even matter. Lower high on this one. So you're thinking, okay, you know, there's not enough buying to at least get us into the pre-market high. But look, the higher lows was in play essentially the entire day. And then finally, that volume spike came in right like 5 minutes ago. 750,000 shares in this 1 5-minute candle. How this one propelled to that $0.50 left, 549. This one just printed high day, but the bamboozlement is fast and furious because as quickly as we printed 549, we're now back down into 5 on single digits, trying to hold $5 right now. So CMAX, this one did halt, by the way. I show you that it did halt. Up halt. The up halt was at 530. So 5 1/3. And I like these up halts, or I like these halt levels to chart for possible areas of support and resistance. Should mention that this one halted down twice, initially here at 9:30, right after the bell. 9:35, this was halted for 5 minutes. 3 5-minute halts. 2 down, 1 up looks like here. So yeah, good look. CMAX will leave this bad boy up. It could potentially give us more trades into the afternoon. VKTX right back into 68. We were talking about this one holding the 20 exponential on the 5, but it is now possibly giving way. Again, the level that I'm really all eyes on, $67. I think if we break that level decidedly, this one's got some move to the downside, possibly into 65, maybe even more if the selling really comes in fast and furious. What are we doing here on the futures? What are we doing on the Mag 7? We're still near highs. I mean, like the future still hasn't tanked below 19.3, so I'm keeping an eye. Microsoft still very range bound. Look at this range on Softy going all the way back to 1220. We're 40 minutes deep on this range, 426 or so to the high side. It looks like 424 and a half. You're kidding. That's $1.50 worth of range. You're not getting it on every descent though, or every pop. It's not touching 426 on every pop and dipping down into 424 and a half on every drop. Pop and drop. But you know, if you pack your patience, you might get it. Anyway, good range right now on MSFT, Adara. What are you looking at?
I took $1.25 on EW. I'm really happy with what I did with his name. I was talking about this level, right? This level that we had as a bit of a base pre-market support flip-flop. Edward Life Sciences. And it was funny too, because this morning I ran into Opie in the kitchen. He's like, what are you looking at today? And I said EW. And I was looking at it, but I never thought it would give you this move. I got profit on the short, I made money on the long. And
That's crazy. That's a
thank
good
you. I'm
trade.
so happy with it. And I was like watching this 80s. I was like, should I get out 62, 80s? I said, Dara, there's no real reason yet. Just wait. I wanted to get out here though. This was a planned exit because, like I said, I mentioned this area earlier and then laughed. I was like, there's no way Edward Life Sciences is going to get to 63.50. Edward Life Sciences did. I got out at 33s because we had a little bit of a pause there. And also because this was definitely an area I was cognizant of. If we reject here, I'm willing to maybe short it. Or if we bounce, I'm willing to go long again, but I don't want to push my luck in this name. I'm really proud of what I did with it. I'm happy I had the confidence to take it. The volume on this is crazy, 27 million shares traded. And I think the thing too with Edward Life Sciences is given this massive earnings move down, this is definitely SSR King. I think there could be some opportunities for it tomorrow as well. So Edward Life Sciences, until you prove to me otherwise, you will be a permanent member of my side chart. TQQs, I tried to short, got out. Okay, TQQs and Tesla, I've done the same thing with both times, where it's like, why? I'll get involved, I'll like something, then I'll get out a minute later, and it's like, then why are you doing it? Like at this point, you're just like wasting money on fills for what? Like TSLA, most of these trades have not been like outward rinses or anything. It's just gonna be me being like, oh, well, like, I changed my mind, lost like 2 pennies. I'm like, no, Adara, take a trade because you like the trade. If you don't have the confidence and you're getting out 2 seconds earlier anyway, what was the point of getting in? Perhaps, may chance. Also that auction, 4.162% versus the previous 4.276%. It's a little bit lower here than the previous number. Edward Life Science is getting a little bit stagnant here at that 50s area, but given that this is SSR and given that we had that massive pop-up, I do not want to hop into a short. I would need to break below and then retest before I was comfortable shorting it. So that's going to be the look there. Wow, everything. Sean called it. I was like yesterday on the market recap, I thought we'd have a bit of a down day today, and Sean called upside. Sean was in fact correct. Look at this move that we have up here in these markets. This is crazy. Wow, Wooly. I have zero words. I have absolutely no words. It's been such a fun session to be a part of. I love being able to trade. Thank you, Demetrius. I was just happy I saw EW, and that's I think one of what I love too about being able to be on the news desk is you notice these stocks, file them away. Sometimes stuff works out. How are you?
We're good. Everything's good. I'm not trading. As I said many times already, we're keeping an eye on the market for you, but I'm not going to trade. Looks like we're on our way to 19,400. What a move up on the future. Beautiful double bottom at 19.3. It holds a general area that we definitely had trouble with. And yeah, I don't see too many bears talking right now in the chat, guys, because this market is headed to the upside 19,385, still well below where we were, before the big boy sell-off. So let's look, this is a very good looking candle if you are a bull in these markets. This is kind of what you want to see. These hammer candles that come into a key area. Remember what else I thought we'd hold up at 19,000. I was wrong. We definitely got to 18,883. That is the low of day. But this, from top to bottom, who wants to guess? Oh my God, that is 10%. I think we're done selling. Literally, look at this. So from this candle over here, July 10th, if we take the high at around 21,000 and we drag it all the way down to the low today, it's 10.11%. So there's your correction, ladies and gents. So I did not have eyes on that. I definitely should have been more alive to that fact. Oh, baby. So this is a good hammer candle. We'll have to see if it's followed by another one tomorrow, or a better or a more green candle. Obviously, it doesn't have to be another hammer candle, but yeah, that's the look. So the future recovering nicely on the day, but definitely still not near where we were a few weeks ago. So we'll keep tabs on all these ones. Microsoft is breaking and holding above that range that I was talking about. I was talking about this 426 range being in place for the better part of 40 minutes or so. But now the top is coming off as it's making incrementally higher highs and higher lows, and now closed above 426 for the first time, essentially on the day. So Microsoft looking to recover here, and that kind of makes sense with the future recovering into the highs. So good look now on the MSFT, still red. It's about down 0.5% to go green. It's got to take that 429 level, and then it goes into Greensville, like Google did over here. What a move by Goggles. It had a lot of issues with 172 2/3. You get that initial rejection on the IB, closes below that. We get back into that 11:10 time slot. We reject off there again. Then the boom came, the dynamite, and we took it no problems. Right now, 173.42. Still haven't broken the IB high, though, on Goggles, up 1/3%. And who could complain about that? So, yeah, man, who can complain about that? I mean, I don't have any, but, yeah, I'll shout out Brendo and the Katina man, who's got that on their portfolio there. So that's my look. What are you looking at, Adara?
Yeah, I mean, I want to explain why the EW trade, because I saw some people in the chat.
I have to interrupt. Sorry.
Please do.
Here it is. Somebody was asking me for the Uber news because Uber spiked up. Here it is. California top court upholds ballot measure treating Uber and Lyft drivers as independent contractors. Who is surprised with that? I'm not. There you go. So Uber did spike up to about 69.37. This is not good for them in terms of their business because, treating top court upholds ballot measure treating Uber or Lyft as independent contractors. Yeah, okay, so that is good because they want to be treated as employees, and that would have been definitely cost Uber a lot more because then they would have had to provide health insurance as well as some other stuff. So that's the headline there on Google, guys. Whoever was asking for that just got that now. Sorry to interrupt you, Adara.
Yeah, no, it's all good. So this EW, so there were some people in the chat asking, what was kind of the setup for this? So the setup for this was we were in a massive downtrend, right? We had a couple fake outs here of where it was like it was really unsure what we were going to do. We had a couple times we tried to break the downtrend, especially up into the 62.40. Couldn't do it, continued to sell off. I got short basically one of these pops into the 90 MA, and it ended up making a heck of a bottoming tail candle here at 61.20s. I ended up getting out of my short position. I made profit on some of it, got out flat the rest of it, so it was still a profitable trade. But then I was like, Adara, if we bounce here, especially with that bottoming tail candle, this could be a long. So that's what I ended up seeing. Basically, it was just a flip to me. It was a combination of massive support, good support off the $62 level, and higher highs, higher lows. That was what the impetus was for that trade. Also, I am eyeing both the NVIDIA and the futures here because I think they are making some kind of directions. NVIDIA, I was interested in here at these 30s because we're wiffle waffling with these 30s. We break below 116.30s. We pop above 116.30s. I don't want to rush into a trade here because, like I said, I think my read in NVIDIA, I've had a couple okay trades on this, but I've also had a few where I've just rushed in and it's not worked out. These are also a couple topping tail candles to consider. Now, what do we see in the future? Future looking a lot more bullish now, but it is kind of similar. We are seeing maybe a little bit of a period of being stagnant. I think NVIDIA, to me, is in more of an area of decision than the Qs. The Qs look pretty strong here. I have the TQs, but I just think it's interesting sometimes when some of these stocks have similar looking patterns. Also, my pal EW is curling back here into that area that I initially thought was interesting, that 63.50. Maybe 63.50 wasn't the level though. Maybe it's this level here at 64s. Why do I say that? Well, we had not one, but two topping tail candles into this. This was another area we rejected off of. So I do not want to rush into a trade on this. Happy with the trade I had. I don't want to go chasing waterfalls. But I think if there is something interesting here, I also feel like I want to take it. So EW on my watch for sure. But one thing I want to keep, also I want to shout out DJ Marshall, who apparently bought that SPY bottom this morning, still riding it to the moon. Shout out to you, fly me to the moon. You're singing if you went long the SPY this morning. Or honestly, a lot of these names pushing higher. So good luck to anybody who was involved in any of those. Today's been such a fun day for the markets. I feel I definitely have not been as involved as I wanted to be, but I think there have been a lot of really cool activities and things happening here. James Choi saying, Microsoft crowd, let it rip. So crowd, let's take a look at CrowdStrike. Is this one Let's see if buyers are crowding into crowd. You said let it rip, so that sounds like it could be a nice little look here. Volume about 7.33 million shares for crowd. So that is, as Sharif might say, not negligible at all. Oh. CrowdStrike is just beautiful. Look at this top range on CrowdStrike.
Nice.
This 256 to 259 range. Then where do we bounce here? Well, not perfect bounce, but the 9 EMA area. 259s with higher lows. Can you say flat top break? I can. I think this crowd is a great look. I want to shout it to you, James Choi. Sounds like you are long crowd. If so, you are pamping indeed. But you know what else is also great, and we're all bullish here, is lessons and learning. So we're going to get that lesson started. Is there anything else you're looking at or want to talk about before lesson
Let's
time?
have a look quickly, give you an opportunity to set that up.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. Okay, so VKTX did exactly that. There is the double top on VKTX, and there is the give at 67, and it drops down nicely into 66. Now, keep an eye on it here, because there was price action support at around 66 and a quarter. But what I was thinking is this 65 area on VWAP, 64 and change, 65, looks awfully good. I mean, we talked about this the last time. This touched VWAP on the day, 9:35, 5 minutes after the bell, it's due. So we'll see if it gives way at the 50, exponential on the 5, which is just below 66. This could absolutely be a good mean reversion trade. CMAX is flying as well, guys. There it is, 6 1/5. This one keeps going. We were talking about zigging and zagging, and this one had off that pre-market high that we didn't breach at 5 1/3. That's all over now. 6 1/5, 6 1/4 incoming. CMAX 60%. I'm just going to give you the details on this super quickly before Adara starts. This one is a $24 million market cap. The shareage on the day, 12.5 million. And the float, 2.7 million share float. Let's bring down trade ideas and check what the short float is on CMAX. Large, 12.5%. Not large, but like better than not nothing. So this one really going. Keep your eye on this one. It's squeezing right now.
Yeah, thank you, Sharif. Yeah, I really quickly tried to take a scalp there in TQQ. My entry was not great. I had one okay TQQ trade, and the rest of the scalps have not been good. I just did that quickly just to address why that was on my blotter. But you know what is always should be on everyone's mind, because people do it, markets do it, stocks do it, exhaustion.
Stonks.
So get ready, because we're going to talk about exhaustion gaps that gap up, which are potential signals that a strong uptrend might be nearing its exhaustion. So imagine you've got a really powerful uptrend. It's been on fire for weeks. Bounce, 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 bounce. But suddenly a gap appears. But it's not down, it's up. That's an exhaustion gap. So a significant jump in price with no trading activity in between, and it potentially signifies a loss of momentum and a potential trend reversal towards the downside. So here's one example of an exhaustion gap up. Had a little uptrend, then we pop up. That's a red candle. That is a red candle. And it only gets worse from there. That sounds kind of morbid, but this is a sign that uptrend is over, and it yawned. And here's an example of exhaustion gaps for bullish or bearish. So here is a bit of a bullish exhaustion gap. We have a bottom of the downtrend, and then we've got our little green candle. The uptrend continues. Here is a bearish exhaustion gap, and it's interesting. We have this uptrend. This actually gives us a green candle up too. But we can't hold it. We get another bullish candle. This one's a little bamboozling, which is why I like it, but it does end up being a bearish exhaustion gap, and we push lower. So let's talk about exhaustion gaps as a sign of weakness. So trend maturity is huge, right? Exhaustion gaps will often occur near the end of a strong uptrend, which indicates to us that buyers might be getting stretched thin and sellers are starting to get involved. The bears getting their claws out. That's what that signifies. Also, increased buying pressure, right? Because the gap up can suggest a surge in buying pressure, but it also might signify a final push before a correction. It can be a bamboozler. It can be a fake out breakout. And that's why the psychological impact is so important, because exhaustion gaps can have the power to trigger some profit taking among investors, which can potentially lead to selling pressure and a reversal. So here's one example of the exhaustion gap with a steep trend. So you've got a big old gap. We actually see a continuation gap here in this uptrend. Then it kind of siphons off a little bit. Big old exhaustion gap. And the trend takes a yawn and it falls asleep to the downside, much like how I spend my weekends. But let's talk here as well about trading with exhaustion gaps and how you have to take sometimes a more cautious approach. So upward exhaustion gaps can be tricky signals, so a cautious approach is really crucial. Here's what to consider when you're making some decisions about profit taking on longs or entering short positions based on an exhaustion gap. Oh my gosh, he's talking of exhaustion gaps. triggered a yawn in me. But so profit taking long positions is one thing to keep in mind here when you have these gaps, because we talked about the uptrend maturity, right? You want to analyze the overall uptrend. If this uptrend is like, it's got its ID, it has its, it's got its passport, it's ready to go. If it's mature, if it's been in a long uptrend with multiple prior pullbacks, an exhaustion gap might indicate that the uptrend is losing momentum. So you might want to look at some indicators like the steepness of the uptrend. Let's see if you've got a really steep uptrend on the price chart, which can suggest a possible overbought condition. And that can make an exhaustion gap more relevant. So how do I confirm this? Well, you might want to use some tools like the relative strength index or the RSI. If you have the RSI above 70, that does indicate overbought territory, which will confirm or give you confidence for your trade, and that can strengthen the profit-taking case. Now, but what is well about the moving, that was not English, what about the moving average divergence of the MACD, but not the C, just the D, so it's just mad. Look for a bearish divergence between price and the moving averages. If the price makes a new high, but the moving averages fail to follow suit, that could suggest a weakening of momentum. What about profit-taking long positions? There's more here. Volume analysis. This is huge as well. You want to pay attention to the volume around the exhaustion gap, because if you've got a spike in buying volume, shout out to Spike Lee for, I don't know, I felt like saying his name. A large spike in buying volume accompanying the upward exhaustion gap could be a sign of short covering. Existing short buyers existing short covering, which is existing shorts buying to close their position, and that could be a sign of short covering rather than the long buying pressure for continued uptrend. So that could be a bit of a sign of a fake out. You want to make sure the volume you're seeing helps confirm what you want. But what is well about decreasing volume after the gap? If you've got buying volume drying up, getting a little Saharan here after the exhaustion gap, that suggests the buying force might be waning, and that makes profit taking a pretty good idea. But what about shorting opportunities as proven by the exhaustion gaps? Well, upward exhaustion gaps can be really tempting entry points for short positions. You're like, oh, the trend's over, time to go, Lele. But no, you want to be careful, because confirmation and cautious entry are essential. And here's what you got to look for here, guys. You want to see confirmation of the trend reversal. What does that mean? You don't want to rely solely on the entry gap or the exhaustion gap. Why would you? You don't want to rely solely on anything in these share markets, because they can be bamboozling. So what are you looking for? You want to look for a price rejection at resistance levels or a break below a key support level after the gap, which can suggest to you, drumroll please, a stronger likelihood of a sustained downtrend. Volume confirmation is also going to be really important here, because the upward exhaustion should be accompanied by a surge in buying volume. And that can tell you here, followed by a decrease in volume as the price fails to make new highs. So this can signify weakened buying pressure and potential selling pressure emerging. So what about technical indicator confirmation? You might want to look for some bearish signals from other technical indicators alongside the exhaustion caps. This could include the moving average crossover. So if those MAs have their little fishtail moment and they cross over, sorry, my hair is being extra. A bearish crossover, for example, where the short-term moving average falls below the long-term moving average, that can indicate a shift in momentum. And also rising RSI is something to keep in mind here too. If the RSI continues to rise despite the price falling and the price failing to make new highs, that's a bearish divergence and a sign of weakening momentum. So you've got the RSI climbing, but the price can't follow suit. Be cognizant of that and be ready for things to get switched up. So let's talk about exhaustion gap as a shorting opportunity. We've got this uptrend, right? You have your gap. Look at that. Then we see this move back down, and that's from whence we gapped, from whence the gap occurred. So you see this. This is where you might want to go short. You get your stop confirmation and you sell. And that's when you've got the reversal. Now, where do you close? This is interesting. It actually kind of came into previous levels, but it also, that's the sign where you've got your gap again. The trend is starting back up. Get out of Dodge. How do you spot false signals? Because false signals can happen all the time. Markets do love them. Well, one example could be limited follow through. If the price is struggling to maintain momentum after the exhaustion gap, and if it fails to make new highs, that could be a sign of temporary pause in the uptrend and not necessarily full on exhaustion. Lower volume after the gap is also worth noting, because as we said, volume can indicate stuff. So indicate stuff, of course it can. Volume can indicate an intensity of the move. So if you've got volume petering out, being a little less oomph-ish, then that could be a sign. So if you've got that surge in buying volume accompanying your true bullish exhaustion gaps, a sizzling in volume after the exhaustion gap could indicate a lack of conviction behind all that buying pressure you're seeing. And we know we want conviction in these here markets. So you also want to see if the indicators remain bullish. You want to see the conflicting signals from other technical indicators, because if a moving average is trending upward and the momentum oscillators like the RSI and the MACD remain in bullish territory, that could suggest the uptrend might still have legs. You also might want to combine exhaustion gaps with other reversal patterns, like head and shoulders or double bottoms, to strengthen the bearish signal and work on your confidence or your confidence in a potential trend reversal.
Bang.
But what if there's tickers you want to look at and you don't know where to go? You can go here, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever tickers your fancy, and you can have Sean and Neil look at those for you. I got involved in a bit of an EW long here, and breaking below the 90 MA. I'm going to watch what it does here. I'm happy I had the long because this was the level I liked, but it looks like EW is going to be a bit bamboozling. I'm going to watch, see what we do at 63s. If we break any kind of way below 63s, I'm out. Let's see what we do here. How are you doing?
Good. Keeping an eye on the NQ because it just came into 19,300. Again, we know that was an interesting level. It always is an interesting level, the 100-point level. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is $1 in the money on the T-triple-Qs. Shout out to him. He's taking this bad boy short. We're at a critical level right now, Katina Man, so obviously hope you print. That goes without saying. At 19.3, we're doing the dance right now with 19.3 to be expected that we would retrace. We almost got to 19.4, 19,390 and a half. Don't forget that half. Came in as the high of day today, but we are 2 candles removed, 2 5-minute candles removed from that high, and that had everything in Mag 7 world really curling back down. Nothing was spared. Even Microsoft, which was weaseling its way possibly back into positive territory here, it got close. It got into 427 and a third. To go green, it's got to get above 429. Apple did break below 220. So I was looking at this one. I'm like, this is interesting. You got the $10 level there, 220. You also have the 20 exponential there as well. And Apple hasn't touched the 20 exponential since 1035. That's how strong this uptrend has been. For the first time in the day, we get into it, and now we're giving way at the 20 exponential, breaking down below 220 right now. So I'm willing to bet the future is probably getting bugged down, and it is. It's below 19.3 by about 12 points. So looks like the bears have taken control, at least for the moment, of this market as we curl right back down. I want to see what we do on Apple at around 219, only because we had this gnarly double top, the two sides of the V over here, which were both at that 219 level. So if we curled them, we only have to wait 76 more pennies as Apple does break down below 220 now, and most notably, the moving averages now are pointing down. They haven't been pointing down since around 10:15, 10:10 this morning, once they curled back up. So maybe here the signs of winds of change. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I don't have a good read on the market, so that's why I'm staying put. But I'll commentate on it for you. And if you guys want me to look at anything for you, please throw it in the chat. And don't forget to vote, as Adara alluded to after her excellent lesson there. If you don't get your vote, the Katina Man, the Neil, they're not going to look at the tickers that you want. So go in, bully your friends, get them to vote your way, because only the top 5 tickers make it onto the list. And yeah, that's the only way to get it on there. So let's keep a look at these here markets. Yeah, we're really coming down here on the future. So shout out to you, Katina Man. Good trade there, brother. As we really do break down now, decidedly here, it looks like below 19.3, and we're headed right back down. The same area that I'm looking at Apple, that basically, what was it again? 219. I'm looking at this level on the future because it's the same look on Apple. Basically this double top over here at 19,250, and we're very close to that. Look, I mean, we kept rejecting off that level all morning. On the future, here we go. 16 more points. Do we get a hold up at that level, or is that it? Was this just a fake bull run, and then we're gonna head right back down? We showed you guys what the daily looked at on the future. Now this doesn't look like a hammer candle anymore. What's going on?
I'm short the SPY.
Get it? Are you okay?
I'm
all right.
so happy. Sorry about that.
No problem. Take over.
No.
What do you got?
Oh yeah, I just took a little over 25 pennies on the SPY. I still have a third of this position here. I want to see us go lower. I want to take out part of here. A, we were bouncing a little bit on the book, and B, we were getting into some previous areas of resistance. Pardon? Breathe. Sorry.
Yeah, she's good.
I'm just getting really excited. The markets really make me excited. And I know, guys, every time I try to speak more slowly, it works for 2 seconds, and then the market does things, and I'm like, markets.
Love it.
I apologize. There's just a lot of excitement here for me. Thank you, Big Smile Burnett, saying, let's go. Let's go, indeed. agreed. I want to see us stay below 80s here. We're getting back into 80s. I want to watch. I don't like the fact that we look like we're getting a little bit of a bullish candle. If we can break back below 80s, I'll stay in this trade. Let's see what we do here. Okay, we reject again. I don't want to add. I'm happy I took the profit. I don't want to force myself into this trade, but I'm really happy with what happened here. Like I said, I was trying to scalp before the lesson. I was like, oh, I just got out here to 80s because I was like, we're getting a little bit more choppy and turny. I was trying to scalp a TQ short right before the lesson, ended up getting out of that, lost about 10 pennies. Then that thing moved right back up. So I wasn't looking for a revenge trade, but I was looking for an opportunity to trade the futures and short in a way that made sense. And I mean, you know, we talk sometimes about getting out at the top wick. Look at that. It happens. You move,
all the time.
you live, you move on, you keep going. And it's like, hey, Qs, you're getting into a bit of an area here where you might bounce briefly at that 66s. If we come back here into like 66.40s and then we break below that 60s, that could be a nice look. I see Tesla in a downtrend. I see Apple in a downtrend. I see everything in a downtrend. And the bear in me is getting the claws out. Apologies for not breathing here, guys. I just get really excited by these markets.
I love it.
And thank you, Ramin, for reminding me to. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Ramin. Ramin's telling me to make sure I breathe because she is shouting me out. And I shout you out, Ramin. Shout out Ram. Shout out Fabian, the Chilean Nightmare.
I'll shout out Fabian, yeah.
Also, I forgot to mention this too. I did lose on my EW trade. I'm happy I tried the long. It was bouncing there for a moment. And I know I initially said, let's see what we do at 63s. I didn't like we were doing just above 63s. I said, Dara, get out. The second I get out, the thing would do. So I'm really happy with my read on that. Let's keep going. Let's see if we've got some more trades here in the horizon. I like Tesla. I'm going to check on AMD. I love the markets, guys. This is so fun. What a fun day.
I love your energy. All right, we came in right into that area at 19,250. A bit of a bounce right now, though, guys. Watch out. We did pop back into that 75-point area, but this is the area that I was looking at because we did reject off there multiple times, but I felt, you know, we were really going to tank off these markets. That 19,390. Uninterrupted 5 red candles, 3 5-minute candles in a row, taking us all the way down into that 250-point area. But I think looks like we're getting a little bit of a bounce here. We'll have to see if it's an anemic bounce or a legitimate bounce on these markets. We'll have to see whether or not it's able to take 19.3 again. So decent move right now on the future. Let's have a look at some of the other names we were looking at. We're talking about VKTX and CMAX in small cap world. So VKTX has taken a bit of a break on its downside move over here and found a bit of a base at around 66 bucks, which also happens to be the 50 exponential on the 5, but it is still making lower lows and lower highs. So I think a VWAP touch could be in the cards for this one, but a decent hold up at a critical area, that $66 level. And you can see that the wicks drop below 6, but the closing prints are all above that $66 level. So the buyers are stepping up, whatever their case may be. So keep your eye on that. We have CMAX that's continuing to hold above that 10 exponential on the 5 at around 5 2/3, 550. Good look, and it's trying to weasel its way with 673 is the high of day, but it's still putting in those lower lows and lower highs. I'd like to see it ideally hold above 5.5. We had 5.5 interaction in the pre-market high. This candle over here at basically 5 to 1 rejected off that 5.5. But so bullish is this name, it's not even giving you a retracement down into that former area of support now, resistance, formerly now support, excuse me. It's coming into that 5 2/3, right above the 10 exponential. So this one is finding a bit of a bid, and it's trying to move above $6 again. So CMAX is it's not out of the question. It's still playing nice over here. And I didn't even mention this one. You guys were talking up a storm about this one earlier. SERV, it's not the biggest mover on the day, no question. 17 and a quarter, 2/3, a fifth, whatever it's at right now. But this has been very directional and respectful of the moving averages, whether the 10 or the 20. So you've been able to weasel your way into a trade off a dip, which is good because that's kind of how I trade. So keep your eye on that. We're still holding up above 19,250 on the future, so I don't really have much to talk about in Mag 7 world. We're definitely getting a curl back down on all the names. No one's spared, but above that critical area, we'll have to see how this resolves. If we break down below 250 to go red on the day, we got to break below 200, 19,203. the break-even level on the day for the NQ September contract. And we've had a lot of interactions between that 19.2 starting in the pre-market, and it didn't stop after the bell. A lot of zigging, a lot of zagging, but you can see we were more consolidated in the pre, got really directional there after the bell, and then, yeah, the bamboozlement came in fast and furious because we recovered everything we sold off. And I want to mention one more time for those just joining us, from the top of the price that we put in for the NQ September contract in July 10th, if we take that top wick and we drag it to the lower wick over there, it is almost exactly 10%, 9.96. So we'll have to see if we're able to make newer lows. But for whatever reason, well, not whatever reason, this is obviously planned by people going long at this level because it's 10%. And what are the odds of that happening? So good look today, good recovery for the future, but we'll have to see if it's directional. Yeah, what are you guys looking at? Throw some more tickers there in the chat. I haven't looked at the chat in a hot minute. Derek says, crazy 250 level means nothing to Lulu. Down, 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 says Derek S. Let's have a look at Lulu, Mr. Katina Man. Let's see what this one is, what's up to. LU. This one was obviously a downgrade today. I forgot who downgraded it. Even though I did put it on the list, I think it doesn't matter.
Was it Citigroup?
It might have. It might have been Citi. So maintained overweight by JP Morgan, but that wasn't the one that I put on there. Give me a sec. Citigroup, you're right. Cuts it to neutral and removes it, oh no, from their focus list. Oh, no. So not JP, okay, so Citi downgraded them and JP Morgan removed them from their focus list. And that has not been met well by the market. As you can see, big move down. Yesterday, we closed out at 272 essentially for Lulu. Low of the day today, 246. All sorts of pain right now on LU, and I think that's what Derek was saying, because this was holding up at 250. You can see it had a double bottom there where it wicked below, but quickly was able to reclaim it, weaseling into 253. But that was as good as the buyers could do in defending that 250 level, because that new low came in fast and furious. 246.33 is the low of the day. And then you got the crossover right here on the MACD. So possibly good look there for these shorts on Lulu. It's been kind of an interesting day, no question. Let's see what else is afoot at these levels. For some reason, we're still holding 19,250, but let me tell you, I don't know how long for, because we keep putting in these topping tail candles, which, no, they're not really topping tail, but the body's closing definitely lower towards the bottom of the candle, which tells you that sellers are, they're getting in. They're getting in and pushing this bad boy low, and I don't know if we're going to hold up here. Triple bottom holding above that 250 for the last 15 minutes or so. This candle still has 3 minutes before it closes. What else is afoot over here? Apple still trying to weasel its way back into 220, but as I mentioned, I think like the more moving average is now a little bit more neutral in their look. The 10 period moving or pointing down, and the 20 is a bit sideways right now on AAPL. Good look, I guess, for the bears off that 220.85 high, Dara.
Yeah, I mean, as a bear, rawr. But yeah, grr indeed. But yeah, TQs had me going grr a little bit. We know that I did have a skosh of a short here that I closed earlier before the lesson, and then everything dropped. I didn't want to revenge trade it. I have had issues here with the levels on this. I got involved in a trade, then got out because I was like, I still stand by it, but my entry wasn't the best. And also I was worried I was kind of revenge trading it. So I got out, but I got back in here because we are still below 66s. Now, what makes me a little bit worried? The fact that there was some support here earlier, clearly at this level on the TQs going back to, when was this? We had a little bit of that resistance around 12, so resistance and support can flip-flop. But I right now do like to look on the Qs. I took a smaller position on this TQQ trade because I still felt good about it. So I said to Dara, if you still feel good about it, why are you not getting back involved? And I said, that's a good question. Why am I not? That being said, I don't love the way we're not breaking below 90s. For my style of trading, this can't hang, so I'll take my however many pennies. It wasn't a lot of pennies, but there were some pennies, and sometimes that's what matters. It's about having that confidence, which I definitely had in the first trade that I didn't have in the second trade. Clearly not enough to hold it, but that's what you learn from. That's the whole point of learning and trading every single day and growing, and that's why, I'll stop giving an Oscar speech, but the point remains, I think that this is such a fun, this market has been so fun to trade in, and I think this show and this desk has been such a fun environment to be a part of. I only got part filled on this, so this was not, which is why that triangle is in purple. So this wasn't like the trade of a lifetime, but I took about 25 pennies on this Tesla short. Really happy with what I did here. Basically watched at 224, watched us break above it and hold. Then we broke back below, retested it, got short. Please just punch Tesla. If you want to do that same thing one more time, act like I won't short you again. Just try. But now it actually looks like Tesla's trying to bounce off the 90 MA. Tesla, you want to bounce off 224? Well, I think I did. And it's like, oh, Daryl, I'll bounce. And I'm like, Tesla, I take longs too, just in case you didn't know. Just in case you did not know Tesla. Hi, I see you. I'm going to miss my long, but I'd rather miss the long than rush into it. I am still down on this name. Like I said, a lot of the issues with this stock were not the larger losers, but it was getting involved and then getting out 2 pennies later. Happy I got it where I did. Obviously, the decisions were for the best, but it was like, then why did I get in the first place? So, yeah, sometimes you can have too much confidence, and that's also an issue. TSLA bamboozling me. I thought it was going to bounce off 224.20s. Now it looks like we want to reject 224.20s once again. Tesla, you better fulfill me this time because I got part filled last time. I was a little displeased. This time, though, if Tesla wants to give me a full fill, I would be, say it with me, please just punch. Let's see if we can get that going here in this. I'm not going to get that motion in the ocean, but if you were short that Cybertruck, I want to shout you out. That's a great look. The other thing I want to be cognizant of with this Cybertruck are these bottoming tail candles. If this reverses, I want none of that smoke. Stock sell in a bit of a downtrend, keeping an eye on that. CMG, I haven't taken a bite of that burrito in quite some time. I had one crack at this earlier. The level was right. I panic sold. Look at this. Look at this whole uptrend. This is going in my journal because it's like a Dara. You should have risked way more than you risked.
That's beautiful.
Look at that. Thank you, I appreciate it. Did not execute it appropriately, but that's how you learn and that's how you grow. And if this burrito wants to unwrap a little bit, give me a 90 MA bounce, don't mind if I do. That being said, this looks like it could either be a bull flag because we had that nice pop here, a VWAP, or we're going to reject a little bit with these topping tail candles. Much like Tesla, I will trade you in either direction, CMG. Please do not be worried.
TCS was just halted. Another small cap gapper finding its way onto this market. For whatever reason, my platform says it's halted, but it's not. So it's trading at $1.35, and this one started its life out at 56 pennies today. It didn't make its way onto my scanner until recently when it broke above 85 pennies, because that is the filter. It did halt multiple times on the upside after breaching $1. There it is, $1.12 is the first up halt, and then $1.42 the second. Keep your eye for that $1.12, $1.15. We've been talking about these levels, these halt levels, being areas of support and resistance. You did get that MACD crossover right now on the one. You know, there's all these different ways to trade the small cap gappers. I've seen lately a lot of people using MACD saying, oh, only punch long when the MACD line above the signal line, and only go short when the MACD line below the signal line. It's one way to trade. I wouldn't put too much stock into one thing, but I definitely keep an eye on it and use it for the balance of the evidence analysis. Anyway, 127%. This name is up on the day. It's got a market cap, as I said, of 65 million. The volume is decent. It's about 22 2/3 million. The float is a little larger, to be expected kind of for a name like this, about 32 2/3 million. So let's keep an eye on that. Let's see what the short float is on trade ideas. Only 1.45%, so not much of that 32 some odd million is short. So it's really here an organic move up, or at least it seems. Here we go. Here comes that $1.12, $1.20. I want to see what it does at 115. Let's see if it holds up at the former area or the halt former area there. Keep an eye on that. So I'm going to put that actually on my side chart. TCS. We'll take off MOH because that's like $1 zillion. TCS. Here we go. Sorry, guys, just give me 1 sec. I'm also keeping an eye on the future as per usual, and it did hold that 50-point level. So this is interesting here for some of these names. So now we get breaches of multiple moving averages on the Mag 7 on the 5-minute, but we do get this hold up at 19,250. But here's the thing. We're really not moving up aggressively. This is kind of like it feels like just a consolidation area before another move lower. So I'm a little suspicious of this whole little bounce up here. I'm not going to take any trades, but we're going to keep an eye on this level. Definitely a bit of a range right now between 19.3 and 19.250 as the future drops off a little bit in volume right now. But good recovery from the lows this morning. Let's see what else some of the Mag 7 names are up to. Microsoft was doing great after being the worst performer on the day. Now it's kind of put it in about 25 minutes worth of red candles over here as it rejects 427. So it looks like 427, a key area of critical resistance here on MSFT. It's dipping down aggressively. There we go, 424 and a half. 423 and a half is the volume weighted average price. But this one is at this area crest over here at 424 and 2/3 a half. But I don't really think it's going to stop a whole lot there. We'll have to wait and see if it keeps making higher lows because it's got a bit of an uptrend since that bottom there. MSFT trying to recover over here. AMZN very much still at that 183 area. Hasn't done a whole lot in the past 20 minutes. Very consolidative at that 120. It started kind of sideways trending, a little bit above 183, a little bit below, but good recovery off the lows there. Dara, what are you printing on that side of the desk?
I printed a Tesla long, didn't take that much on it. Initially, I wanted 224.40s. So I said I was watching the 222.20 area, 224.20 area like a hawk. I watched it. I waited. We had a whole move down here from 223.50 to 224.20, and then we rest. Honestly, I should have added to this when I got involved in 224.20. Should have added when we bounced back at 224s. Didn't. That's something I'll journal about. But then I wanted to get out 224.40s. Then I saw some lower highs in the book, and I said, Adara, take what you can get. If the highs we can get to 30s, get to 30s. I get my order for 30s. It immediately pops back up to 45s. I was like, cool. You know, I'd rather take out, I got 11 pennies. Rather take my 11 pennies than lose. So I'm definitely okay with that. Thank you. I appreciate that. This has been a really fun afternoon for me because I love scalping. And I mean, has this afternoon given you scalp opportunities? I would certainly say so. This has been nice. We've got NVIDIA climbing a little bit higher here from what I can see on my, NVIDIA. You got a baby pushback. Because look at this, 115.25s. Sharif was mentioning that 115 area. Look, that was a bit of an area of resistance earlier. Then we pop above it beautifully. Now it looks like we're trying to bounce here with a bottoming tail candle on the 9 EMA. Oh my gosh, I love this. What about AMD? AMD looks so bearish here, it's not even funny. AMD rejecting the 9 EMA. AMD rejecting VWAP. AMD, what aren't you rejecting? Hopefully an opportunity to get traded by me, because I will be getting involved if I see a break here below 140, 130s. I want to make sure we don't bounce off VWAP. This looks like it could be a skosh bamboozling for me here. And I also, the way AMD moves, this thing can go against you in, lickety split. So I want to be really cognizant of what I'm doing with this name. That being said, if I see anything below VWAP and then a retest, I'm getting involved here around 30s. That's going to be the goal. But also our goal is to make sure that you guys have stocks that you want to look at represented, because we want to make sure that your voices are heard. How do you guys make your voices heard though? Amplifying with a microphone? No. You get in that chat right now, ! join space $, whatever ticker you're interested in. The 5 tickers with the most votes are going to be covered on our new afternoon segment brought to you by Real Trading and brought to you by Sharif and the Big Kahunas. So if you want to see what happened, what the news was on that ticker, what the trades would have been on that ticker from Sean and Neil, you have to get in the chat. That is the only way your voice can be heard, and we want to have your voice heard. ! join space $, whatever ticker you're looking at. AMD is having me so bamboozled. We look like we're kind of bouncing off VWAP, but then we had that bottoming tail candle rejecting the 9 EMA. I'm going to be patient, as Bears versus Bulls sometimes says in the chat, patience, like PAY. So I want to be exercising some patience here. I know, I should have taken that short. It is what it is. Where's the next trade? But also, Mahmoud in the chat was saying IWM short. Yeah, I mean, wow, this IWM chop and turn, just below 224. Then we break down 9 EMA rejection short. Then we come down and we bounce a little bit just above that previous area. We had a couple rejections here, 222.60s. Now we're breaking down. This 223 area, if we stay below the 9 EMA, I do not mind as a short at all. I will be keeping an eye on my EWIM. Have not traded any EWIM here yet, but I think this has just been such a fun trade. Thank you guys so much for all the support in the chat. This has been like a really cool day to be trading. And thank you, Darwin, for mentioning this story here about GM. Apparently it's Cruise targeting Q1 2025 rides with fares. So that'll be interesting. Ooh. I think that reminded me too. Let's see how Ford fared. Speaking of these classic autos. Oh God, Ford. I have no words. This one moved to the downside, tried to break above VWAP, actually had a nice VWAP pop-up. Look at that. Could it last? No, it could not. We sold off here on Ford. So Ford is a little bit more affordable if you're looking to get involved in that name, but it is worth noting we had a bit of a bounce here at 1130s. Look where we're currently shopping, turning 1130s. I'll be keeping my eye on that. But right now, I think that AMD, also SPY rejecting that 545 area again. There's a couple areas I want to look for, some potential trades, knowing me, most likely some shorts, though EW is coming back into one of my areas too. So I might say yes to EU.
Yes, too. I love that. Moving into 19.3 again is the future, and that has some of the Mag 7s curling back up. You're seeing Tesla curl into 225, Apple again above 220, and the Zuck train looking to break that 460 again and go into Greensville. So we'll keep an eye if whether or not 19.3 can get retaken. A bit of an anemic bounce, not going to lie, off this 19.250. It did hold, but quite anemic relative to how the price action was earlier to the long side. So good look right now, but it's definitely still no new highs. We'll see what happens with Power Hour, but this one came in as well. Look at this. So TCS breaking down now below that 115 area halt. So, or excuse me, 113 area halt. It's not decidedly breaking down. Let's see if it holds up at that level. You can tell there's some buying coming in here because it's not really tanking, but that is a Christmas tree retracement off that buck 43. Yeah, buck 43, buck 44, all the way down now into the one single digit. So this one not hanging out for a long time, even though it was up triple digits nicely, 98 somewhat percent below triple digits now, obviously. And as I look down on the book, there is really no size moving up. Like there's some size here at 110, but you already seen it breach 110. It dipped into 107. So that's new size. And there it goes again. So yeah, no bid right now. It feels like the seller's a little bit in control. I want to see what it does at 1. It didn't hold up a lot at 1. Once it breached $1, because we know that that's a specific trade. Once it breached $1, it really got going. It didn't like come back and retest it. So is this the test? Here we go, coming back in 105. It just dipped into. So $1, a different trade than sub $1. A lot of these ones, you know, they use $1 as support and resistance. Resistance, obviously, when you're coming from the south side. Support when you're coming from the north side. But we'll have to keep an eye on this one, given way over here. Giving way to the move down. CMAX, though, still absolutely in place. CMAX, we'll keep tabs on this one because it did pop up into 673. Now it's back at that 577 area, 567. This one still above the volume weighted average price, though, at 5 1/4. And I should tell you that there's a halt level at that 5 1/4. So you have VWAP and the halt level at that 5 1/3, 5 1/4. Does it come down there and hold up? The dip there brought us as low as 545, so we weren't able to come down into the levels. So unless you front run it, you're not in this trade yet. So good luck. Still up 45%. None of these ones really have catalysts that I can talk a whole lot about. CMAX, I'm not seeing anything
you don't
specifically.
CMAX anything?
I don't see.
Nor did I looked at it earlier. Didn't see anything.
TCS though has the container store shoes. I'll show you this one over here. No, actually, this one doesn't have. Oh, this was earnings. Here it is. Yeah, this one released earnings yesterday. So they looks like they did a lot better than expected. And the conference call had a nice little boost for this one as well. So this one's moving on news, but definitely a bamboozler, well off the highs, but $1 and change off the highs there. Let's flip and look at, oh, the fuge. Yeah, man, I felt this. Look at this. Okay, so we weasel our way incrementally there up into 19.3. Then comes the selling, but most notably, we dip right into 250 and a hammer candle forms. So the bamboozlement's fast and furious on this one. Neil wanted me to tell you, this market ain't weasel. This market's a bully. So keep your eye on this one, because if you were looking to get short there, and then a lot of buying came in at 250. I hope some people covered if they were able to get short off that 300 touch. But little candles of indecision here, definitely stuck within a range on this fuge, holding this 19,250 as support, which was previously resistance. Unsurprised with that, but you're not getting that directional move up. What's everybody else looking at? Rohan wants to talk about SMCI. He voted for that. If you want to do like Rohan and have your ticker talked about by the big kahunas at the big desk, you will vote for it right now, and tell your friends to vote your way too, because only the top 5 tickers make it onto the big board. So get your vote in now. If it's SMCI you want to see, vote for it. If it's ASML or I don't know, Apple or what am I looking at here? Uber, they had a headline coming out of California. They won big there with their lawsuit for independent contractors, which was, you'll recall, a proposition in the 2020 elections, because they can do like little referendums there. They call them propositions, and people voted for it. People voted that the drivers should be employees with all the benefits that come with it. They sued and they won. We'll have to see if the state appeals that. But for now, Google in Wville, and they're up 1 1/3 there.
Yeah, that's an interesting one there. That whole story with regards to should drivers be employees, and I think I have a friend who worked at DoorDash, but like in the where you go to Dashmart or whatever, where they you order from Dashmart and they have the warehouse. So she worked there, so she dealt with a lot of DoorDash drivers, and a lot of them seemed like they were like, I'll put it this way, very different kind of personalities. Like you're doing the delivery driving, a lot of just people who are intense in cars. So I get why it's like probably be really hard for them to vet everyone as relevant, right? If you're just as a delivery driver, I think as far as I'm aware, it's a bit of an easier vetting process. I imagine if we're treating people as employees and if you're getting all the benefits that come with that, I assume the vetting process would have to be different. So I would imagine it would definitely be a bit of a different system. So I do understand why, it's just interesting. It's something I want to learn more about as well, but that's my take as someone who knows a little bit about it from that perspective. NVDA here, I got involved in the long. I don't know if that was the right idea. I took a slightly smaller-ish position on this. I want to see what we do here at 15s. If we give up 115s viciously, I'm getting out of this trade. But right now, what I am still seeing is higher highs and not higher low. I'm seeing a bit of a waffle here. Now I'm worried that waffle could be a bear flag and not, as I thought it would be, a bounce off the 90 MA, because we are below the 90 MA now. I want to see us test this 115 again, but it looks like we are going to be giving up the 115 area. And just as I say that, we pop right back up. Probably should have added at 115, but like I said, trying to work on adding to the positions right now. I'm just working to get into the habit of sticking with it, having an idea. Let's see what happens. This might have been a case where I got involved at the top instead of getting involved at the bottom. We're continuing to see that chop, that churn, and that consolidation, but we're getting a bit of a pop-up here in the future, so I want to stay in this trade for the time being. Let's see what we get here on NVDA. I don't think I'll be saying yay to NVDA, but happy I got out of this AMD short. I got short again. Entry point was bad. Should have got out around where I got in, around where I got out here, around that 140, 120. So that is going to be the look on that. What was I involved in? NVIDIA. I didn't remember what stock I'm in. Okay, NVIDIA, this is, again, basically flat on this. I'm worried we're getting some topping tail candles, but I'm seeing what I want to see on the book here now, which is good. If I don't have enough confidence, though, why am I in this trade? I want to see us get back to 115.20s. If we cannot hold that decisively, I'll take my 7 pennies and I'll get out. Or not even 7. I'll take 3 pennies and get out. Wow, my brain has taken a little bit of a nap. So let's see what we've got going on here. Let's hear the Dara versus Neil rap battle, says Anthony K. I mean, I'm down. I would do it. I would certainly do it. NVIDIA looks like also it wants to do it. I said, let's see what it does around 20s. NVIDIA says, Adara, I can try to give you a pop around 20s. I'm like, well, could you give me a real pop around 20s? So guys, I've been so excited today because these markets have given you so many opportunities. NVIDIA, let's go. Happy I stuck with my guts on this. Definitely should have had more size, but you know what? That's something you could learn. That's why I'm going to do some aggressive journaling tonight. Let's see if we can get out of 43s. NVIDIA, are we going to get out of 43s? Okay, and NVIDIA sold off a little bit there. Let's see if we can get back to 40s. If we can't, I'll get out of 39s. I am more than okay with that. On NVDA, which is having me say NVDA, took 20 pennies. Oh, okay, I keep clapping and then NVIDIA doesn't film me. This is getting, NVIDIA, you're making me look like there we go. Got out 20 pennies. 20 pennies. 20 pennies. 20 pennies in the money there at NVDA. Can't believe there's only 7 minutes left here.
20 pennies?
Did I say that?
But you get it?
Oh, like puns. I think I dropped more than 20 of those per day. But yeah, I see 20 punnies. Also, the Cybertruck is at 225 here. Tesla at 220. Wow, Tesla at 225. We wick up above. We cannot hold it. If Tesla bounces off the 90 MA here, Confluence with that previous stop, 224.70. Bit of an area here, 224.70. I actually really like this as maybe another long scalp for Tesla. This has been such a fun day for scalping, guys. Hope you guys have had such a good time because this has been a crazy fun day to trade and to just be here and watch these markets. How are you doing?
Sounds good. I'm happy you're having a great time. Let's have a look at what Apple is doing over here. trying to weasel its way right back up. Okay, so it's doing its thing. So did find support at that 219 and a quarter, the area where it had a bit of a double top. It didn't actually make it right back down into the closing prints, but generally that area now it's looking to work its way back up into pivots. We'll have to see if this one can take the high of day. It's one of the ones that's closest to high day right now, about 50 pennies off that level. You have Amazon as well, looking to weasel its way. Microsoft was weak, but it did dip into this volume weighted average price area. Now it's putting in these bottoming tail candles and looking to keep that level in play and maybe curl right back up. We still have that 19,250 defend on the futures, so that looks good for some of these Mag 7 names as they're curling right back up there, baby. It really only one that's like well off highs is Tesla with that 226 because it got going and got going a lot earlier than some of these other ones. So Tesla is still in play. It's 4%, but it's definitely been a little bit of a range now. So there goes Softy again, putting in that nice that hammer candle, after that doji candle. Now look for the 5-minute candle to make a new high. You need that continuation, especially when you see this with these higher low, like that rounding bottom over there. Good look for MSFT. If it holds up, I think if we hold above 19,250, we could have a nice recovery on Microsoft. I'm looking for that 429 level to come in if we can break through 427, which was where we crested there on that last little pop-up at around 110. The one that doesn't look all that bullish right now, and I'll leave you guys with this idea, is goggles. And I don't know why. But this one's kind of curling back down while everything is making a move back up. It's in negative territory. I was going to say negatory territory. About 1/5% into the red, and it really can't seem to get its footing under it. Obviously, it had that great recovery there with the V-shape, but ever since coming out of that V-shaped recovery, it's been quite stagnant. Looking like maybe it's holding the 50 period. It had a little bit of a dalliance here with the 50 period, another one over here, all of which held up on a closing basis, but definitely you feel like it's a little anemic. But I mean, I don't know what to make of this market. I haven't had a read, but this is holding up at 19,250. Sorry to keep jumping from one thing to another, but the NQ has my attention because it keeps ranging at this level. You have some Mag-Sam names moving up, and then some that are just kind of being kept down as a result of the fuge. So keep your eye on this. I don't know exactly what we do. What does Dan say? Still have 2 hours to go. I've been trading since 5 p.m. yesterday. Oh, okay. Well, I hope you were able to take breaks, Dan, and maybe sleep a little bit in between. I don't know how you're staying up so much there, but I hope you're printing up a storm, Dan. Goes without saying there, so shout out to you. And keep those levels coming in because I think you definitely had something with respect to that 19,275, 19,300, obviously, until it got blown through. Chill vibes. Can you check Mira? Talk about your analysis on it. Thought about that $3 level. I think Mira kind of gave way, didn't it? I don't really have a whole lot of time to look at it right now because I got to move up to the big screen, but you can kind of see it's really done nothing for the last little while over here. Breached VWAP a couple of times, a little above VWAP, a little bit below. These are the ones I don't like because they don't have a discernible trend. So I typically stay away from these ones. And you know my rule. I only trade it as a breakout trade if it is above the volume weighted average price, Adara. I'm going to send it to you, and I hope everybody has a fantastic afternoon. Dan working overtime, says Chill Vibes. And get it, Adara. I hope everybody kills it. I'll see you tomorrow at the big screen.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Sherry, for everything you do and for putting together those lessons. Yeah, I took a bit of a trade here in Tesla. I think my biggest issue with Tesla was either getting involved and then immediately getting out or just not trusting myself on the book. So Tesla, I did, like I said, I haven't been trading while looking at P&L because I think that's been helping my strategy. But yeah, Tesla, honestly, without the Tesla losses, I would be up on the day. I am down on the day, like I said, a bit of a losing streak, but today was huge for me because I think I got back into gear and I took some trades I wouldn't always normally take. Like a lot of, for example, I was really up in EW, and EW, not a Mag 7, nor was it a scalp. That's a really different kind of trade for me, so I'm happy I was able to take advantage of this type of trade. We had 2 profitable trades, 1 red trade on it, both directions, so I think that's been really huge. CMG, says Roger, and I know CMG was one I was looking at here early too, and holy guacamole, CMG, that 5160 double top, wow. Now CMG coming to bounce off that other area of resistance around 51. CMG, you're staying on the side chart for tomorrow because I might want to eat that burrito as a leftover for day 2 earnings. Let's see how this goes here on C to the M to the G. Tesla, wow, Tesla. So the long was the right read on Tesla. I got out because we broke below 50s. But wow, Tesla, I guess was just bad point of entry. That's definitely something I need to work on. Tesla now trying to push back up into those 226, which as Sharif mentioned, have been a bit elusive for it for today. B. Davis, I do not trade Power Hour. I only trade, I do other show stuff during Power Hour. I'm on the desk. This is the only period in which I trade, but I definitely want to learn more about that period of trading. Let's take a quick look here at Nike though, because we had someone wanting to look at Nike here. Quite people mentioning Nike. And I know Neil mentioned Nike this morning as well. We had a Lululemon downgrade. So as Sharif said, Lululemon, that is definitely a bad look. But this, oh, Nike's beautiful. Look at this. We do have an attempt here to break this pseudo triple top at 220. Adara, where's the 2? 72.25. Let's see if we can break above it here, if Nike can go running. And look, this area, we're bouncing off the 90 MA. We've bounced off before. We bounced off at 1248. We bounced off it at 109, and we bounced off it once again here at 151. But it is 2 p.m., so we'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. But let's see what you guys voted for in our new segment at the green screen.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil is locked and loaded along with Sean, and they're ready to look at the names as decided by you. So make sure to check out How to Trade on the Midday Show with Adara and I, and get into the chat and vote for the names and make them on to the top 5. Starting off with the Future, we're on that 465 area on the triple Qs. A good recovery, specifically on the NQ September contract. We measured from the top of the crest where we got to on July 12th to the bottom there that we made this morning, almost exactly 10%, after which we really caught a bid to the high side, and that had all the Mag 7 names move up, some still in negative territory. Definitely not in negative territory right now is TSLA, the strongest of the Mag 7 names. No real catalyst for this one today, but we saw what happens after its earnings report sold off aggressively. Bit of a relief rally right now, guys, as this one takes it back up.
I think you just said what the catalyst may have been there, Sharif. Relief rally. Look, Tesla was short sell, it was down over 10%. It was SSR. And sometimes that can be valid. Like you have a pullback and a dip that big. Sometimes just to even go a little bit back in context is just relieving the pressure. And I think that's what Tesla did today. Would have loved to have got an SSR bounce on Tesla, but usually that involves buying a dip of sorts at the open. You can see there was just no dip to be had. And it ended up trending. At the end of the day, Tesla gave a couple of good shorts, so it was able to go 2 for 4 and be up on it, but it was a long today. It was a dip buy long. I was shorted into yesterday's highs, but I shorted this one early at the 221 level, and then we had to take 2 shots at it at this lower high. Whoops. I was going the wrong way. At this lower high here, that was about 222.5. It pulled into VWAP, then right back up, tested 225, which was the next level we played. Ended up bouncing higher lows at 223, and it's still going. But you got to keep context in mind here. Great day by Tesla, 4.5%. I mean, look, it's spectacular. It's rip your face off rally, all of that good stuff. But you still broke down from like to the 240s and supported 232, 233 for the earnings. And you haven't gotten back to that level. So that whole like chop zone we had in the Tesla breakout, you're still underneath all of that. So this could break, go another 3 or 4% up, and then be challenging that gap fill. So I don't think this is like smooth sailing or anything. You're not convincing me that, oh, like Tesla's just going to start going on a bull run again after the earnings. It would have to get back through that 230, the mid 230s, and then I'll be a little bit more impressed with the move. Impressed with it on a day, but I'm talking about a higher time frame. It needs to get back up into the 30s and hold there. Otherwise, you're still in that pullback after the earnings. But great V-shaped recovery. Some stocks did a V-shaped recovery where they dipped at the open. This was a V-shape from yesterday's lows right back into yesterday's highs. This afternoon, I don't think you'll want to fight Tesla. There's a lot of other things that are putting in lower highs and look like they might be shorts. I don't know that Tesla right now is one of them.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, look, Tesla, again, was a huge short. I mean, this 223, we took it out to 218.50. So again, multiple shorts, multiple outs, nice move to the downside. And then we just messed around with it again at that exact same level, and it didn't work. We tried to go short against 222. At that time, it would have been where VWAP or the 50 period moving average was. That didn't work. And we've actually left it alone since. I don't know. I'm looking for some shorts. I don't know if this is a prime candidate because we're up so much right now, but the market's below the 50 period, trying to go back down. We're $1.20 the money on the Qs. We'll talk about that when we get to SPY. All right, let's go to the next topic there. SMCI. Wow, what a name, what volatility in that one today, Sharif.
Super microcomputers, Sean, good look here. I mean, it hasn't done much, up 0.15. No real catalyst for this one today. It does report August 6th, very high beta, likely recovering with the overall chips after they really took a hit after the Biden administration came out and possibly adding new sanctions onto the chips as well as to AI models, not just GPUs here. That had NVIDIA, AMD, and the like selling off. SMCI, no different there, but catching a bit of a bit today, trying to stay positive, guys.
We're getting a nice little take here. ChatGPT apparently going to open up Search GPT, which means we do get some downside kicks there for Google. And it's just happening right now. So there goes Google right now. ChatGPT opening up, and again, brought to you by, we will have Mr. Faluna on. Oh my God, this market's tanking right now. I got to show you this in just a couple seconds. All right, nice move here coming in for Micron. We are short Micron right now. We could talk about this. It's a chip name, right? Nice pull right back into the downside now from Micron. I'm bidding 909.11 here on, or 109.11 on MU. Let's take advantage of it, see if we can get it 31 right now, and then cancel that nice little move to the downside right there. And then here comes the market. Just made a move in as well as we've been shorting that one. All right, SMCI. Yeah, Neil's just looking at it there and talking about if you had a bid down there, you would have got a nice little level 665. Oh my. Yeah, but coming right back into support again. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like for an investment, I think you got to figure out this company, know a little bit more than I do on them. But you know, that 200 period's coming into play. If you buy stock off that, then I mean, this would be another one of those plays. It hasn't been even close. I mean, probably it's 200 periods probably down here. We haven't been there since like early January, early February of 2023. So it's really rode this all the way up. You've broken below the 50 period, but what hasn't these days? So I like this take at 650. But, you know, without focusing too much on the name itself, it's still up today when the market is up. So that's nice. Holding well, not doing as well as other names in the sector. But right now, SMCI, I always look at Dell and think that they're kind of, you know, with the racks and all that kind of stuff moving around together. Dell's pulled back as well through some of these levels. So some of these names getting pretty interesting right now as possible long-term investments. That's what the 200 period sort of is there for.
When you say racks, all I can think about is shooting pool. That's it. Yep. I mean, there was back in the mean streets of Brampton, you like to say, racks was the spot. That was the spot. When we were in high school.
Racks.
When we were in high school, that was
been racking up the pool.
No, that was the joint. That was our joint. And the bouncer at Racks, I'll get to SMCI in a second. The bouncer at Racks, and this is where Sean and I grew up and went to high school together. He was in a rap group called Harpoon Missile. I don't know if you remember those guys.
Yeah, I remember.
They were pretty legit. Look them up. I thought they were pretty good. Good, solid dude. But
tracks, I think
obviously if you bought the dip on anything today, you were laughing. And I'm not an SMCI guy. Like anything that was 200 pre-moving average that I liked, I had stink bids today. I think I picked up one. It was just meta. Obviously, you could have bought a lot of bottoms today. I wish I had, but I got some meta in. And when we talk about big reversal, if this is a stock that you're trading and it does a pull, like break of this monster support, like look at the big level of support down in the 6.75. When that happens and it liquidity grabs underneath, once it's gotten back over, like if you were shorting this, let's like stop if it breaks back above that support level at 675 and then find a way in. That was kind of the lesson of the day. I think there were spots on other stocks where it was a little more obvious. SMCI just tends to go ham. Now in the NASDAQ 100, I think that gives it a little bit more oomph when it hits a key level. So it's worth paying attention to. I'm more interested in this stock when they do split. As Sean mentioned, we'll get up to AMD and NVIDIA specifically, but you know, Micron finally is the other direction. Instead of on the way up, it's finally like shorted on the way down.
Finally
which
is right.
I know it is what it is. Like sometimes the stock stair steps up And each step, it can look like it's on the way back in, but this is actually a lower high that it's putting in. Like you don't see that with, like you look at SMCI, like you're only now maybe doing that. This SMCI is so strong, but it's trying to hold on to green into a market that's trying to do exactly the same. So if you haven't booked profits on longs, I think that makes sense. And probably most people long from this morning, I would assume you've been covering here because it's only, like it's a good rally, but think about the last few days. Not that big of a chunk. You know, be careful.
NVDA next on the list here, down, up 0.84, was above 1%. Great recovery off the bottom, though, still below 120. Again, no specific catalyst for this name, but there is the overall chip recovery. There is their competitor, though, AMD, delaying the release of one of their new processors, the Zen 5. That could be bullish for this name as AMD looks to take on NVIDIA's dominance in AI GPUs, guys.
All right, look, I mean, NVIDIA, thanks, Reef, right there. Yeah, look, I mean, this is going to change back and forth a lot as we get in through, you know, who's going to be playing this AI game, what exactly does that mean for a lot of these names. But the one thing that's going to be the truth, I feel like, is NVIDIA is going to continue to be a great tool to trade. And, I mean, we were short early twice, and this was nice. This is 113, that's 108, so that's $5. Then we lost our way a little bit here trying to short it against the pre-market high, but that was actually okay. We just had to do it multiple times. So sometimes you get stopped out real quick, and we've done that. We gave some back, but then we shorted again into 116, and man, oh man, that printed out. That's 113, that's another 250, that's another $2 right there. So these shorts printed, and then we just messed around with it again, and it just was not going, and eventually we got out, but we should have, in hindsight, looked at this and said 116.65 is where we should have got out, not for flat for that last 10%. NVIDIA still moving to the downside. Look, we just took a nice trade here. This is the market. We told you what the number one stock's been. It's been the market for me. There's the TQs again. We're almost $2 in the money on this trade as it continues to spin out of control. So, I mean, look, like everything, we just took Microsoft as well, brand new position. I wish I would have been able to go over this with you before it hit. But right now, Microsoft, I was thinking breaking VWAP right here. It looks like we actually stopped immediately on VWAP, so we're short right now at 45s. But I don't know, I guess it didn't break or it did break. But at the end of the day, I was going to try to hold this back up to 424. About 50 cents worth of trouble here for Microsoft. Let's see if it goes down. I just thought maybe the market was going to head to VWAP, and I thought Microsoft was a little vulnerable being down 1% here today. So brand new short initiated now with Sir Softy.
Sir Softy. There you go.
I mean, you got respect. I mean, I'm in it right now.
Oh, I thought it was because of London.
Yeah. Well,
I was going to make it.
Wasn't because of it, but yeah.
Well, you know, Sean's going to London in a couple of weeks. You know, so sometimes you got to think about that kind of stuff and get with the lingo and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
So, like NVIDIA, I stopped shorting it when it broke above VWAP and was kind of thinking it was going to run the 117, like run this as strong as NVIDIA usually is on these V-shaped recoveries. Never happened. So 117 is your resistance spot. We get back up there again. I think I look for a fade. I said I would look for some kind of a solid long entry, but then it dipped, made a lower high, didn't sniff VWAP, and never really set up that well for a long. Although you're now getting a higher low here. So I'm going to keep eyes on this. Maybe the 113 and VWAP will come into play for NVIDIA. But right now I'm looking a little bit more at Micron, and we'll get to AMD because that's the other one in the chip land that I think I like a little bit better this afternoon. Oh, just I should mention, well, you guys probably already heard the news. I mean, Uber, gig, yada, yada, yada.
I don't really hear that news too much.
Oh, it was just the one appeal, court decision. So Uber, huge volume spike. I'm just going to quickly go over this because it's not on our list. Huge volume spike midday, actually closer to 1 o'clock. Broke out to 69, held here at 66.90, then went up. I took the first consolidation. You know, that kind of didn't work. And then it held here cleanly at that same like 66.80, 66.90, scalp into this level. It's about 30 or 40 cent range. And I just reloaded it off the same bid. It's not really VWAP. VWAP hasn't been the hold. It's been this 66.80 that I'm long in front of. So I have 90s. If it breaks 80, I'm out and look for something else. But there was that positive news for Uber. Doing decent enough volume, but you can see it's tapering off a little bit here.
And he's here. He's hanging out with us, guys. All right, guys. The SPY right now up about a little bit more than 1/3%. The NQ a little bit above that flat area, but it really is about the Dow and the Russell. The Dow almost up 1%, about 0.89 last time I checked, and the Russell up 1.9 last time I checked. Talk about rotation. It's a real deal, at least for now. We'll have to see if that can continue. But yeah, today we got the GDP growth number and it came in above expectations. Make sure to hang out with us tomorrow because we get the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, PCE, slated to come out tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, that's going to cost you one apple fritter, Sharif, because I just heard.
What does Sharif do now?
No, I just heard him say real deal. He said that's he said IWM, that's the real deal.
Yeah,
that's
he's fully aware that's going to cost you.
Yeah, I mean, so that's right there. I want an apple fritter for that. And it's just about being, we try to keep things respectful around here. I mean, anybody that would steal somebody else's line, clearly that person is a no, but that person is a bamboozler.
I'm not.
That person is weaseling their way into things. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like, why would you take somebody else's clearly their line
weasel,
and then steal it? You weaseling in and weaseling out and bamboozling and quadunking all over the place. You don't do things like that around here, right? So we try to keep it real. The real deal as well was the SPY and where it bounced. I mean, come on. Okay, so look at the
getting roasted.
Support. No, we're just having fun. So the SPY 542. Let's see if it holds this afternoon. Remains to be seen. But this is the last level of support. You dipped, closed just at it, right at the 50 period on the daily, and did the breach. Look what happens when you regaining that 542. That means regaining yesterday's low, regaining the 50 period moving average. And that's the point where it went from V-shaped recovery to consolidation, was right at that line. So if we lose 542 this afternoon, hold on to your shorts. If we bounce on 542, find some longs. Uber has news, so I don't know if that's going to be the one, but anything that's strong today. I don't know, Home Depot's having a good day today. Caterpillar's having a pretty good day today. NVIDIA, those types of things. If we hold on to this 542, ignore that dark pool wick, we are at 543. So hang on. I think covering, profiting on shorts into that level is going to make some sense. But yeah, sometimes you look at the chart and it bounces off and you hold support at that line that everyone's interested in. Right now on the SPY, that is $542.
Oh my God, come on, Mr. Softy. We good? We good? We good, Sir Softy? There you go, Neil. We good, Sir Softy? Let's go to the downside right now. We did average into a little bit this up at 424. But here we go, man. We're trying. We're trying to battle back. We talked about sort of how tough this morning had been for myself and for many. But right now we're trying to make a little bit of a push here into the close for short side of trading. We're $1 in the money on Micron. We just got that. We're almost $1. We got that bid right there at 12s. And then we're in $2 now in the TQs. We get that bid as well. But whether or not Softy goes down now, I don't know. We just took some more outs down here. So it's been good. But our stop remains in and around this 50 period moving average. So we'll see. Hopefully we can hold for a downside push. I am bidding teens. Well, I'm bidding 12, so I'll tell you what it is. 423.12 to the downside. Hopefully coming in at some point for us would be that trade. So, okay, that's Microsoft coming through. What are we talking about? The SPY. Oh, okay, perfect. Instead of SPY, I will pivot over to the NASDAQ. This has been my number one thing. I've tried to look at SPXL and stuff like that. I just feel, and I don't want to give a big shout out to Brankles. I don't think he's there, but I was mentioning it to him before. And I said the mistake early on, and whatever. I'm here to tell you that I'm, hello, we're human. Hello, we're human. Hello. Right now, says Jack Armstrong, as we put $1 right now in on this name for Microsoft as it's trying to come down. We'll see if we can get a bid down there. We actually just did catch that bid. Oh, we did. Okay. 422. Well, it's right here now. 422.80. Good little take there. Oh, yeah. That's a good one right there as we do the patented Adara clap.
I love the reaction.
This time it's for $1. We'll take that out now for that dollar claps right now. So, all right, good trade there, $2 for TQs. But what I was talking about with Brankles before is this is how we lost earlier. Let me show you, be very, very clear on what happened here. Actually, Apple was fine because we actually picked the bottom. Apple's wrong. That's not the problem. It was all of this at the same time. 10 o'clock, 9:50 when we started to break. We were long Amazon, wrong at the same levels. Look, we're long Google, wrong. All we were doing was sitting here bidding everything. Long Meta, wrong. But really? Come on, Meta. All right, everything else, right? Tesla, we tried some more trades in there. At the end of the day, what I was trying to get at is just sit there and trade the market, right? He's like, look, if you have long bias in there, then just look at the Qs, right? And I'm like, yeah, but some of them were specific names, and I like, reasons why I like Google better than Amazon. But at the end of the day, when the market starts making moves like this, it's nothing is going to save itself, right? I mean, the market looked like it was positive, then all of a sudden it just tank citied, and then it started to make back up. So no matter what you're doing, this is a hard trade to catch that falling knife. I would have much rather, and I've noticed that when I trade the TQs, it's generally in the afternoon when we got a feel for the way the market is potentially moving, and that's what we did right there. We found some tops. Sure, it took a minute, right? We had to average into this one, then it fell. Then we had to average into this one, then it fell, and now it's falling. So let's just stay with what we have right now. Again, $2 or so in the money on the TQs, but I've already done the math, man. I've already ran the numbers. We're having our best month, and most of it is related to the TQs. So that's going to be something there that I'm not going to forget about, and we're going to keep on trading the TQQs here heading into next month and throughout the summer, and then we'll look at individual names.
Google's still tanking.
But today, I know that's Google's still taking. Okay, see, the thing was about Google, and is that on the board? No, not yet. AMD.
It was the new news though.
Yeah, it's like we wrote down 170. We really liked it, but it goes down to 168, only to go back up to 173. Where look what we did up here. We shorted it until we got stopped out. I don't know. I feel like that was. I don't even know what was happening there. I must have got up from my seat and then got stopped out. But there's Google, and I don't want to pretend like we knew this tank was happening. This is Search GPT. Right now. So. OpenAI coming out and firing a gun right at Google, so that's going to be a problem for them. We'll see how that reacts. I shorted Microsoft, had nothing to do with ChatGPT, of course. It should be good news. I shorted them because we were breaking VWAP. So we broke VWAP right there to the downside. We were able to, and fortunate enough, smart enough, probably not that one, to be able to get some more shares up there at 424. So far, so good here as we continue to make moves lower. I'm at the highest spot I've been at since destroying myself early on in the morning. So we're making a little bit back here with Microsoft, Micron, and the TQs holding these shorts.
Sorry, guys, I was just venting to Brendo. So AMD definitely underperforming its peers today, 2.5% in the negative here. And then as you can tell, it broke a key level of support. We had this area back in May earlier in the spring as support, and we broke that, trying to recover above it now. This is all as a result of the delay in the Zen 5 processor that was supposed to be slated out later this year. That's going to be delayed, and that's not a good look as they look to compete with NVIDIA and get some of that AI market share.
Yeah, they're weaseling their way in to get little scraps and pieces of that AI market share. But what's interesting about it, look, you see, like we already showed the chart of like Micron just pulled back, Google's tanking, Microsoft is moving to the downside. The futures just pulled back as well. You have the second biggest red candle on a 15-minute this afternoon. AMD has, look at AMD in this last 7 or 8 minutes here while the market has been pulling back. It has done exactly nothing. It's not falling. It's not ripping. So I only traded AMD off the morning lower high, right? So it came in, lower high was very clean, 143.5. I was bearish on AMD because fail the 200 period moving average, fail support, all that kind of stuff. It looked like a short to me in terms of momentum, but we waited. I had it at VWAP, and then we waited until this 143. It does a wick top. We shorted into VWAP. Now, all of a sudden, it just looks funny. And if it's not going down with this market, if the market ramps up again, I'm not sure this one's a short. If it does pop and give me a trade where it worked before at 43, so be it. I got eyeballs on it. It could always break down, and then we just take it on a breakdown trade. But it's interesting now, all of a sudden, this was dropping no problems the first time the market came in and pulled into VWAP. Now it doesn't even want to budge. And I think you have to be able to respect that. As we were saying, other things are moving. In that time, Micron dropped from almost 110 to 109. Same time moment, AMD wants to move 20 or 30 cents. And it's going back and forth, not straight to the downside. So I'll be very cautious with AMD. And if the market bounces, I think it looks, there's a buyer here, 141. So until that breaks, I don't want to be thinking short. Maybe they're breaking now and we can get into it. But speaking of getting into it, we're about to get into it with one of our favorite guests. A young man who I believe is going to want to talk about something with the H to the D for sure. So let's get it on. There he is.
Look at these two gentlemen. What a crazy. Sean's got his hat on again. It's as if we were just here yesterday, wasn't it?
I mean, we like to have you on a
Something
little
like
more
that.
often, but you're too busy to come on apparently all
That's
these times.
true.
So
That's true.
I mean, what are we going to do over there? How's it going, Mr. Andrew Rader? I mean, what a crazy moment we've been. Is it Home Depot? Is that what we talked about?
Well, I was hinting at it. No, because you guys were talking about Home Depot.
Were we talking about Home Depot before?
And energy.
and energy.
Energy.
It was two things. It was two things.
Right. All right. So anything that you saw, I mean, we had you on last week. What a dramatic move here in the triple Qs and the NASDAQ. As we were just at, Andrew, I mean, you were here 2 weeks ago, and just 7 days ago, believe it or not, we were at all-time highs. And now it seems like, oh my God, the sky is falling right here. Give us any indication that might have tipped you off about a possible sell-off here. And do you think that this is going to be ending anytime soon? Or are we kind of staying away until maybe we see the light through earnings season?
Sure, yeah. So last time, I don't know if I mentioned it, but there was a defensive rotation going on in the market, selling out of growth. You saw mega caps, et cetera, pulling back as a lot of money was flowing into these more defensive and value names. That is typically a leading sign of a market drop coming. But not only that, one of the biggest components, if you want to share my screen here, has been the seasonals. The seasonals, of course, every year you try to build some sort of expectation for the market, some sort of guideline, and seasonals are one of the best ways to do that. Now, is it look at this date and short after that? Not necessarily, but it is one of those guides to say around this time we can expect this price tendency or behavior in the market. And I've been setting up for this kind of late July top for a while now. And if we're gonna have another trust me bro moment, but this chart right here is kind of what we've been discussing. You guys remember last October of 2022, I came on here and I said 350 was the bottom. Well, this is going to be one of those charts. So over the next 2 weeks, I believe that the markets are going to have some sort of chop, some sort of behavior, but remain unchanged relatively. And then after that, I can expect continued selling pressure. But I do believe that this week has set the seasonal top. So 556 around there is the seasonal top for this trend to the downside. And eventually, I believe the bottom, Mr. Sean and Neil, will be 520. The reasoning for that is there is a massive amount of puts the put walls there. So traditionally, when I look at the options market, a huge level of put stacking on here, like we've seen on the 8/16 expiration for mid-August or beyond that, this level is stacked. So I believe that 520 is going to be the bottom, and 532 is also the other end of that. So that's the trust me, bro moment for the stream. I always got to have one of those. That's kind of a signature thing. But that's that. Yeah.
I like that. Yeah,
Okay. So we've got the moment. It's locked in. Everyone can rewind it and see it. But let's talk brass tacks. So based on that, like, what are the plays here? Like, what are you looking at? We can go over the rally that happened. I know energies look really good. I actually pointed out this morning, like, you had some individual names in energy doing so well, like XOM versus like CVX, but obviously XLE being pretty solid. Home Depot actually doing a nice move today. What are the plays off of this? Like what are you trying to do? Is it just back off, maybe go on a trip to London or something? Or do you have something very specific that you want to put on? Sean's going to London in a couple of weeks, that's all.
Sean, if you go to London, you got to go to Oxford Street, man. Okay, get to the Supreme store, go get dripped out. I better see you coming back fitted in some threads. But anyway, to answer Neil's question,
you don't worry about me, my guy. You don't worry about me. I'll get this all handled. You want me to pick you up anything over there or what?
No. Just come back in one piece, Sean. That's all we need.
That could be a problem.
That's
all right. As far as Neil's question, amazing question. So what are the plays moving forward? Now, I like to give an upside trade, but also a downside trade, because anywhere at any time in the market, there is an upside trade. One of my arguments over the last few weeks has been the rate sensitive trades. That huge Tesla pump that happened a while ago was a reaction in a run up into that first CPI print. That was the first proof that the Fed can actually achieve the targets of moving towards cuts. So what I believe is that that's going to still be in play. And I do believe there's another leg higher in the Russells, the small caps, the rate sensitive names, the biotechs, the names that are off leverage, regional banks. these names that rely on leverage to, in a less restrictive economy, to perform, there is going to be a run up in that. Remember that we're not waiting for the first rate cut. The trade is before the first rate cut. So I believe that there's going to be a trade in that. Now, specifically with names, there's a lot of different ones. There's home builders, regional banks. I've been looking a lot at biotechs, healthcare, Moderna. These type of names are all believing, to me, especially IWM, I believe has another leg higher. So when you want to see, hey, if the markets are going to bounce here, what is the better long? Is it SPY? Is it my favorite QQQ names? Is it TQQ, as Sean has been looking at, or is it my favorite stock? Remember that trading your favorite stock is not necessarily going to be always the best opportunity. These guys on here do a great job. You can see all the time they're trading a variety of different tickers. That is because they're chasing different opportunities because it's always moving. So when I'm looking at these kind of things, one of the best things I'm looking for is compare the indices, their relative performance. The leaders will get to continuation bounds, and the laggers will continue to sell off. And that's going to be QQQ, tech, and to the long side, those rate sensitive names.
Yeah, and to your point, like when you talk about like biotech looking good, the IWM is just, it's literally pulling back into its breakout. I think that's going to be a popular one, and I love that call because at least you're buying something that's already strong, right? For some of these maybe biotech, healthcare type names, I'm just going to point out when the bad ones start going, that's how the group can be gearing for something up. And I'm only pointing this out because I can't remember the last time I was able to draw a trend line up on something like a Pfizer. Like
Right, exactly. Yep.
You know, it's in even today, like it almost broke out the top today before pulling back and still making higher lows. So I do like that. I think, you know, there's always going to be things that are playing catch up. But just to go over to this IWM, I think we've had traders on the floor. We've had multiple guests now, I think, that are like, why not just look at the group? Why not just understand that it's held this breakout support level, and you can do a heck of a lot worse than joining a consolidation in a trend, especially like you said, we haven't even gotten a rate cut yet, which we know is coming with with as much certainty as possible, right? Like you get, there's death and there's taxes, and we're going to get one in September. Obviously, if you're like me and you have Wesley's account, then you're good to go. But so I love the trades. I just want to ask, I love the ideas. I just want to ask, like, some of the trades that you would have had on before, let's just say, that did rally, that did get to their levels and probably paid off, like things like Energy Home Depot. Are you holding here? What is next? Have you gotten out of any of those? What do you think about some of the rotation names that they kind of already went? Like I liked Caterpillar. It came and went 10% back and forth. Do you like rebuying some of those plays when they pull right back into where you would have had them before?
So that's a great question. Funny enough, I think you were the one that was also long Uber, if I'm not correct, or if I am correct, which I also am, which is, again, just how different perspectives reach the same conclusion.
I think we all are.
Right. And so Uber, specifically, if you want to actually share my screen here, a lot of these industrials I have been long over the last few weeks. I've been capitalizing off XLI today, and even some names like Uber right here. Now, Uber, I always look at derivatives. Certain option orders do affect markets, not in a sense that they know more or they have insider information. But remember, guys, we trade market mechanics. There's a reason that at some point in history, GameStop that sells used games and, little figurines, like those little pop figurines, how is that company evaluated more than actual real businesses that are actually profitable? There is mechanics to market. It doesn't care what the fundamentals are. It doesn't care about that. So specifically with this order, certain market making principles, you have to balance certain orders that come in because they're assumed equity. They can exercise, and if that gets into the money, there's consequences. So when I saw this order come in, this was actually a bullish trade on Uber for me because he's essentially building his own support off this order. And so I do expect continued upside across Uber. Even Boeing is one that I'm looking at with earnings on the horizon or just in a few days. So I'm going to continue to be looking along those industrial names, the ones that are still catching up. But yeah, that's pretty much it with that. But yeah, the Home Depot, I have gotten out of that one. And then energy, I'm still getting into right now. I'm currently long XOP and OIH. So those two are my favorites. But also XLE, again, that's one that I think is just balanced, middle of the road.
Yeah, safe, steady, good to go. And if you like a stock and you don't like it at the 200 period when it's already shown you support there, like Uber, then you don't like it. That's the other thing. Like, you don't really like the company that much if it's showing you there's buyers at that kind of a level on the daily, and you're not that interested in looking at it. But I think that exemplifies Uber right there. But just to correct, I think pretty much everybody on the show owns Uber stock. I do, Sean does, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if Brendan does. Like, I think we all like that company.
Yeah.
I think so.
I've been in it. I sold that name for we got
the,
that in the 30s and sold it in the 60s. Where we don't own it anymore, but it's a good trade. All right, so a name that we bought recently, and I think me and you talked about this last time, Andrew, was Eli Lilly. I mean, what's up with that? I mean, right now, I guess things have changed. If we come over to the daily chart here on my screen there, Ramin, I'll show everybody right here, and then I'm going to ask for your information as well on this, Andrew. Maybe we're wrong on you potentially liking this name, because I'm still in it as well. The way I look at this, we're coming up into an area now that has been resistance, right? I mean, this $800 level, once we broke through it, it just marched up to 960. Now we have Roche, and we have some more competition, it looks like, into that GLP-1 area. I don't know about you, but this happens, right? I mean, trees don't continue to grow to the sky. Some of these names have to be taken off out of your portfolio. You mentioned sort of getting out of some XLI, so congratulations. That looks like that would have been a good trade as well for you over the last couple of weeks. What are we doing with Eli Lilly? Are you thinking about anything? I know you trade options. To me, it looks like it's extended to the downside. Potentially, maybe some call options right now. Is there anything you're looking at with Eli Lilly down here at 815?
Sure. Specifically with Eli Lilly, I think there's better longs. When I try to look into a trade, since I do trade options, I have to time things. And whether I think it's going to bounce or not, I have to understand, like, is this the right timing? It is actually risk to reward of what I'm actually doing. So specifically with healthcare stocks, Eli Lilly, all these big names, especially the mega caps, I'm going to try to stay away from these big, larger caps, because that is when you reach a top of a market, they actually sell those first. So what I'm actually going to look into now is just those healthcares that haven't moved. Again, the rate sensitive names like biotech, I think those have better risk reward. Even if Eli Lilly does bounce, I don't think that that's going to warrant an opportunity. Like, I can't justify why I would be trading that. So therefore, I'm not going to take a trade on it. But I would say look at healthcare. XLV again is just the ETF that I monitor with that, and try to see, is there biotechs? What's leading the markets? And if you expect the markets to kind of chop and consolidate, that's actually when these start to do really well. So with IWM, it's likely being held down by ETF selling everything else. And I think that if we do consolidate into Friday, even into the opening week, like I said, moving after August 1st, then just expect these to get a nice one more leg higher as the markets chop, and those are going to be the big winners.
I have to give you a warning there, Andrew. In the chat, there's people saying that you remind them of a younger me. So I want to apologize to you for that one right there. Because you know what? I don't know if great minds think alike, but I already had this set up, Andrew. And that was XLV. Like, I was going to ask you about Eli Lilly, and then I was going to go right over to you and ask you your opinion, because I know with options, it is interesting to start to trade some of these ETFs. A lot of liquidity, and there it is right there. The number one name in the XLV ETF is Eli Lilly, and then you get Dow, giants, UNH and J&J, Merck, AbbVie reported today as well, Thermo Fisher and Abbott Labs. So I'm with you on that one, man. I really, really like the XLV, and you can see here, as opposed to Eli Lilly, this is straight up at the highs, right? So you don't have that single stock risk. So I'm going to give you a awesome for that one. Oh,
Sean, you know what though? I do see the similarities between you and I. I mean, we're
don't start. I try to give you a compliment. Yeah,
I think we're 6'6", handsome. We can both dunk a basketball, windmill, 360,
something like that. But legitimately, I wear size 13. How about you?
I wear 11s. I did see you got those new Air Maxes, though. I gotta say,
I did. But today we've got these on right now. I don't have the Air Maxes. Wow, you're really paying attention, my guy. Today we've got these on right here. So we'll rock some Jordans today. But wait, just real quick, come over to my screen right now. I just want to talk about Microsoft. We are getting into the downside right now here, down about $1, breaking through VWAP. So I know you don't take trades intraday as obviously as often as I do. I have over like 300 fills today. But this is a key level for me, breaking through VWAP, finding a name that is relatively weak against the market, NASDAQ being up, Microsoft being down. So I hit this to the downside. We scalped it out, as you can see, and now trying to bounce. Is there any sort of situation where maybe you use volume weighted average price at all? Do you look at that on a daily time frame? What are your key indicators, maybe if you're looking to swing trade something?
So specifically with volume weighted average price, one of the best things that I like to do, I don't necessarily use indicators. I think a lot of what I do is based off just eyeballing things, understanding the mechanics behind it, the timing again. So I'm not looking specifically. I'm pretty familiar with what levels I like to see break when I long. But more specifically, something like Microsoft, like you said, it's already weak. It's lagging the markets, and therefore it's going to sell off harder if the markets continue to sell off. Because again, the losers lose and the winners win. That's how it is. But more specifically with indicators, I look at intraday. One of the biggest things, of course, is knowing your time blocks in the market. So market open, you typically get some sort of consolidation or even move. After lunch is typically when you get some sort of follow through. So looking at those time blocks, understanding, well, if we have a strong close in the morning, then I can maybe expect that in that lunch hour time, we can expect some continuation or vice versa. If I want to enter a trade, if it's lunch hour, almost to power hour, just wait towards, you get closer to close because that's when that volume is going to come in. So more specifically with indicators, I don't use those, but I do like to use that time block of breaking it into three segments, if you will, to try to time my trades better.
I like that because, when we've heard this a lot, like, a lot of swing traders really love that block in the afternoon. Show me what that money is doing at the end of the day. The confident money is going to be at the end of the day. And I'm impressed to know that you're a dunker. I think that's absolutely amazing. You learn new things. I've known Sean could dunk. We've known each other for years. I've known Sean could throw down for a while now. Yeah. But good to know you're part of the crew.
You were throwing me alley-oops and everything.
Well, that's how we used to roll.
And
I mean, yeah.
I would show it on social media, me dunking, but every time I go to dunk and film it, my phone dies. I think Sean has the same problem.
No. Actually, no.
But I don't know. Maybe one day our phone won't die right before we film it, Sean. Maybe.
Maybe. When are you coming, man? When are you coming up to Toronto?
Yeah, I actually have time this year. So if you guys shoot an invite, I'll be on an airplane and I guess I'll raid your office like Homeland Security.
Invited.
It would be
good luck rating it. We got security everywhere around here.
Really
you kidding me?
Really.
Shoot.
I can't get through a guy like Neil, but if he's standing at the front door, it's over, man. I'm turning around.
If you can't get through me when I'm literally on crutches right now, Andrew, then you got problems, bro. No, I tore my Achilles, dude. If you can't get through me, you got some serious problems. My daughter can get through me now. It's like whatever, but we'll be fine. In the fall, you can come through.
Oh no, Sean. Do you think my Mustang do you think I would get absolutely emission lawed if I brought my Mustang up?
Look, man, I got a parking spot waiting for you right now. I'm going to paint the name right on it when you get down there. I'm going to put AR right there. Okay. Let absolutely nobody else park there. I got a spot for you ready to go. Look, open up your calendar for me when we're off the air. August the 2nd, I'm doing a recap show. It's Friday, August the 2nd. I want you to come join me on the market recap show when me and Adara have tons of fun. I'm calling you out right now. August 2nd, you're going to join me on the market recap show. I don't care where you're at.
Write this down. You're not challenging me to a boxing match, right? This is just
boxing match? No, it's market recap show. We'll be having lots of fun on the market, and we'll do a Q&A. How about that? We'll do a Q&A.
Y'all want to box? I'm sure people would watch it. I'm just saying.
People would watch it, yeah, for sure. I mean, we can get it lined up. You on Netflix? Got to see what they're up to.
Sean Tyson
pay-per-view.
Something like that. I mean, Jake Paul's blowing my phone up every day. I don't know, ever since he beat that other guy there, Perry. I don't know. I made a little bit of, you ever gamble, by the way? Like, you ever bet on a little bit of sports gambling or anything like that?
Well, some people say I trade, but as far as sports, I don't know. I don't sports gamble. I don't really watch sports other than soccer, and I don't think there's many, parlays or anything with that, so.
Yeah.
No, you can bet on anything.
Time goal, stuff like that.
Yeah, there's lots. You can do anything. You can do all kinds of stuff.
All right, leave us with one trade. I mean, last time you and I went back and forth, I thought I was going to be like, oh, in your face, Andrew, because we picked Starbucks, if you remember last time. And then all of a sudden we got that activist information coming through there. And I was like, oh, yeah, I can't wait to get this guy back on because we were at $72. We went all the way to 78, 79. I was like, okay, finally, we've outsmarted him. But we have not, because it came all the way back, and we're still in the money on this call, but it's basically where it was. And then you predicted, and we talked about this, XLE. I really like XLE. This is my favorite name in the energy space as well. If we're going to review something in 2 weeks, you just talked about the seasonal tops and bottoms. Are we just going to stay maybe looking at the futures? And I know it's very risky to predict names now, especially into earnings season, but Neil sort of asked you for what you were looking at. Is there anything that you have on right now that you're looking to hold for the next week or 2 weeks or so we can check back with you when you come back?
As far as a week or two, I don't know. As far as that, I actually am going to do my monthly analysis this week. So every month I kind of do a recap of everything that I'm going to trade for that next month. But as far as what I'm looking at is going to be bank shorts XLF. I believe there is a downside. Now that's going to be that's going to be a next week opportunity entry into this Friday. But more specifically, I think banks the downside, but also, so XLF again, if you're looking into that, but also one big name that I'm looking at is also going to be that energy again. I still believe there's another leg higher in IWM. Those are my 3 picks. So you guys can, write them on the board. When we come back to the scoreboard, I'm sure we'll reevaluate that. But those are the 3 picks I have.
I might be too old to go to some of the clubs that you go to, but you know the club that we visit every single day? It's this one right here. It's the Dollar Trade Club. It's the Dollar Trade Club. So right now we have $1 and $2 right now on Microsoft that we put on right before you. We've got $1 on Micron, and we've got $2 on the futures right now. We're holding 3 bangers right now. You've brought me great luck. I don't know if it's luck or what, but we're right here. We're shorting this market. I want to thank you, Andrew Rader. Where can everybody find you?
Well, outside of the boxing ring, WWE Mania, Sean and I, of course, we have side careers in that. You guys can find me on Twitter, Instagram, whatever. Just look up Raider Trader. Raider is my last name. It is not like I'm a Viking Raider. It's not Tomater. I say this every time people ask if I'm from Cars. No, I'm not from Cars. And yeah, I'm not self-taught. So if you guys think I'm a 20-year-old yapping around, I do have very smart and intelligent mentors. I was blessed with that, including these fellows right here, which are also great friends. Involve yourself in the community, guys. It's sad that in this community today, we have a lot of, well, let's just say marketers rather than traders on social media. And guys like these are truly real traders. So stick around with them and you guys will do great.
Appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Andrew Rader, friend of the show, as always. Can't wait to have you in person. It's going to happen someday, my friend. But there he is.
This guy, the real
Take
deal.
a bow.
Yo, bro, nice shorts. All right, let's get this guy out of here. He out of here. See ya, Andrew.
He gone.
He gone there. Next time I'm expecting jean shorts from that guy.
I want the jorts.
Look, the one thing I want to say, yeah, there it is. Yeah, flush those jorts down the toilet. Where's my guy, Randy? The one thing I want to say is it's very important, and I think that what Andrew said was very important, and that is that you have to be real. I mean, look, there's going to be a lot of people on the internet that are going to be like, I just made X amount today, or I shorted this, or I did that, or I did this. I try to every single day let you guys know if I'm red, if I'm green, any individual names. We're always saying that in the chat. Ask us. I mean, it does expose us because we're here every single day showing you every single one of our trades. But that's why I break this one down for you. Why are we short Microsoft? Explained why. Now we're $2 in the money. So can you be. Why are we short TQQs? Why are we short Micron? Different things like that. We're short these things for reasons, and we explain them every single day. So I got to tip my cap to, again, one of the realest guys out there. And I just, age ain't nothing but a number, honestly. If you're going to be throw down like that, give us stats, give reasons why, seasonal tops, seasonal bottoms. He could be completely wrong on absolutely everything, but that doesn't matter. He's justified it, believes in it, and let's go. And I don't vet his trades. I have no idea if he's long or short, something like that. It's the reasoning behind it all is what matters. And if you can get behind that, then you can get behind that. And I'm just like, I'll tell you like right now, right? Whatever, we can post whatever we want. There's 2 green traders here today. There's 13 red, 2 green traders. It hasn't been the easiest day trading here. I'm going to be red today, but right now we're putting some damage back on the board and giving those of you, and Sharif mentioned this, when he's not reading the board well enough, he bolts out. He doesn't trade. That's fine. What I do is get back into the seat, start to focus, and make that money back. And right there, now we're $3 in the money on Microsoft, almost $3 in the money on the Qs, and $2 now in the money on Micron, and it all makes sense to me, and that's what that is. It is Andrew Rader. Go check him out. Before we get our next guest on, I'm going to go grab a coffee.
Yeah, absolutely. Do it. The market is now. Look, we're coming to the downside. Remember we said unless AMD breaks that support, we're not going to trade AMD? Well, AMD broke that support, so it's kind of that simple. So AMD, I don't know why, but it wasn't really moving with the market just there. It finally took out the bid at this 140.60 level. So when that happened, we jumped into the short. It tried to pop back up. We were able to get some more scalp into 140, looking for a 139. The reason I hit the flush is everything was coming to the downside. So we talked about, I only had like AMD and already into Micron off of, if it gets to VWAP and bounces, I'll probably get out of it. but I only had one other place that I liked to short. I didn't really want to short NVIDIA. That wasn't going to be the one for me. And we said, or at least I said, if you can play catch up, like at some point, it's like the levee breaking, maybe bad pun because we just had flooding here in Toronto. But when you have something building up like that, if eventually the market drags it down, I'm going to like it. You got this $0.50 pulling in on AMD. Daniel, yes, I'm up today. But I always like to judge. I always like to judge my trading based on the manner in which I'm able to follow my plan, right? So I'm not gonna. It's hard for me when I look at what happened on ARM today to be happy. Like I don't care if I'm one of a couple of green traders today. I had the absolute bottom on ARM, and I got wiggled out of it on size, you know. And then I went in and tried to short it off of this level. I missed all of that to the long side. Like this. Remember, I wasn't even talking or trading ARM this morning. And then there was a point where you would have heard me say, oh my goodness, ARM is down 8%. It could hit 10 in SSR bounce, right? And then the first even dollar level when it went 10% down was $140. Like that's a unique opportunity on ARM. So everything about it is a fail. Actually, this is very similar underneath 150 to what I just said on AMD. Now, the more that I think about this, as I'm looking at this chart, if it failed here when I tried to short it, now you're breaking down at the same level off of 150. We had at Real Trading, we're paying for locates on ARM. I know they're not free for everybody. 12 cents a share. I pay for them. I can short it if I want to, but that's what it's all about. I do believe, I know we're going to have Ryan. Oh, absolutely. Okay, so we do have Ryan Faluna coming on right about now, but I'm going to do some work on this. Live here, Ryan. I can't tell you how many times this has happened to me. First off, I got to know, because I know as a trader, sometimes this is the case. You're not trading something, somebody brings it up, or you pull up the chart and you're like, oh my goodness, that's an A+ setup, and you wouldn't have seen it if someone didn't point it out to you, or you didn't happen to cross that chart. Because I know that happened to me on ARM today. And I also saw something on level 2 that I've never seen on ARM. We're a whale buyer. It looked like someone fat fingered a couple 100,000 shares and drove ARM from 142 to 144, and then they were just right for $10 this morning. I've never seen anything like it. But Ryan Faluna, it's been a ridiculous day today. Bottom to top, V-shape. What are we doing? How was your day? I'm hoping you caught some of that bottom.
Okay, so couple of things here. So first of all, on that ARM trade, just looking at the chart there where it kind of bottomed and then ripped, I had the exact same thing happen to me on some like really crappy micro cap here. I was day trading POAI here today, and I got almost the exact same thing. I'm trying to play for a 250 break here. We finally get it, but I had already been stopped. I got stopped out flat, and I got stopped out for a very, very small profit when it didn't really work. And then, of course, after I was stopped out, bang, we got that huge move through 250 up to 3. It was a frustrating day. I totally feel your pain on ARM. Now, as far as the regular market goes, when you were talking about like SPY, I was actually completely offsides today. I thought what we might see today, a little bit weaker in the pre-market, we might actually see a pop out of the open and then roll over to the lows and maybe have kind of a repeat of yesterday afternoon. We actually got the opposite of that. We were a little bit down in the pre-market. We dipped and then ripped. No, I was offside for that. But we're always going to take a look at daily candles here, because look at what's happening. SPY is rolling back over. Watch it completely round trip this move. Then I would have just missed an intraday trade there. Was able to hit another quick intraday trade. Wondering if you guys ended up hitting this. We got news on Uber here regarding the Prop 22 decision. Those drivers can still be independent contractors. This actually popped Uber several points intraday here. This was a squawk on our platform. So we're able to scalp this one here today. But no, I missed that market reversal move here today.
It happens. But as you pointed out, if you're live for that news, and again, we have it. I mean, I have Benzing in my ear. You could be really quick to take advantage of what was a pretty sizable, like if you look at when the news came out, it was actually an even dollar break at 67. You're talking about 67, which was already kind of breaking out, and then you get like a $2 move. I traded it after the fact. I will cop to this. I spent a lot of the midday on our couch because my foot is absolutely killing me as they reset my cast. So like I had to take a break. I was kind of even in discomfort now, taking all that kind of stuff. But if you do have your ear to the ground, you have to be quick on this. Like when you get that news, you got a couple of minutes and then it's breaking and you don't necessarily want to chase it, right? Like you want to take advantage that you got Benzinga in your ear. Because even now, like Uber is almost back to, I mean, it's flat on the day. Like it tried to bounce off VWAP, a little bit of a bounce off VWAP there, but now you're starting to break down. So you do have to take advantage of those early. And I think it's a great look. And that's why we have Benzinga in our ear too.
No, and you're absolutely right about that. Full disclosure here, occasionally when I'm doing broadcasts like right now, I don't have the squawk on. So if there's any breaking news, I hope you guys can tell me what that is. I don't have it playing at the moment. Here's another really cool thing on Uber, though, if you want to go back to the chart. We actually have two setups here, right? So we do have this little day trade scalp setup if you're listening. But if we flip over to a daily chart here, we've got this piece of news now. We've got Uber really kind of bouncing off of its 200-day. I really want to see where this closes. If this closes above the 200-day with the market giving pretty much everything back here today, I think that's pretty good. We get another close above this 200-day tomorrow. This is for sure triggered a long swing, probably up to 80, I would say. And I mean, we'll see where this ends up going here. But I actually do like this for a swing, pending on where it closes here above the 200-day.
Oh, man. Hey, how's it going, Mr. Faluna? Nice to see you again. Just to let you know, I still have your information in our ear, so we'll break some news if it comes through. I want to thank you for the Benzinga Pro platform. Okay. All right. So we just talked about this with one of our past traders. Is there, and I've talked to you about this before, and maybe you just answered a little bit there with Neil. So you'll trade more equities or more options based, just trying to get an introduction into the style of trading that you have. And will you put on trades and close them within a couple minutes? What is maybe your fastest trade you've made recently? Do you hold things for a while? Do you get in and out on Uber news like that? And is there anything right now that maybe you're holding as we speak?
Okay, so lots of stuff there. Let's try and cover them. Yes, absolutely. My fastest trade, probably a second, right? Looking for like a range break where you get a pop right through that break. It shoots up on momentum, just sell into that strength. One of the things that we noticed here today, especially after yesterday, the morning crew, we noticed that, hey, you know what? If you get gains in some of these stocks that you're attempting to day trade, don't be afraid to sell into that strength. The strength can evaporate, sometimes really, really quickly. So if you get gains, don't be afraid to take them. There's a time and a place for swinging for the fences. I personally don't think that time is right now. So I'll do very, very quick trades. That Uber trade, I don't even think I was in that for a minute. I think I opened when I heard the news. It pushed up. It looked like the momentum was kind of slowing down for me. I said, I don't even care what it's at. Bang, fill me on the way out. I'm out. I'll move on. Like I said, they'll have another longer term trade here. You had so many other questions. What else did you want me to cover? You asked me about if there's stuff I'm holding. You want me to talk about a couple of things like that?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to know, like, and if you come over to my screen right now, we did this with Raider Trader just a couple minutes ago. I saw Microsoft being down against the NASDAQ today. So the NASDAQ right now only down 0.4 when Microsoft is down 1.9. So once we retook VWAP, that's where I hit this short. And now, of course, and welcome to the club, my friend. We are now $1, $2, $3 now in the money on this one. We're also $3 in the money on our triple Q short. TQQ short, and now $2 on Micron. What I'm looking for is there anything right now that you're holding currently, maybe looking to close near the end of the day? Whatever you're doing, what are you looking at right now? Is there anything you currently have on, and maybe where would your targets or stops be?
Yes, absolutely. So let's talk about that. I have no day trades open. I'm completely flat in anything that I was attempting to day trade, but I actually did take kind of a risky stock here for a potential swing. That's going to be ticker IREN here, which is Iris Energy. This is a Bitcoin miner. This has made a really kind of a big move recently. We've retraced a lot of that move. If I turn my drawings back on here, you can see we're actually between two different fib levels here on this retracement. This is generally a pretty good bounce zone. So I actually tried to catch the falling knife here. I took a little bit of this. I've added to it one time. I'll add to it probably one more time before the close here, depending on how it performs. And really what I'm looking for is going to be a recapture of that 50-day. So if I turn off those drawings here again, you can see if we recapture this 50-day in the next 1 or 2 days, I like this thing to pop back into double digits. Look for 12, maybe 12 to 14 as a potential sell spot there. So this looking for a pop back here. High risk though, man. High risk. I totally admit it. We are trying to catch a falling knife.
Right.
As far as a stop goes, I would imagine if we whatever low we put in here today, if we are weak out of the gate tomorrow, or if we pop up and then take that low out tomorrow, I'll be out and lick my wounds and move on to the next. But there's a Bitcoin conference coming up, I believe on the 27th. So I want to be in IREN for that.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, play some of the momentum as crypto back into play.
Yeah.
Any thought on Ethereum there? Ethereum's kind of bounced around a little bit. I see ETH right now back to 3,100. And especially with the release now of some of those ETFs, ETHE is now off the OTC markets, now just ETH. So, are you playing off any of that kind of news as well? I mean, we did have, I guess, the news event right there with Ethereum. Anything interesting as far as that is concerned, or you're just playing that one IREN?
Yeah, no, I'm kind of boring when it comes to some of these Bitcoin names because I'm just a hodler. But if you forced me into looking at a trade, this is kind of what I'm looking at here on Ethereum. I'd kind of be just sitting in no man's land right now until we either break out of this trend line that's currently being formed. As long as we stay above that 200-day, it's probably going to be pretty good. I still have my Ethereum. I love reading all the news about Ethereum. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, the three coins that I hold, I'm going to hold those. Wake me up in 10 years. We'll see where we're at.
Okay, I like that.
There you go. You had me at trend line, Ryan.
True hot.
I started the very first thing I ever put on a chart, which early on was much to my chagrin, but eventually a little bit better, was putting on trend lines. And I think, it gives you a good idea of when nothing, now something's happening on the stock, which I absolutely love. But I want to let everybody know that we love having you on, obviously, but everybody, if you like Ryan, he's going to be joining me tomorrow on the Aftermarket show. So we're going to get to talk some of these ideas. I want to be able to check back in because when we talk about high-risk names and names that fly, you're trading them. And oftentimes, we're not necessarily in them. So if you guys are interested to get some ideas, maybe on these like lower float, sometimes high short float names when they're going, we'll check back and we can talk about anything. If you have questions, let us know. But before we kind of move on, I was just sort of curious about, IREN, you were mentioning Fibonacci's there a little bit. Mm-hmm. And I know for like some people, you use them, maybe you don't use them. I found that I've never really had any success with them, right? So my question to you would be, when you're looking at any kind of an indicator, whether it's fibs, maybe even just using trend lines, we like VWAP, those kinds of things. Like how long is your process for, like, say, back testing, forward testing, before you're like, okay, now I'm using this indicator, I like it. Is it still ongoing? Just out of curiosity.
So a couple of things there. So number one, no indicator is foolproof. All right, that's the thing that you need to learn like right at the beginning. If you're relying on just a single or a couple of set of indicators, there are going to be some times where something happens and it doesn't really make any sense. So, and the other thing here is news is going to trump any indicator. I don't care what your indicators say. If you have a piece of news comes out that materially affects the business of that stock, it does not care about what you've drawn on your chart. So I take it with a grain of salt. When it comes to indicators and when it comes to key levels and when it comes to drawings like Fibonacci retracements or Fibonacci extensions, one of the things that I like to do the most is marrying data points together. So if, for example, if you look at the screen right now, there was a point here where we were almost at a Fibonacci level and we were right by that 50-day moving average. This to me is more notable than where we're at here. But again, high risk trade. I don't have as much data as I want to make a really smart trade. I'm trying to catch something on momentum. I'm trying to be a hero here, albeit doing it with reduced size so that my risk parameters aren't all out of whack here. So I always try to marry different indicators or different drawings together. I just feel like I'm going to get a better picture there. Now, as far as Fibonacci's specifically, this is my favorite application. My favorite application is a Fibonacci retracement after an outside move. All I did to plot this drawing here was I drew it from the low to the high, and I used my cursor way out here so I can have the candles fill that drawing in as days go by. Again, doesn't work all of the time, but it gives me a really good idea of multiple levels, and that tells me if my thesis is on or if I just really need to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, that's what it's all about there.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that as well. I mean,
Mr. Ryan Faluna, it's now past 3 o'clock. We want to appreciate and thank you so much for coming through again. And of course, we always talk about the Benzinga Pro platform. And I see that you're chomping at the bit for one more thing. So I was going to ask you if you had anything else to say. So what's going on? You're going to join Neil tomorrow. Let me know what you want to talk about right now.
Okay, what I want to talk about right now is I just want to make sure anyone that took that Home Depot trade that we took, giddy up. This was awesome. Inverse head and shoulders right through the 346 trigger. This would have been an awesome options trade right here. Hope you were able to take advantage of that. The other thing that I wanted to ask you specifically, Sean, when are you going to ask me about sports betting? When are we going to get into conversations about sports betting and all that stuff? I do that all the time. I can't wait for football to start.
I mean, I'm going to start talking about it once I get a Benzinga Toronto shirt. I was thinking about once we do that. But no.
if we get a golf shirt, I'll do.
Yeah. We're both wearing the golf shirts today. I'm a big guy. So I actually I made $50 on Jake Paul over the weekend there. I thought that was a little fun doing that. But yeah, football, we're all about that. And actually, on the recap show, I used to do every day. Now we've handed some off here to Neil. I make a pick every Monday night, and then Neil will do that as well for Thursday night football as well. So you'll be joining us then, and we'll talk about some picks. So I guess we've talked about this. Your team is the Bears, right?
My team is the Bears.
So what is their over-under wins for the year? If you looked it up, is it 9.5, 8.5?
Probably 8.5.
Yeah, I think it's 8.5. I think the books have it at 8.5.
Are we going over that or what? What do you think?
I personally think that they're probably going to finish around 10. My goal for this year is for them to be at minimum flirting for a playoff spot. Right. The reality is that the NFC North isn't going to be the best division in football. You can take that to the bank right now. So if they don't make the playoffs in the first year with Caleb Williams, I'm not going to lose my mind about that. Right. But I do want them to show that they're on the way up. All of the reports that I hear from Hallis Hall is that this is a different organization now. I watched enough Caleb Williams highlights. The kid is special. He's got a live arm. It should be awesome. This is a city that's never really had a great quarterback, so I'm ready for that. But my hope is at the end of the season here, they're competing for a playoff spot, realistically, up until the very last week of the season, which I believe is against your Packers.
Yeah, I agree with you. That
I smell a bet.
Just so strong.
There's going to be multiple bets.
My first thought was I kind of in that division I like the under, and I'll tell you right now, if you want to, I don't want to hold you to this because it is what it is. But if the Bears go over 8.5 and that's the actual line, I will do the show with we'll try to figure a way to have a Bears logo on my face. And then you come on, but you'd have to if they go under, I want to see a Buffalo Bills logo when you come on the show.
I think that's fair.
We've got to wait till the season to happen.
I accept your bet in principle. Let me see if there's some way I can orchestrate getting that Bills decal or something that I can put on my face in order to live up to my end of the bet.
Oh, no, we'll send it to you. You don't have to worry about that. You will get a Bills decal.
We got all season to make sure it can work.
Not a problem at all. We'll be able to.
We don't have to stipulate anything.
Okay, all right, cool. You know what? Make it a bet. I'm in.
There we go.
Bills, too. I like Josh Allen. I think he's great. I hope the Bills have a good season.
Let's go.
Yeah, the same thing, too. All right, thank you so much, everyone in the chat. Really loving you. Ryan Faluna from Benzinga. Thank you so much for joining us one more time. We can't wait for next time. And then it's tomorrow with Neil. So that's a lot of fun. Thank you, Ryan. Have a good one. That is Trader Talk conclusion.
Take care.
Right now. Take care. There it is.
Thank you so much.
All right, another one.
Great, dude.
Why are these Bears on top of each other right now? I don't know what's going on with that one. Is that Randy again doing that? I'm just noticing.
Of course it was Randy.
What the hell is
how are we even asking if it was Randy? We know it was.
No, I'm punch drunk right now over some of the trades that we have on right here, right now. We just made back 20%, 30% of our day just since we've been on the air with you guys, man. We had Micron short right now that we had talked about and put that on. Could have reloaded it right there, right when we came on the air. So those have been some good outs for us. This name, this hasn't been on the show, but we've been holding it and definitely making some nice headways here with our net coming through. 65.20 again. And like Andrew said, man, the proof is in the pudding right here. These are shorts, these are outs, planting purple flowers. Everybody has their own technique, and then we're trying to hold something for the end of the day. We'll try to do better holding on to that. We wish we had held on to some of our Apple longs from down here, and that was a good one. And then we started shorting, and eventually, again, just made a mess of some of these shorts up here. But like, if you look, this is why I trade so rapidly. It's like there's so many outs here, and that I find that when you're trading bigger share sizes, that's probably the right thing to do initially. And we did hear from Ryan right there talking about, he will hit trades, boom, boom, in, out. And you'll often see me do that where I'm in something, I'm like, holy crap, that's 20 cents in the money. And then we just start getting some out. So again, rapid fire there on the trading. Thank you to both Andrew Rader and of course, wow, the market is just like this TQ's trade seems to be getting spicy as well. I might even add to this position if we break 64.50. I mean, back into the downside. Like this NASDAQ is flat on the day. I don't know if you guys thought I was joking, but when we were like, it's going to get back to positive, I'm like, yes, it is getting back to positive. It went up almost 1% right there to the highs, and now fading completely all the way back. But the good thing about trading is if you closed your eyes and just woke up right now, you are right at the open. This is the open right here. These, this volume that
funny how that works sometimes.
We're right here. We're right here, right where volume weighted average price is. We're right at the open spot again. So just pay attention to that. Make sure that you guys, no matter what you're trading, you're definitely aware of the risks involved with scalping, and you're obviously aware of the risks involved in holding things longer term, because sometimes you can get washed out at the bottom or at the top. But at the end of the day, have your targets, have your spots, and
know that IREN isn't Apple. When you're like, that's what I love about the self.
How about Uber?
The awareness, like that's the thing. Like when Ryan's talking about that IREN, he knows the kind of stock he's in. If it doesn't work right away, those things can double up. They can go 50% in a couple of days. But if immediately stops working, you don't want to be a bag holder, and that's exactly what you heard. He's going to check back in. It could not even. It could not break support the next day, and there's still a reason he would want to get out if it doesn't do what he wants to do. Like that's knowing where it's going to be. And then one more point. If the market is right back where it started, have a look at things that are above that open, that are still higher, and the things that are still lower. Because I'm going to talk. I got out AMD broke down. I got out of it, but Micron is hanging around VWAP as the market continues to go down. And this is a name that, while down 2%. From the open, it is up. And so if it doesn't, if we come to the chart for a second, Ramin, like if it doesn't break out of this to the downside, then I'm out. If it breaks this consolidation up, I'm out. If it breaks it down, I'm looking for a place to add underneath VWAP, because the opening range support was right here, 107.5. And if it can break down from there, I think there's going to be another opportunity to go short. So that's currently what I'm looking at. I do have some eyeballs as well on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is just holding. It's not even at VWAP. It's just consolidating. And again, still higher. Not up on the day, but if you look at most of this session, it's still above the afternoon support levels. If we lose that, I think you're running the risk of a big push down. It's a monstrous gap that this stock had. So the eyeballs are going to be on NVIDIA, obviously Micron, AMD if we get a chance to pop back into VWAP. I think I'm going to like that. This might not be a day where if you like the short that you're going to get shorts back into VWAP. I feel like there's a lot of strong names that are above it trying to bounce, and the ones that have already given up, I'm not seeing many that are setting up for great retests. AMD's still in the pocket, that's why I go to that. But like look at Apple. Like Apple trending down but holding above VWAP. For now. Ain't over just yet.
Oh, wow. So I'm going to have to start setting that up. I mean, we talk about having positive communities, positive relationships with other traders and things like that, and hopefully positive relationships with your significant other as well. We hit this pretty good, man. We put on more shares. This probably could have been notionally. Obviously, my meta trades notionally were the most that we've held on the show. This could have been the second one right there with Microsoft, simply because it's a $420 name coming through. But the amount of shares that we had on here makes this well worth it. Shooting up now to PL number 2, just behind. Actually, that's PL3. I forgot what we were doing here on the TQs. But NVIDIA is going to be the number 1 stock here today, the triple Q. And remember, this is just kind of par for the course, man. It's like when you trade, I have all the top losers as well. So it's not like that. I'm just going over some of the winning trades that we've had on here today. Losing trades for us, Meta. We talked about that. That's really disappointing, because what we had put down and what we had sort of based out for you guys today was this Meta trade. And we talked, there it is. We talked about what we wanted to do here with Meta today. We rejected that 50-period moving average. We liked a 451 bounce. right there. We talked about that. It did work out, but it didn't work out early, and that's the problem. And I think it's all about timing. Everything, Bitcoin, anything, that IREN stock, whatever you're trading, it's all about timing. And here it came right into here. So we wound up losing that. That was a decent hit there when we broke through 450. And then I think we say this every day, but let's just learn from our mistakes. Again, it's how we've been able to be here for 24 years, and near the top. So this 444 coming into here, we had no reasons to be buying these down here. Okay, no reason at all to be buying here. So when we got stopped out there, we kind of deserved it. Like, it broke 445. I had no reason to buy these 445s or anything like that. We should have ended the trade right there. We got back into the short, made some money, got back into the short. I think that one was about flat. So we did make a little bit back there on Meta, but at the end of the day, no reason to be in these trades. So that's why I'm going to flush myself down the toilet and just, tell you that was a mistake to be in that trade. And it's easy to look back at it hindsight. We had Obi here yesterday, again, another, hashtag real trading again with Obi. The thing is like, we talked about that yesterday. He knew he had to get out of that trade, right? This for me is a little different. I really get that spidey sense, and I'm telling you this honestly. And I talked about this with Obi yesterday. And when he was talking to me about his trades, I was starting to get those goosebumps because I feel the same way. I know when I'm spinning basically out of control. It's like Dak Prescott just throwing interception after interception. He knows they should run the ball. I'm even throwing shade at Dak when Sharif's not even here. And that you should be running the ball.
It's easy to do.
It's easy to do, yeah. I mean, especially when, they are my second favorite team because they allowed the youngest team in NFL history to ever win a playoff game.
This is why Ryan's going to lose that bet, because the Packers.
The thing is, he also has
the Packers are sick.
Detroit.
The Detroit Lions are
NFC Finals.
Like, are you kidding me?
Green Bay should have been in, but
and they were a rookie quarterback. No. If they're in a different vision, maybe like that's different. It's different. But the spider sense thing.
Yeah, what I was getting at was like, you sort of know when you're I know anyways, and I think you probably.
Oh, I know.
We know when we're spiraling out of control, and I just noticed that once, and I showed Obi. I actually brought out, and again, you want to talk to somebody about being real. I sat here yesterday, opened up the broker statement, and showed Obi my month, and I showed him that I got hit. I think it was like July 4th or whatever it was. Well, July 4th would have been closed, but
usually
day. Independence. As we go through, we had our best day, followed by our worst day, followed by another good day right after that. So I showed him that on there, and it was like, dude, no matter what, we can always see tomorrow. And there's always another day, and you got to stay with what you're doing and understand if you can figure out where you made the mistakes, then you can correct them. And I think that is the most important thing. And before I throw it over to Neil, just real quick, my stop for Microsoft was 424 and change. We talked about that. So obviously, with this being a $3 winner, we are giving ourselves right there, VWAP, we're giving ourselves 50 cents. So 6-1 on risk to reward. Fine. We were able to hold it. Fine. We talked about that. We held 50% of it, got the majority out right now. Now we're holding a small piece, 10% left of this trade, maybe a little bit more. And I'm going to get out if we break the 50 period. We have to follow our rules. Ryan was talking about using Fibonacci's. I want to get into that play as well. So right now, right there, when Sharif was mentioning Fibonacci's, I just got to do more work on them. 421.60s right here is going to be my out. I have a hard time saying when this comes in, it's like I do that to those trigger fingers. It's like boom, boom, boom. I got to get out as fast as possible. All right, right there, 421.60 right now is $1 away for us. Let's see if this one can print a little bit lower. It's been a great afternoon, and we're battling back from what was a couple disastrous longs that we had earlier.
That's what you got to do, and it's to that fog and the spiral. The first thing is, if you're a trader, accept that it's going to happen to you. You will get in that zone where you're numb to making a rational decision, and you're just not doing it because you're just everything's happening around you. If you've played sports, you've probably been in that situation as well. Sometimes that's a really good thing when you're not thinking in sports. I don't think that's the same thing in trading most of the time, especially if it's in a loser, but it is what it is. Now there's this Serve stock is going. I'm going to presume there's nothing new on it because I have not heard nor seen anything new on Serve. but the shorts are being served today. 42% upside. I'm just going to show you the daily chart so you know what happened like just days ago when it was at this level and tried to get the 14. It was a pretty precipitous drop. It was an orderly move to the downside, but it was a breakout above $13 that failed exactly at 14 and then trended down for the rest of the day. And what I like about this is look where it pulled right back into prior day afternoon support, immediate higher low, double bottom breakout. There hasn't been a red candle on a 15-minute chart since 12:45. So to say this is moving is a bit of an understatement. Obviously, you guys can see that that's happening, but just that 13, if it fails a 13 break again, just understand that would be it repeating exactly what happened before. My focus is going back over to the potential. Oh, never mind. I mean, AMD had 2 green candles in a row. I started thinking it's going to VWAP. It's going to take more than that. NVIDIA or AMD, so I don't think we're going to get that opportunity. There's only 40 minutes left in the session. NVIDIA's kind of stopped moving as well. It's in a consolidative phase. I was just looking over some of the other names that might be in play, like Amazon. Amazon did a breakdown. So remember, you're looking for breakdowns at supports. Like Amazon did one right here. I'm like, okay, we're going into VWAP, immediately found support and then broke the high. It's like, okay, crap, Amazon's still strong. Maybe I was biased because I was liking Amazon long scalp. Hey, that's good. Long lose. Long scalp. Hey, long lose on Amazon. The problem is I liked it a heck of a lot more at 180 than I liked it at 181, which, you know, that's to my chagrin because I ended up down on the stock. The V-shaped recoveries were wild. This could also lose support here at 181. But you need to see it move at this point. Like, I don't want to be diddling in this. It breaks down, it breaks out. That's what I want to look for here on anything, like whether it's Amazon, whether it's this serve stock. Tesla is crashing. Someone just, is it? No, Tesla pulling into VWAP though, that's for sure. 222 here for Tesla, just bouncing off VWAP as we speak. Like, yeah, like if Tesla loses VWAP and breaks down at 222, that was where, like right at 935 or so, kind of ran into that level pretty strongly, eventually came out the other side as a short. So if Tesla loses VWAP, that could be another trade potentially for a short here. We're just hanging on to Micron. I got eyes on AMD, going to short a pop there. A breakdown on Tesla looks like it would set up as well.
All right, bang. Right there, the chicken dinner winner has now ended right there for Microsoft, and it was a good one. As it just comes out right there, right where we said we would get it out, so 421.60 again. You know, that was a good one. That was a good trade coming through there, breaking through VWAP, and I think that that's what you want to look for. So we always say things like on to the next, right? I mean, I think that that's something that's important to understand is that there's always going to be other trades that are able to sort of appear. Sometimes out of the blue, sometimes they'll just show up on the chat, or you'll be able to find your scanners. Make sure you do get that Benzinga Pro platform for any information that hits you. Or for any scanners as well. There's a scanner program on there. You could also use our platform has scanners as well here, the P Pro 8 at Real Trading, and then trade ideas. And everything as well. Trader. I mean, there's some
unusual options activity they've got over there. Like you can set up movers, like economic count. Like it's.
You just got to know. To me, it doesn't really matter the platform or what you're using. It's just understand how to use it. It's like you have to know what you're looking for, what kind of news story you're looking for, where your ins are, where your outs are, and when you're supposed to throw to a Dara, like now.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
Somer? Yeah. Midsomar.
Midsomar.
So,
all right.
Okay.
He does like that stuff. That's a Netflix one, or
it's on
whatever
Amazon Prime. So a couple of things. One, there's the break back upside here on Micron. So it breaks the other direction off of this consolidation. So I'm now out of that. But if we're coming back up, I mean, AMD could easily get to VWAP. So if we get back into like 110, no problem with that. And so on this Midsommar movie, I will tell you this. I love horror films. I love thrillers. I've watched a lot of them. I don't know the last time I watched something where like, that ish was just disturbing. Like, it's not like it was overly scary or gruesome or anything like that. It was just really freaking disturbing. I can't even tell a lie. The only way to describe watching that is as a viewer, you're like the frog that's in a slowly boiling pot. Like, you're watching it, it's like, okay, this is interesting. And somehow, at some point, you're just like, how did we get here? And what exactly am I watching right now? Why does this freak me out? It's fantastic pacing. They did a really good job. I forget the name of the actress now, who is Florence Pugh, who is, my goodness, she is an unbelievable actress. If you, the first thing I saw her in like years ago, I was like, yeah, she's going to be a blow up. But if you like it, then if you like horror movies, trust me, Sean,
It made
she's
some
going
people
to love
laugh
that
in the
one.
chat, apparently. But I don't know. We'll see.
No, because it's not normal.
Okay.
Like it's not like Friday the 13th, man. It's not like The Shine. It's just a very disturbing movie. Some people might like laugh at it, at the ridiculousness. Some people might be like, this is just way out there. I thought the execution was good, but VWAP, AMD, soon. It's about 30 cents away. Well, 50 cents away. We're about to get into it.
Yeah, I want to see that long legs as well, but we didn't. We saw Despicable Me 4 instead. You can't see that with your kids. All right, so you're looking at AMD. That's good. For a potential break, it's 324. I'm not scared of time right now. Father time, yes, but time in the market, no. There's still lots of time coming through right now. 25 minutes until we get the imbalances plus. So I'm not worried about anything. We could still obviously get that fade coming through. But as this market retraces back up, we have gotten a little lazy here because we have 10% of both Micron and even less of the Qs. We have less of the Qs, and we should have got out at VWAP. And we talk about breaking through VWAP, trying to get out. So that was VWAP and the 50-period moving average. That was silly not to get some out on that. So I am going to put a bid now. Even if the market continues to crank lower, we have to follow our rules, and we did miss that one. So I'm not going to cry over spilled milk. It's not a huge position, but at the same time, would have liked to have traded that a little bit better. That's the futures right there. I'm going to stay away from them now. And the reason why I like the short up there, again, we're short 67s. It just, you're going to look at the daily chart. If you kind of got to pull it back. There wasn't much here at all. I was just trying to play off. And again, we talk about trading different times of day. Like yesterday in the afternoon, this was kind of the high. So we were just playing off that high again. Plus the 20-period chart right here, we did come in right there into the 50-period moving average. So that was something that was a short indicator for me as well. So, we didn't break the 50-period at all, and then we came in on it, and that was it right there. So that's the reason for the short, plus we found another area. So look, sometimes that, and again, Ryan nailed it. And this is why we try to have, great guests on that will tell you the truth, and it's like, not every indicator, not any indicator. There ain't one indicator that will be perfect every time. And there's not even one indicator that will tell you long or short. It's how you read it. Some people will tell you the other way around. Like what I did on Microsoft right here. Normally, VWAP could be as a position of strength, like it's pulling back into VWAP. That could be a bouncing spot back there. But I used a couple indicators, just what we were doing on the day as an indicator. I wanted Microsoft short, not long. Another stock coming into VWAP that I might like long would have been the other way around for a trade. All right. And you want an example of that? Here's a stock that I like long, Roblox.
Oh, I was going to guess something. Oh.
Yeah, no, I'm just using this as an example today.
I was going to guess Shopify, but.
Yeah, we can look at that too. I mean, here's Shopify. Look at Roblox coming in right into VWAP. That's a long. Now, obviously cherry picking because you're looking at the chart and looking like that, but I'm just using an example here of because trust me, I know where Roblox is trading. Roblox is a name that is strong today, so you want to play retracements into VWAP. Microsoft is a stock that's on the NASDAQ. That was weak today. Come on, Microsoft. So we wanted to play a smash through VWAP. Sometimes it will work, boom, boom. Sometimes it'll work for an upside move as well. We played that and it worked. So you got to celebrate, and take profit when you make winning trades because everybody knows you make enough losing trades.
Yes.
So, that was something right there for MSFT. And look at that out. I mean, again, following the rules. There's the 50 period. We were heaviest on Microsoft. We told you about that. Failed at getting out of Micron and the TQs, but we get out of Microsoft there as our heaviest position. And, let's wait to see if we can reshort some Micron. but I don't know, maybe the 200 period. It would be NVIDIA if I was going to pick on anything right now, because that is a nice move to the upside and the #1 stock for me today. So thinking about reshorting some NVIDIA love up here right now. Maybe looking at BABA, maybe looking at Uber, which Uber was moving around today.
It's Uber kind of stopped moving, but I only said shop because I had looked at the shop chart and knew that it was strong, the V shape and higher than those lows. I'm like, oh, there's like 3 stocks. Actually, I was thinking of 2. You said, I thought you were going to say Shopify or Palantir, but then you said the other one, which is Roblox. No, Palantir fits exactly the same bill today, right? Like there's V-shaped recoveries. This is not a V-shaped recovery. It's like whatever. That's actually a pretty distinct W into a breakout now that I look at it. I'm not a chart market technician, but like once, top, higher low actually, and then a very absurdly clean breakout at 26.18. Wow, that is a very key. Look at the top. Pre-market,
NVIDIA's going
pre-market, top, and then it break. Wow, that was an unbelievable breakout on Palantir here, and you could have taken this at like 10.25. Never looked at the stock, but upward trending is what I was getting at. So you look for pullback into previous support levels. NVIDIA's going ham. Maybe if it's going too ham,
it kind of is.
All right, so AMD
Going like kind of like almost like bacon hamish, but I don't know.
Yo.
All right,
oh my God, we were out of bacon yesterday. Oh, it was the worst.
Yeah, running out of bacon is very.
My
very
brother
bad.
made pancakes and we were out of bacon.
Oh man, your brother, what the hell? Oh, I saw that. Yeah, actually, I saw that.
Yo, Len can throw down in the kitchen,
Yeah,
bro.
you can throw down. You can make bacon and pancakes.
No, I'm just I
know he's
No,
talented.
he makes the best like scrambled eggs. Like I don't know, like obviously everyone has their own
Or
thing.
What does he put in there? What,
He does like seasoned salt and
Okay.
I don't know. He'll eat whatever vegetables you have around.
Right, like an
like
omelet.
he'll kind of mix in, but it's just freaking delicious, man. I'm not much of a cook myself, but you know, he ain't playing.
Yeah.
We had no bacon. I was kind of bummed.
Where's
with
the
that.
bacon? All right, so all right, so I was just saying that NVIDIA just sort of started to go pretty hard there. It did. I mean, I don't know. It just went bang, bang all the way down. So I'm going to respect this 200 period moving average. Like I said, it's going to be my #1 name today. We throw some back if we lose. You know, a 115.25 is going to be my out. Let's just see what this wants to do. We are up on the day. NVIDIA was down 7% earlier today. So, yeah, we had that short. We've been feeling short. Let's go back into the short until it's wrong. And I feel like that little top wick right there, I don't know, man. I got this Benzinga in my ear. I didn't hear anything there. I'm not really hearing anything right now. So we respected that once, twice. That's nice. So let's see if it happens one more time here. Breaking through 25s, and we'll be able to get out of this one well in the risk to reward. It's 20 cents in the money. Our shutdown on this one would be a hit of about 30 cents. So we'll see if it continues to move down. I do have a bid here in the 50s. Hopefully we'll be able to execute that. And you know what? Let's just take it right there. We'll bid a 59 as it just came back in and stopped again. Hopefully we'll fill, hopefully we'll fill that 59er coming up real quick right now and be able to hit that. But nice trade so far for NVIDIA. Although we could have just had that 30 cents and we were bidding a little low. So let's see if it comes back in. I like this trade for a minute. Let's see if it hits. Speaking
of, like at the same moment, so VWAP didn't come in AMD, but the place that it broke down for the first trade was right here. It was this 140.75. It broke down, broke support, shorted. And they came right back to the same level. 140.79 ended up being the high. So I grabbed it on the lower high. It just bounced off 140. You can see this pretty clean. Look at the wick on that chart. That is a snap right back up. If it breaks here, I think it's probably getting into VWAP. It's past 330. So if we hold this consolidation, I want to short back in and play back into 140. If we don't, then I think we hold to that low. As far as the inbound, what is AVTR? Probably a penny stock. I don't know what AVTR is. I'll look it up in a second. 18 million to sell. It's probably some index action. Nothing really that's going to be that interesting. That end thing is there for this morning on Palantir, the neutral. But TOS, that's not that interesting. BAC, early look, 600,000. So whatever AVTR is, and I don't know if it's a penny stock, but if I see 18 million to sell and I have no idea what the company is, I'm generally thinking it's an index action or a penny stock. So it's a $23 stock. There's probably an index action here, and it is moving around quite a bit. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I'm going to go check to see if there isn't something going on with this on one of the indexes, because that's a bit weird. It's done 24 million on the day. It's already got 20 million total interest in the closing auction, and 18 million of it's to the sell side.
So someone earlier asked about how I said that we only had 2 positive traders, the rest shut down. And actually, here at Real Trading, of course, you're trading firm capital, so you do have shutdown limits and things like that. And if I kind of had one, I might be shut down as well. But yeah, today is not a great day. There are a few traders shut down, and I feel like the idea there is simple. Those longs just failed early, and I already sat here, and I'm lucky enough to have been here so long, and quite frankly, don't really have a shutdown. But at the end of the day, this Google trade, I think would have shut down the best of traders. I feel like this meta trade, unless you're not looking long, and by the way, there's NVIDIA, let's go. We reloaded that, and now it's starting to go to the downside again right now. Some of these trades that even I've had on, and again, it's going to be risk dependent, right? I mean, you don't have to be shut down. You just got to trade it with better risk. But so many names today broke a lot more than I thought they would have as well. So today is a day, in my opinion, very tough to trade. We talked about that. And even yesterday, often when the market does these dramatic moves like this back and forth, it is very, very tough to be able to stay above water sometimes, because you get influenced. You're like, okay, here's the move. All right, pop back to VWAP, I'm short. Pop back to the 200, I'm short. These are all shut down trades. They're all trades that you should take back into VWAP, weak name, but they just kept on going, right? And by the way, there it is right there. Let's go. We take that TQQ trade out. We got it, man. We got it good. Good trade right there to grab that out. So we're happy with that one. Nice out on the TQs. We're playing NVIDIA now. Oh, and by the way, ho-hum, there goes NVIDIA. Let's go. Thank you to Sebastian in the chat right there. And this is what we're talking about. Remember I told you the different mentalities. You got to have it up here, right? We said that and again, just trade how you feel. We said that we know when we're going into a death spiral, and we heard Sharif say that earlier. He was a trade away from being shut down today, and he stopped trading. He wasn't feeling it. He stopped trading. We, lowered some of our shares, no doubt about that, but we still had confidence, still try to get back into that game, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with slowing down your roll, going into TMS, or like a sim mode was what it would be here. Slowing down, lowering shares, something like that, always possible to do, especially if you're kind of feeling some kind of ways. So right there, we are now in the money now, 25 cents. We are just in the money 50. We'll put a bid down here, see if we can capture some of that love there on NVIDIA. Here it comes in, man. Let's go. We're going to bid 114.44. That move down was 36s. Let's see if we can get something like that, a little bit of a flush here to end the day. Man, that TQQs trade, we talked about the damage that's been put on the futures. I really like trading that, and I got to give a big shout out to Brankles there in the back. He told me, dude, go to the futures. He's been seeing the numbers that have been being put up. So thank you, Brankles, for that one. You are leading this branch into successful territory. Look at NVIDIA right now. There it goes again. Nice move back in. It comes to the 200 period. Your boys got it. That's the trade for me. Micron, we are also bidding on this one, 108.33s. If we can get anywhere back near that level, we'll take that. Micron, a good name for us. Wow, we just made back a lot this afternoon, and thank you for joining, and thank you for putting up with me.
That's one of these things, man. Like today, this afternoon's been a much better one. When you said this morning had umpteen ways that it could have screwed you, I can tell you right now, on the our first trading floor, I remember we had 2 traders that were really great trend traders. They would join in and just hammer it. A morning like this morning, it is very hard not to L. You could be crushing because people are throwing. They're like, oh, I'm up. They're going to throw more at that short when it came in. I look at that chart on NVIDIA, on ARM, Meta did it. Just everything did it. But you had to be with it. And again, this afternoon has been a completely different story because we're actually making lower highs and lower lows. But back into AMD. We only have about 15 minutes. 12 minutes until we get the imbalances. And it came right back into that 14.8, wicked the top, got me out, but then it wicked the top, so it got me back in when it did that. And it's trying to press through the same level here. So this 50-cent range, press through to get the 140 even. If it does that, I think we have a chance to get somewhere in that 139 range. That I can tell you this AVTR, it's supposed to be an addition today. So it's going to come out of like a gigantic sell. Just note that it is supposed to be in addition to the S&P 400. So I'll probably be looking for some kind of a like reversion trade. If it does come out a sell, I'll be looking for some spot maybe to catch like a long when it pairs off. If it does tank for some reason at AVTR, but everyone do your own thing. Just understand that it's supposed to be an addition. That is a gigantic sell number for a stock that has done 25 million. It's got an 18 million sell on it. So it's going to be on my radar. I'll have it up just in case there is a good trade. I don't think Micron's getting to 110 again. So that might not be an opportunity. I think the reload would have been at the 109, I suppose. We still have some time that there could be a trade. I've got Micron, AMD, and that AVTR stock currently up right now that I'll be looking for. Micron has an opportunity to maybe pop and fade. 109 would be a good one. And then AMD, as long as we hold that 80 level, I'm going to like it. I know I mentioned that Serve stock. Whoops, why did I go to London? That Serve stock, I was looking at 13, remember, as a break. Turns out, didn't want to get to 13. It's already curling off 1240. Just did a second hammer candle to the downside. So this is one I wouldn't be touching. The way I saw it, it failed, broke 13 very cleanly. Wow. If it had done the same thing, that's where I would have gone right back to. I would have gone over to the short. I paid for locates; they were cheap, but it's not going to get there.
All right, so again, here we go again. It's happening again. It's NVIDIA, and it is trying to be that Dollar Club member that we all love one more time. So here we go. It just touched 114. I'm going to put some bids here. We did this yesterday. I forget, was it NVIDIA maybe? Where we just sat in a bunch of consolidated areas, right? So right here, this has been an area of concern, obviously there. So we're going to wait to see what happens as we go now on NVDA into this spot. So if we do get, I should have been there, would have liked to have been there for that trade, but we clearly had missed it. So we'll have to wait to see if it does come back in again. I'm a little bit lower than where we are. That wick was 94, and we'll get out of another piece of this. We only have 2 outs here. So we still have shares. We can still put this trade on again. We should have used more shares, to be honest with you. But, look at this risk to reward. Remember where we told you our out was 115.25 break? So we're short right here at 114.87 or whatever that is. So that was giving us about 30 or 40 cents worth of risk. 40 or 50 cents worth of risk. So to be in the money now 75, probably worth taking another piece out. So let's see if we do get that ultimate dip, duck, dive, dodge, all of that coming through. So we'll wait for it and bid a little bit lower. And by the way, oh yeah, often you do not get a second chance to right your wrongs. We did here on Micron. We had missed this break of the 50 period. We should have been out there. We put the order back in. We didn't panic and punch out or anything like that. All of these trades that we've had, sans this one, we got out of here. Look where Microsoft is right now. You want to talk about absolutely nailing that Microsoft trade. This was VWAP all the way to the bottom, but again, we did get out of our last 10% when it broke through the 50 period moving average. So sometimes charting and whatnot will have a way of making you look genius, and sometimes a way of making you look silly. And right there, getting out there, although I don't consider that a bad out, it was an out, needless to say. Okay. Looking at Tesla, let's see if there's, we could have shorted that instead of NVIDIA. Feel happy about choosing NVIDIA. We could have reshorted the futures right there. Again, we had the 200 period moving average on the 1 minute chart. Again, could have came in right now today. So I always go over, you guys always ask me, we always talk about it. I do anyways. Something that I like to talk about. Apple, we're red. Amazon, red. So that's 2 red names. Google, red. Meta, red. That's 3 red names. Micron, up. Okay, up on Micron. So again, we'll talk about that again. What we're doing on Micron right there. Up on Softy, up on Micron, up on NVIDIA, up on TQs, flat on Tesla, and Uber actually. Funny that we got some of that news coming through today. Uber actually spanked us up a little bit as we tried to go short. Net, it's fine on Uber. Absolutely no problems. We're pretty good to go here with that name. But at the end of the day, we did not trade this move up. But Uber, we did go red on it, trying to short a little bit at 66.50, 67 or so. It's a good thing we were able to get out. We do not absorb that Uber trade to the downside. Man, oh man, have we made back some money here this afternoon, man. Happy to do it. And there it is right there. Bang, bang. It's your dollar club brought to you by, of course, NVIDIA. So there it goes. Nicely done here to the top side. It's NVIDIA, and it's still
downside.
Downside, yeah. But adding to the net. So here we go. Can we get another bid down here? We've come down here a couple times. Let's just change our bid now into mid-90s. At this point, we are getting later on in the day. I said time is on our side. It's getting to be not on our side here as we start to expire out on the day. So yeah, we're still good to go here, and we're still trading. So nice out there for NVIDIA. Guys, that's $1 right there. So let's put that in our pocket and tell you that we've made back 30% here. So it's all good. We are still going to be red though, I think, into the day. We had taken an inappropriate amount of, not inappropriate. I'm not happy about this Meta trade. My whole day is basically sitting on Meta. Plus we had lost on Amazon trying to go short this pop. Some of these names start going like haywire sometimes. And, I have to have that
program buying on a lot of these
That's
stocks.
it, program buying, right? I mean, look at this Microsoft program selling. NVIDIA, we're in it. It's a dollar club member. We're pretty happy to go.
Yeah, and I want to get to I'll get to this that serve in a quick second, but there's seemingly still someone buying 140 over and over and over again on AMD. So with it being 344, this is like make it or break it. It breaks it, we look the $0.50 down. If it bounces here, just gonna get out, no reload as well. So like it's consolidating. It kind of didn't get to VWAP, but it gave us that 80 level. If we get back above 30, I think it's probably just gonna retest that high, so we'll get out of it. And I have to point this out because I find this chart hilarious. So it just broke that 30, I trailed out of it. I find this chart hilarious. And there is a very decent chance that tomorrow, if I have a very specific plan for Tellurian, you don't see this very often, they're getting bought for $1 cash. But what is happening on this stock? About a couple million shares on the bid here at 94. If I see this level break on 94, you might think, oh, if this stock flat bottom breaks, go short. If this stock flat bottom breaks and holds the first quarter cent and comes back above 94 tomorrow, I'm hammering 94 long.
Yeah.
Because like that's like the deal's at $1. It's already trading 6% away from that. It's being got bought for cash at $1. That's why it's not moving much. But look at the buying here. A lot of people are going to stop out when this thing breaks 94 because a lot of people sitting on the bid and scalping it, which makes a lot of sense. But I'm thinking the other thing. If they get rinsed tomorrow, maybe tomorrow morning, maybe in the pre-market, I have no idea. On the way back up, I'm punching long 94. And if it happens tomorrow, it happens tomorrow. If it happens on Monday, it happens on Monday. But I've been watching this for a couple of days now, and every single time you see the same pattern. It loses under 94, kind of tries to go another penny, half a cent, reclaim. Half a cent, reclaim. Like today, it won't even break that sucker. So if it breaks people, I'm going to be going the other direction. I just think it's probably going to run some stops. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. We got 4 minutes till the imbalances. AMD still could pop into VWAP for one last shot. And Micron, we're not going to see 109 on Micron unless something crazy happens in the next 3 minutes. And then that AVTR stock. So it's already coming to the downside. Now remember, now see, look at this. Now it's only 7 million to the sell. It's supposed to be a huge buy imbalance. So if this tanks into like the low, like 22.35 and starts to pair off, I'm going to want to long this thing. Is AVTR. It's supposed to be a buy and balance. If we see it sell off and then come out a bid at like 350 or flip to a bid at 355, I'm going to try punching long if I can get it anywhere near that low. So AVTR is supposed to be added to the S&P 400.
All right. Wow. Some of these calls that we've had here this afternoon, again, just been huge, right? I mean, this NVIDIA is now $1.30. This Microsoft is just continuing to go down. This Micron making us look smart as well with a huge move there on Micron coming back in. So yeah, I mean, we're still here every single day, except for tomorrow. Join Neil and Obi tomorrow as we have a baseball game. I talked to my parents. They're going to try.
Were you guys going this time?
Right here. It's right here at Royal York.
No,
That's an
okay, yeah.
all-girls,
no, you told me.
Tournament. And yeah, we're ready and primed up for that. We have a game tonight, though, at High Park. So I go right after this, right over. I have basically.
They still televise because they used to. I used to
don't
watch.
think they do that anymore on CT. No, but they do T-ball.
Oh, okay, that's right. It's the younger age. No, because like I still watch one of those like local news shows.
Yeah.
And it's the High Park that you'd always see the highlights of High Park T-ball, which is really cool. So unfortunately, I guess they're a little bit.
Yeah, they don't do that. They're too old now. But there it is, right there. It is going.
Now it broke.
Yeah. So over the next, so we have a game tonight, which is like a house league game. Then we have 2 rep games tomorrow, 2 rep games Saturday, and then the finals on Sunday. So we're going to be quite busy. Barbecue sprinkled on in there as well. My daughter's just meeting all these PWHL players as well today for hockey. So it's like a very exciting time in the Katina household. All right, so we are right now very, very close to maybe getting out of NVIDIA. I mean, again, yesterday my number one name. I think the day before my number one name. Tesla's been sprinkled in there as well. And then we just go right back to the well. There it is, another one for us. Only shorts today. These longs, I think we're just getting out of a overpunch. But there it is, another short position for us on NVIDIA. Definitely did not capture as much profit as we should have right there because it just touched down to 113. So I'm just going to put a bid down there. We do have those imbalances coming out now in a minute, so that could be something. I guess I can cancel my 115 shorts now, and that won't be coming in. Just making sure that I cancel all my scripts. We don't have any punch outs ready to go yet as well. And by the way, mamma mia, was this an awesome trade right there. So I've already told you, I'm already employed. Anyways, good shorts there to the downside for the TQs. So we nail that again. And like I've told you, this has been a big stock for me this month and last month. I believe it's for sure this month. I'll have to check last month for my number one stock. But, you know, we're having a good month, and let's just see if it can continue here. And I think trading futures might be something that we found to be quite profitable for us now. So Tesla at VWAP?
Tesla is at VWAP. It's 30 seconds till the imbalances come out. Meridian in the chat, Micron is approaching, obviously oversold. I tend to agree. It bounced off this 105. We talked about this in the morning show. That 105 level, huge support. If it can hold that tomorrow, I think it's going to be a good one. As mentioned, there's Mike, and I have Micron up. This AVTR, this is what I'm going to be looking at in the next 7 seconds. If it ends up coming out of sell, tanking into the low, and then even starting to pair off, I want to try and buy that bottom. So imbalance came out. It's an even smaller sell, so 2.8 million to the it's still to the sell side, 2.8 million to sell there. NVIDIA 1.5 sell, Intel 1.3 sell, Starbucks 900,000 to buy for Starbucks. Marvell is a sell of 700,000. So it looks like chip names sell. I don't see Apple. I don't see like Amazon or Google or anything like that. But chip names to the sell side.
There it is. That's a tough animation. All right, here we go.
It means sound.
Nice move to the
Where's the sound on that?
There's like a roar at the end.
I didn't hear it.
There is. There's a small one there, I believe. To me, this is a better bear one. This is the big. No. I think it's a similar. That's just a better graphic. Right there, but there it is, right there, man. Let's go. That's a 115 to 113, Neil. That is one more time, 1 and 2. $2 club coming in right there for us on that trade. So far, so good there. We are now out and probably done. So that's it, man. Great trading in here in the afternoon. I hope all of you had many of these trades, including this NVIDIA one. It sucks, man. I mean, it doesn't suck. I'm glad to have tomorrow off, but wow. Really wish we could be here with everybody one more time tomorrow, but you'll be in good hands with Neil and Obi, and then we'll just see what winds up happening here into the close now for the rest of our day here today. So again, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a hell of a day, up and down both ways today. You're able to win no matter what you were doing or lose, and that's what I want to tell you. Like intraday, can't really remember that I've seen. Even if you take my net away, probably it's a pretty bad day. Here. So I think that does happen when these markets go like that. And I'm not telling you that for any other reason other than if you too had a back and forth day, you're not alone. And I think that's why a lot of us trade together here. We trade together to be real with each other and to tell you when we're having good days, when we're having bad days, what trades we like, what trades we don't like, and to show you both our winners and our losers. So here in the afternoon, TQs, NVIDIA, Micron, and Microsoft. We played the short, we hit the short, and we made back a decent spot today. Screwed up early, made back late, will be red today. And I want to thank you to Hey Davis and everybody that's out there as well.
Say hey.
Yeah.
The market just tanked again.
I understand that I could be here for trading abilities, but definitely not for my looks. So I'm going to try to be honest. There it is. There it is. Goat X Rex. What's up? Three Kings Media, Naresh, and everybody out there. Oh, there's a name we haven't seen in a minute. SoFi. What is up with SoFi? 7:30.
Well,
are they reporting soon? Yeah, horrible day. Yeah, what's up, Jer Lewis? SoFi up 3%. Okay. Andrew Rader was talking about shorting some of the banks. So we'll see if SoFi is included into that. SoFi goes up to $8 and now gets faded out.
They're the end of the month. They're the end of the month.
They are at the end of the
They're one of the, the end of the month crowd. It's like Tuesday, right?
Oh, right.
Last day of the month is, maybe it's Wednesday? Whatever. It's next week. It's the 30th. Whatever the heck day that is. That's when SoFi reports. And above the 50-period moving average. In your face, SoFi. You're actually above the 50. But that AVTR, I decided to take a shot if it paired off. So maybe it psyched me out. I had this trade before this, that volume spike. It came out and it was only like 2.8, right? So it was 7 million shares, I think, before 350, went down to 2.8 million shares, dipped into this level. I went long. It broke the bottom, has since reversed, and now is starting to go back into the upside. So I tried it off of this little buy level. It's going to start to go. I'm going to get up to the desk in, like a couple of minutes. I do want to keep my eyes on this. It might still flip to green, and then you could have a little bit of a push into the upside. It's supposed to be an addition anyways. So that sell and balance we expect to pair off. Don't go anywhere, of course. Tonight we got Danielle Shea in the Market Recap Show, which is always a heck of a lot of fun. I'll confirm what she wants to talk about in there today. And Jam Losi just said, look at Lucid. There is a stock I have not even touched in a very long time. But that's Lucid up 6%. I can't say that this is what I would have expected. Lucid, a lot of things bounced today. But I feel like the EVs, they could be in some trouble. But Lucid holding very nicely at $3.50. That's not good if you look at a daily chart and pull it back far enough. But we talked about names that broke out and held the high. Lucid, oddly enough, falls into that category. So a good day for Lucid. Still not a name that I'm that interested in the long term. I've made my bet on an EV name that could go bankrupt. And that one is Rivian.
Yeah, Rivian can't go bankrupt. They won't go bankrupt.
Well, I'm not saying they're going to. I'm just saying if they're not, anybody that isn't Tesla or has a legacy auto business, to me, can go bankrupt. And when you're betting on them, that's the downside. That's all I'm getting at. I'm not saying they're going bankrupt, that's all.
Yeah, we're able to get out. I mean, this is part of us raising some capital with Rivian. We're able to get some out. We bought 11 out, 1850, raising capital there. Wow, man. I mean, so we had that spidey sense, man. We were all over this. We had shorted this market. I just hope that some of you had held on into the close. There's been so many times where those imbalances have come the other way. But come on, we got to give some kind of props for this Microsoft trade. I mean, this short right there that we put on for you, we put it on with you. It even went against us right now. Microsoft retracing all the way back to the bottom of the day. We talked about this with Raider Trader. We talked about this with Faluna there. And honestly, this is a big move to the downside. It's continuing. And, there it is. That's what we're all about over here. Free Fall Friday, unfortunately, I do believe that could be the case tomorrow. So, yeah, get ready for that. And I'm being serious. You could have another move down. You're down 1% today, plus 3.5% yesterday. That's 4.5% in the last little while. So, yeah, do I think that we can go lower? Yes, I do. And I think that's not going to stop anytime soon. So get ready for that. I don't know. I don't want to be like the bearer of such bad news. I'm not sure where the market's going to go, as I bought yesterday into some of this downside move, and it's continuing today. Not looking so smart anymore. But I did secure Raider Trader. He's going to be with me in a couple weeks on Friday, so that should be a lot of fun coming through as well. Neil is going to have Ryan tomorrow and Danielle today, so that should be fun. Although I messaged Brendan yesterday, we didn't have a guest yesterday, and I thought it was, again, one of our best recap shows. Thank you to Adara for that one. We bring the heat every time on that show. We didn't even really have too many earnings to write home about yesterday, but we still put on, and it was a great one. Thank you to everybody for staying late with us and watching that as well. And today will be a much better show because Neil is at the control. So watch out for that coming up in just 3 minutes. I really hope that we fix that clock, that countdown thing. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Much appreciated there, Fabian, on that one. So I will be hitting that with 10 seconds left, and hopefully we'll get that countdown right for you this time. But all right, here we go. Market moving down. Now, you want to talk about where I think this market could possibly go. I mean, here we go. This is the NASDAQ. Look, you want to catch this falling knife? Today, it did retrace back up into 19,400, right? We had Dan Emmons talking about it. He's a long-term trader with the futures contract, and Kyle Burdett as well. A lot of you expecting some of these flushes. Well, it's flushed down, man. Now you're down. Just from 7 days ago, you are now down, I guess it's 9%, including today, and looking to go lower. This market is not very healthy right here at some of these levels. So, at front of earnings, what if NVIDIA doesn't pull up, right? What if Meta has some tailwinds again? It is a nervous time to be holding on to some of these shares. I would say you do not have to flip long at all until we at least take the level that we tried to take today. So that's 19.4, 19.5. If we get above that, you can flip longs. I'd be short against that. Now you're trying to break even lower on the NASDAQ. Little bit of a danger spot here for the NQs looking into tomorrow. You see names like Microsoft down 2.5% today. They can't hold this market from falling, right? So that's going to be a worry spot for many traders. Apple coming up today, trying to get going, and now turning red again. Apple was a super strong name into today, now turning red. You had Google come with their report yesterday. Was it a good one? No, it was not. It wasn't even that bad. But look what happens to Google today, down another 3%. Are these good levels possibly for long term? Yes. Are they good levels right now to be buying dips? I think no. So now that we only have 1 minute left, I'm just making sure all my orders are canceled now. We don't have anything in sort of danger to fill up here at the end of the day. So far, so good here for us into the close as we get ready to go. So it's going to be a Dara on the bell today. I'll hit it for you. And hold on, will I hit it for you? Wait a minute, where is my countdown? There it is. Okay, ready to go with only 30 seconds now. Wow, the market got green and then finishes at the lows. What do you think that means for traders here heading into tomorrow? I would say negative. So let's pay attention to that. Right now, we do have the countdown. That is now up. Hey, Adara, how are you doing? So. All right, here we go with only 4, 3, 2, and 1. End this day. Everybody, I have great news for you. The pain is now over, unless you're still in position. Wow, Google just got nailed at the end of the day. Everything got nailed. Microsoft got nailed. The NASDAQ got nailed. Everything. I guess the NASDAQ didn't go to the low of the day, but pretty close right there. Let's find out our friend Meta, what happened at the end of the day for Meta. A nice move down. Just let me know when they're ready and I will throw it. I know we do have earnings coming through for you here today. A name that I left for dead, Ford. Should have looked at Ford. That was another one-off VWAP up there that you could have nailed today. Ford's down 20%. Oh my, there are problems right now in the market, man. I just saw a headline, Musk versus Pelosi, who will win? Well, bank account, probably Musk. Politically, probably Pelosi. All right, thank you so much, man. Let's go. Look, I don't know what the market's going to do. I'm just reading to you the tea leaves. I hope we get back up to the upside. I am not logging into the 401k today. We'll just let it settle down. We'll check this out maybe next week. We still have got the big guys to come. Apple, we've got Meta, NVIDIA, AMD, some of the big chip names to coming through ASAP. I am literally just killing time. So you let me know. I don't hear you. All right, let's go. They are now ready, so let's flow it over. I still don't hear her. Back over to the desk with Neil and Adara. See everybody Monday. Ciao.
A great one there, Sean. Good luck in that tournament. But, oh my, the markets, what goes up must come down. What goes down must come up. It feels like the yo-yo day. It's just the only fitting thing that could have happened, the way that the market moved today, was for it to tank the way that it did going into the close. So it seems about right. The NASDAQ opened tanking and then did a rip-your-face-off rally. So everyone that believed in the shorts, like you had to stay alive for it today. It was a wild, wild one. We actually started off with like a strong GDP number, which I almost forgot about this. We started off with a strong GDP number. Obviously, that didn't move the markets as much as what we saw here at the open. You were a day removed from Tesla and Google earnings. There was some news on good news for Uber in the middle of the day. Even that got retraced. But I think today was so great, Adara, because there were so many lessons that you can learn in terms of trading, the trend, when to wait for the turn. Like the confirmation on the pullback gave you great opportunities to short on the way back down in the afternoon. But on the way up, what was the best shorting opportunity in a week in the first 10 minutes, rip faces off. And the cues exemplify that perfectly. It was a complete V-shape and then breakout, only to close back at those lows. And they weren't alone. We were talking with Rahim Alani this morning about a little gold action. Oh my goodness. And GLD finishing down 1.5%. The bigger time frame look here is pulling back into prior support on GLD. So I think it's still worth a look. If you like GDX a little bit better, that's actually trying to get into the 50-period moving average. There's plenty that was strong today. We had a great run of guests in the afternoon show. We had Raider Trader. We had our good friend Ryan Faluna on. And Raider was mentioning XBI. You look at those biotech names. They had a strong day today, 2% to the good, along with XLE. Energy had a very good day today, up 1.6%. So a lot of things looking fantastic. The big name for earnings, Adara, this afternoon, at least for myself, there's a few out there. Skechers might be interesting to some people. I don't know if we've actually had those yet, but not a lot of big cap. We got the big ones, at least for this week, with Tesla and Google. But next week, that's where we get into some really, really the heavy hitters start flowing through there, Dara, for earnings.
The week after next as well is also going to be really good. The week after next when we get our Palantirs, our Rivians, our Datadogs. But this coming week, definitely check out the week ahead. There are so many earnings. You'll get Meta, you'll get Microsoft, you get Apple and Amazon on the same night. And the same night as Apple and Amazon Thursday night, you also get Intel and so many other names. You get Airbnb, I believe, the same night as well. Snapchat as well. Thank you. Thank you, baby, in there. Get that one in a snap. Block as well as the same night, SQ. And then on the Tuesday and Wednesday, you have so many names as well. It was, oh yeah, this is how many names there are. Fabian's reading off the week ahead script because there were so many earnings names this week. So Starbucks on Tuesday as well, along with Microsoft. So yeah, Microsoft.
Just a little softy.
Just a bit of softy there, stirred into the latte. And then AMD also on Tuesday because why not? Why not? So many earnings names, guys. Please, you can check them out.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Look, we love earnings season. There's no question about it. Remember, that's how all this mess started to the downside, right? It started with Tesla. It started with Alphabet. And it's not helping Skechers. That's sure. Skechers down 5%. Hey, man, I just bought a pair of Skechers because I need comfortable stuff when I'm crutching around. They are comfortable, but you're not comfortable if you're in the long right now. Down 6%. The numbers are certainly going to be out here. Big volume. What do we have going on with Skechers here at Dara?
Yeah, these numbers kind of sketchy. Q2 sales, this is a miss. We have $2.157 billion here versus the estimate of $2.234 billion for Q2 sales. That is going to be a miss here. EPS, also a miss, 91 cents compared to the estimate of 95 cents per share. They also did authorize a $1 billion buyback program, so we know sometimes that can be positively received. But again, just to clarify, Q2 sales miss. We did have $2.157 billion versus the estimate of $2.234 billion. So that 2.17 versus 2.23, that will be a miss. Also, their earnings from operations also a miss. 206.5 million versus the estimate of 217 million. Everything was a miss, guys.
Well, if there's a silver lining for Skechers here, it's that the expected move was 10%, and it's only down 8%. So that's out there for you. The other silver lining would be, at least when you pull up the daily chart, it's not that complicated where the support level might be. Hey, look at this. There's our 2021 high at $56. Then we have our 2023 top there at $56. Then we just dipped into 56 and ripped to a fresh top. So 56 looks like an interesting line in the sand. Oddly enough, I feel like this always happens, but you close at 64. You close down here, at 63.9, 64, and then all of a sudden, if it goes past that 10% down, we would be looking at a test of the 56 level tomorrow if it does go SSR. So you're setting me up for an SSR trade, Skechers, and if you lose, I'm going to be upset, but you got to hit it. Like today, the best opportunity for myself should have been the ARM SSR bounce off 140. You guys are, whoa, Skechers. We're going to get to the super chat in a second, but whatever they just said, Skechers just went green. This is why you've got to be careful playing in the aftermarket. Skechers now up 4% and flying through 64. It just hit $66. So I don't know if maybe they had an advised guidance number or some other numbers came out, but I wanted to get this super chat in there. Willis Addison, Skechers puts due to Nike since losing my CMG calls. Okay, good luck. Those were looking fantastic. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Skechers right back into the upside. This is the thing about aftermarket earnings. You're rapid fire with the numbers. You can always come out with a guide. You can always have a conference call coming after. You could have one metric like Chipotle yesterday. Chipotle did, all it was the margin. The margin guide, margin's gonna be lower. Everything else was a beat.
Yeah.
Stock was gapped up and running. This morning, they decided they didn't like that margin number and it was back to the downside. So always be careful trading those earnings. But yeah, sketchy move there on Skechers. Were there any updates to the numbers there?
No. Like I said, the $1 billion share buyback program, that was by far the standout from this report, so maybe it's a late reaction to that. We also did have, and I can't tell how this compares to analyst estimates, but their Q3 sales outlook here, $2.3 billion to $2.35 billion, certainly better than what they did this quarter, which was $2.17 billion. But again, not sure how that guidance compares to estimates.
We're going to have to raise the alert to Dexcom 5 right now.
Ooh.
Yeah, whatever happens with Skechers, Dexcom just got destroyed. 27%. Now they're down $31 here. You just failed the 105 level, broke 100, broke 90, and are tapping $80 here. Dexcom. This is not a small company. Dexcom's a $32 billion market cap, and they just lost 30% at the lows, down 27%. This is wild. It's nasty. You're all the way back to 2023 lows here for Dexcom. 75% is that low. That is absolute destruction. I can't imagine they beat here at Era.
Well, they actually did beat here in earnings per share. We did get an earnings per share beat here, 43 cents compared to the estimate of 39 cents. But we have to talk about revenue because that was decidedly not a beat. 1.004 billion versus the estimate of 1.036 billion. So 1.00 billion compared to the estimate of 1.03 billion. That is going to be, and it was kind of hard to read those numbers out loud, but it is a miss.
That's 30% down. Those numbers are. What is the guidance here?
Guidance, they're seeing 975 million to 1 billion for Q3. So given that they reported 1 billion this quarter, that's going to be a pretty big step down. If again, I'm not seeing how this compares to their other guidance, but they're also seeing total 2024 revenue of quote about 4 billion to 4.05 billion. They also announced a $750 million share repurchase program. So everybody announcing share repurchase programs. We had CMG yesterday, 400 billion. Skechers earlier today, 1 billion. And then we have Dexcom, 750 million.
Well, you better believe you're going to authorize a share. Look, man, if you liked your stock at $105, Dexcom, you damn sure like, oh, can I say that? You certainly like your stock down at $80, right? So, yeah, maybe you should double that buyback. I'm just throwing, hey, but if you like it, they're another 30%. It doesn't have to sound like it, but, you know, and I was a very young trader. I'm not young now. When I started out, and I've heard it a million times. There is no such thing as good or bad earnings. There is just the report and whatever the heck the market decides to do with the price. So whatever it is, Dexcom, and when you react like this, it doesn't give me those good feels. I didn't feel like, for a lot of today, I didn't really feel like the rally was something that we'd made a temporary bottom. I still felt pressure on the market. I'm still concerned about earnings season. This does absolutely nothing to help any of that. And the expected move was 12%. This is 30 points at the worst, now 29 points to the downside. It's over 2x, so I know this is one that will be on the radar tomorrow. If it doesn't do our vol tomorrow, then it's never going to do our vol, and it's never a stock worth trading. So Dexcom is, I was trying to throw a Death Star reference in here, but no, it's like DEFCON, Dexcom. That's all you can do, but this is kind of nasty. Good luck, anybody here. I feel like this is going to be low-hanging fruit for an SSR bounce.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if this stock is ambidextrous, but like if it can go back up. But also with regards to the SSR bounce, EW, Edward Life Sciences, this is when I was trading on the midday. That thing kept selling off, and you were able, at one point we did bounce. We didn't bounce very much. I was actually able to make $1.25 on that in the long, but you could also make money on the short, which was, I kept thinking at some point we have to bounce, and it's like that's a huge example of the trend being your friend. So I guess some of these, because that was an earnings move, they also announced some acquisitions during their call, but that flopped, and it never really gave you a true bounce. Gave you a bit of a bounce into 64s, and that was it. So
didn't it though?
I thought that was an interesting level.
So this is the thing about the SSR trade. I've said it time and time again. You have to be willing to take hits because the stock is getting crushed. That's the whole point. It's down 10%. Or in this case, Life Sciences was 30%. At the open, this is the opening, like right before the open, it tanks into 63.25. At the open, on the opening candle, it breaks that low by a matter of pennies and then holds the even dollar at 63. That is, if you're taking this trade, you're probably long at 63.5, and if it breaks even, you're out. That's 50 cents worth of risk. It goes all the way up to 67.50. Like that is, but if it breaks the low, you're out of it. And there was another opportunity for a bounce at that low, but it tried to, it goes right back into the low, tries to bounce and fails it. Then you get this little wick bottom at 61.5 at a random level, but there are usually shots. But you've got to be willing to get that move or to get that move. You have to be willing to try this bounce and lose and have a tight stop on it. That's part of the ball game. And I only say this because you're just going over. We like to go over trades as well. We're gonna have. I think we have Daniel Shea. I don't know if she's locked and loaded, ready to go just yet. But I wanted to go to ARM because this was you mentioned SSR bounces and Edward Life Sciences. I wasn't even looking at ARM today, and then in the chat, someone said ARM is tanking. And I pulled it up, and it was down 8%. And I stopped everything. I said, I'm putting this up on a level 2, and if it goes SSR, first even dollar bounce on ARM. And then I allowed like a whale trade that I thought somebody fat-fingered the stock, and I got out of the long. I was pretty sure someone fat-fingered a long. What I didn't realize was that the market rally was going to do what it did, but it was at 142 on the offer, and it was being held down here. And this wick, I'm going to show a 1-minute chart. Where are we? Let's go zoom out. There we go. So this break right here of 142, it was at 142. It dipped down to about 80s. I had covered. This move from 142 to 144 was a single order. A single order that took it $2 to the upside, and when it got there, was still bidding 100,000 shares on the bid. Then got filled. It came all the way back down to the same level that it was holding resistance, turned into instant support at 142, and then off to the races. I have never seen anything like that. I was convinced someone had fat-fingered, and they were going to get roasted because the market was going down.
Yeah.
I thought someone screwed up, bought too many shares. If the market continues, this stock is going to tank. I'm like, I'm not going long this thing. It's a trap. And the trap was anybody that thought it was a short. Thankfully, I didn't short the stock till it got to 150. I still lost on the short up here, but at least I waited for it to get up there to short. So that's probably the best and smartest thing I did today. But sometimes a big order isn't somebody fat fingering. Somebody wanted into ARM or somebody wanted to cover real bad because they saw what was coming. And that was legit. It's not often you will see a stock like this gap, and then someone still has shares to be filled, gets them all, and they are dead right. But every now and then it is going to happen. So it was a good one to learn from. I'm telling you, if I see that again and then it holds above the 144, right back at their price and starts bidding above it, I'm just going long, being like, if they were right and they're a whale, I'm going to join the whale long and risk a buck. I didn't do that. I'd never seen it before, but the market wants to teach you something every single day. And you know what? This show aims to teach you something every single day. This channel aims to teach you something every single day. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we are ready right now to learn a little. Well, not yet? Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. We're not quite ready. I want to get my learn on. I want to see what our guest has to say about Tesla and this overall market recovery, but that's fine. We'll just wait a couple of seconds here. We can double check to see what I'm kind of preparing myself because I'm about to pull up that DXCM stock, right? So you can see me like leaning back a little bit because like, seriously, it's down more. Like this 34% to the downside. Oh my goodness. it wasn't even like those numbers were not exactly complete and utter disaster. This is going to the 2023 low. So this 2023 low, never mind, scratch that. It already broke the 2023 low. It's over. This is like it's over. DXCM, Dexcom, you're not having a good day. I'm going to zoom it way out so I can show you where the Alamo is. $67 is the 2022 low. So tomorrow when I come in, the SSR bounce play on Dexcom might just be $67. And down this much, $40 to the downside when we were expecting a third of this is insane. Yeah, we are absolutely ready to get our learn on. And what an earnings season it is. Glad to have Daniel Shea. Wow, is all I have to say. Welcome, Danielle Shea, one of our favorite guests on the show. It's a really good thing we have you on a day that the market did absolutely nothing, because we have nothing here to talk about whatsoever. So first of all, how are things going, Danielle? Welcome to the show. Unbelievable today.
Everything's great. It's been a crazy week, but ultimately I think that this is going to provide us with a lot of opportunities. So while the pullback has been a little bit swift, I'm looking for opportunity out there.
I think swift is a little bit of an understatement, but day traders tend to exaggerate moves. That's what we do because everything seems extreme. I'm more like, what's interesting to me today is after yesterday, it was easy to be a little bit bearish. And then you had that tank in the morning. I can't remember too many times you have that kind of a downward push. You V-shape it and break out the top, and then we're just right back almost at the lows at the end of the day. I'm expecting the buyers to have rinsed a bunch of people and at least hold those tops. This is not making me less bearish with the reaction that we had today. So obviously, I know we're going to be interested in some Tesla. That was a nasty move. Google, Alphabet, they had their earnings as well. Then you had the news of this chat GPT search, which also took it to the downside. We have major earnings coming next week. I know we love some softy. Where are our eyeballs so I don't have to look at this Dexcom stock and throw up on the desk?
Sure. So just starting off and looking at the NASDAQ, things looked a lot better today just because we had traded down into the 19,000 price point and bounced. That was the critical support zone that I was looking for. But the problem is by the end of today, you can see that the NASDAQ futures closed at 18,974. So that means that they broke this very critical support zone at 19,000. I also didn't like the way that, closed down on the day. We gave up a lot of the recovery that we had seen earlier. So I would say today did not give me a lot of confidence as far as that hold at 19,000. And primarily I'm focused on next week for earnings, because here's the thing is that I don't want to be getting into a bunch of swing trades right now when I know that I have Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, and Apple all coming up next week. And those have a big potential to rock the market, just like Tesla and Google did this week.
100%. And we've heard you all the time. Earnings season is for some traders, and I know for yourself, run into earnings. And then, the numbers come out and then you can make your moves coming out of it. My question would be to you, obviously today, the NASDAQ not holding those levels, not that great. Now, Alphabet, the pullback from the high on Alphabet here is, I'm not going to call it extreme or anything, but at the end of the day, it's double digits, 190 to 166. You're more than halfway to the 200 period moving average. Forget about the 50. Do you ever go into next week looking at something like a Meta, which obviously relies on advertising as well? So there's some they're adjacent in the business. Do you ever look at the move on Alphabet and start getting ideas going into next week with Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple? Or are you just like, you know what? I don't want to be swayed by that price action. Let's let those things speak for themselves. Because I'm finding myself leaning bearish on those earnings. As a day trader, I guess sometimes you have to have a bias, but do you care the move that we've seen in Alphabet, or are you completely agnostic to it and you just want to see where the lay of the land is next week?
Oh, it absolutely matters. And the reason why it matters is because every earnings quarter, I mean, it's a different season and you have a different flavor every season. And so what kind of happened this quarter was we went into the quarter incredibly strong. You know, stocks have been doing really well over the last 3 months. And so I think the biggest issue here was expectations were really high. And so if you look at something like Tesla, after the move that it's had, I mean, it needed to have an absolutely phenomenal report to maintain that stock price. And so, you know, certainly you have that problem with Google as well. And so when you're looking at the way that these stocks have pulled back, I mean, yeah, that definitely tells me that this week we could see more moves like that. Specifically from Meta, because Meta is incredibly volatile. Now, Microsoft, it doesn't move as much over earnings, you know, generally 3, maybe 7%. So I'm not as concerned about that one. That one tends to be a little bit more stable. But if you look at what Meta did last quarter, I can pull up my earnings hot zone right here. This one, first of all, has kind of already shifted and broken into a downward trend. But last quarter, it gapped down 14%. And the quarter before that, it was up 16%. So a lot of volatility in this name. You can also see that it's really close to that 200 simple. So if you do end up getting a break of 425, I mean, it could definitely drop like a rock.
Yeah, as you said, we've seen Meta do this. I mean, was it 3 times Meta did 25% on that big flush? What gets me about today, and this is why the nature of the reversal to end up on the lows is so strange to me. And I was looking at ARM, I was looking at NVIDIA, so it didn't matter what you looked at, but especially Meta's retracement today. I'm talking about the way that it made the bottom down at 440. It was 445. I mean, look, it tagged 442. You can say held 440, but to have like a $3 wick, and then once it got back above that 445, that is a reversal that usually rips faces off. And why I'm sort of leaning a little bit bearish, when that happens a week before earnings and it never takes out the top, like it's okay, so it probably screws a lot of people short. It's just higher lows, and continues to break, cannot get to the top, rolls over and loses support. I just feel like it's telling you that even the strongest moves are having people take some profit. And as you said, these expectations are sky high. We just had this Dexcom barely miss on revenue and drop 38%. Now, I don't know the company, but I can tell you that when you start to have things like that, you've got to get a little bit cautious. So I want to go back to Tesla for a second, because we've come and gone. Tesla, obviously, they had to have great numbers. They did not. We've pulled back in here. It ended up green today. Yay, Tesla. At least you didn't completely capitulate at the end of the day. And what I see here is an opportunity potentially. Okay, so the things were bad today. It ended up green. $200 is the 50, the 200 simple, and it's $200. If we hold on to this level through the rest of these mega cap earnings, I feel pretty good about Tesla. I know it's an if, but I'm starting to think this level, which was a big one on the way down, if it holds on to this 200 level through the worst of these big cap tech earnings next couple of weeks, I'm going to like Tesla. As weird as that is to say, because it's been really nasty for them the last couple of days. Are you looking for some kind of a trade in Tesla next week? And if so, do you also like the support? I know you like that 50 period, Danielle.
So I agree with you. I like the support at the $200 price point, and going into earnings, that was the critical support zone that I had in mind. Yes, Tesla fell over earnings, but it did only initially fall 8%. It wasn't very promising that it ended up down, 12%. Typically you don't want it to fall the expected move and then continue falling. So not a great move from Tesla yesterday, but I think the way that buyers came in today was fantastic. It didn't hold as much as it was up earlier, but right now holding the 220 price point, it's not bad. If it falls into 200, as long as it holds there, I think that would be a great buy spot. I'm not going to be buying any more mega cap tickers before earnings next week, but certainly after earnings from the next major 4 companies come out next week. I mean, I'd love to look at buying Tesla into August as long as the NASDAQ is holding up above 19,000 and as long as these megacap tech names have stabilized.
Yeah, and that's the right word. If you feel a little bearish and we're a little under pressure, let things stabilize. Always patient as a trader, and which we all should be, regardless of your trading style. Danielle, appreciate your thoughts. I know we're not going to have you next week, but it's big earnings for 2 weeks in a row. Like the next 2 weeks are the 2 biggest earnings weeks. So tell everybody where they can find you, because I'm sure you'll be able to drop some thoughts. Let everyone know where they can check you out so they can get a little bit more knowledge in the meantime, as we're about to head into the Super Bowl of earnings.
Well, I'm really sad I'm not going to be with you next week because I love megacap tech earnings, but I'm going to be speaking at a conference in Las Vegas. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to get on the show, but I will be on Twitter. So probably won't post anything on YouTube next week since I'm going to be traveling and on stage and stuff. But I do typically post a lot on Twitter when I'm traveling. So you can find me at Trader Danielle.
There it is, everybody. I'm the only professional trader who has never been to Las Vegas. I swear this is true. And I'm not going to tell the story again. But I've paid for a trip to Las Vegas that I was not the one that went on. And you can probably surmise by the frown on my face who might have gone on that trip. But we wish you all the best. I am sure you're going to have a lot of fun there. But kill it on that. Kill that presentation for sure. Make sure you enjoy yourself, Danielle. I know we're going to enjoy looking at some of those earnings. And best of luck on any trades you might want to put on. One of our favorite guests. Thank you so much, Danielle.
Thank you.
There we go. And I'm not gonna, anyways, I'll tell that story. I'll probably tell that story again tomorrow, but most of you guys have probably heard it. But thank you so much to Danielle Shea. This market doesn't like us. And I can tell because when you're even selling the beer companies, we're in trouble. So you can't even be like, okay, well, everyone's gonna drink their sorrows away. Boston Beer is going to be fine. Nope, they're down 7% as well. Yeah. Everybody gets hit today. So DXM stinks. Boston Beer not having a good one. At least Skechers is up 2%. So they actually did pretty well there. So Skechers, despite that flush, they're now up 2%. It just goes to show that the first move isn't always the biggest move or the right move for the overall stock. Tricky trading those earnings. That's why we're all over it. But you know what time it is? Apparently it's already 4:30.
How?
And you know what we do around this time?
We do.
We stop looking at dumpster fire earnings names, and we get our names in the chat. We holler, we thank Danielle Shea, we thank Bears versus Bulls. I thank all of you live in the chat, and then Adara drops. Roll call time, you know what up. Yes, RL, it is a criminal move on DEX. That was a ridiculous stock. But you know what time it is? It's roll call time. Let's kick it on over to Adara.
Yes, let's go. Okay, thank you, Bears vs. Bulls, for everything you do. So happy to have you with us every single day. I also want to thank Fabian, killing it on the other side. You cannot see him, but he is there. He's behind us, and he is being awesome. Alex L. We've got Jane Wick. We have Sir Bud, Freddie the Friendly Guy, Bears vs. Bulls again. Shout out Daryl Flinch, Tay2 certified, Neil Roberts, Darwin, Bears vs. Bulls again, Bearing Kia 2020, Hook Up, Sebastian, Sir Bud, Dave Clark, Easy Trader, DKL Fighter, Black Sheep Trades, Finch Jane, TH, Richard Fan, Henrik, Brandon Townsend, Freddie the Friendly Guy, Josh Plays, DFS, Eli, Danielle Shea. Shout out to you. Big smile for that on your own. Bears versus Bulls again. Mark L. J. Haas. Take profit. Tom. Let's hopefully took some profits today because big move down. Ethan Hines. Seth. Nightbot. Bob Kieran. The Philanthropist Baker. We've got live trading by Trader TV Live. Shout out to Fabian. Bright Awakening. Seth. We have Robert Shepard, we have V-Dog, we have Bearing Kia. Again, we've got Seth again, VT. We're seeing a couple repeats here. Also, for a note, Sam dropped because their earnings sucked. I put them in the chat, but that is a disgusting revenue miss. And they also missed on net income. That is why it's not about beer. Literally, we're talking revenue, 579.1 million versus the estimate of 597.3 million. That is gross. But I will get back to these couple last names.
No, that objectively sucks.
Javier, Durialus, Aaron Viguera. We have Armour. We have Dave Clark. We've got Apple and Raisin Pancakes with powdered sugar. Odyssey Fights. Finch Jane. So many beats. Michael. Yeah, so many people here, guys.
We try to keep it real here. Like those earnings objectively suck.
I know we don't have. No, earnings aren't bad or good. It's how the market reacts. But if you missed across the board,
you're supposed to beat expectations. Not good. But this is the best thing about trading. Okay, the second best thing about it. The best thing about trading is the market opens tomorrow. That's the best thing about trading. The second best thing about trading is you can go both directions, or there's always something strong. Like if it's a down day, there's always something that's going up. So you always have an opportunity, and that's what we're all about here. We have the best community in the entire trading community because we try to keep it real with each other. We have people that only like to go short, Kyle, and we have people that love to be long and love to be perma bulls. You can make it work for you no matter what, but you've got to have some rules, and you've got to be honest with yourself, and you've got to stay disciplined. And the other thing you have to do is tune right back in, because at 8:30 tomorrow, we're going right at it to end the week. It's going to be wild. Another crazy day in the markets. I know is in tune for us. So you know what to do. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, take a deep breath, and let's start all over again at 8:30 tomorrow morning. We'll see you. That